Not a problem, child. The rest of us.
I'm currently driving back, so I'll be a little late.
That's fine. Okay, Streamslab. We're all good to go. Okay, so last we left, Bardatos had just returned back to the inn, and he's running in. You guys were getting ready to turn in for the evening because it's been a relatively long day. So, Bardatos, if you want to talk to Dr. Galapagos with your samples.
Oh my God! They just burned down the thing. I got the samples, but you know the scorpion guy, right?
Yes, it was someone dressed like a ninja. You don't know necessarily what clan they're affiliated with or anything of that. They were dressed like in classic ninja clothing, though.
Gotcha. Yeah, one of the ninjas was they were there. They were trying to do something with the body. I tried to fight them and stop them, but then they started a fire and ran off. But I got out with the samples. You should take a look at these Galapagos and see if you can make some sense out of it.
Yes, I will apply my dentistry skills and see what I can decipher. And Dr. Galapagos grabs the samples from Bardatos, and then he goes over to he goes into back in. You guys are back at your tea house where you're staying. He goes back into his room and begins to study those samples. Meanwhile, the three of you are there with Bardatos. So, is there anything else you guys want to discuss before you turn in, or is it just patch Bardatos up and maybe come get a fresh start in the morning?
I'm kind of holding my head with my injuries that I barely survived and say, how'd you make out there, Bardatos? I had a pretty rough go of it.
I mean, I don't feel very good. If I remember correctly, I lost about half an health. I'd have to look at my sheet.
You were quite injured, yes. But also, you did some damage. Like, you got in a few licks too. So
yeah,
you scared the ninja away because they actually jumped out a window and threw a firebomb in it after you had stabbed them in the heart with a critical booming blade.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I used hold first and then just critical them to shank the shot.
Yep, and then they threw a firebomb in the window and jumped out of it.
Yep.
Okay, so Dr. Galapagos is like, it's going to take me most of the night to finish studying these samples. Perhaps the rest of you should turn in then, and I'll tell you about my findings in the morning. I shall work through the night, endeavoring boldly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate you mocking me when I'm doing you such a service. You guys are jerks. And with that, he slams. He does the Ryujanese equivalent of slamming the door by very abruptly sliding the paper door shut, and it closes with a light clack. Like it's hard to slam doors in Ryujin. It just doesn't have quite the same emphasis. But Dr. Galapagos does his best.
I miss Tink already. Oh.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so we just turn it in for the evening then?
That's what I was thinking.
Do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys take a long rest, and when you wake up in the morning, you notice that the first thing you notice when you wake up is that Bardatos is no longer in his bed. But there is there's a small piece of paper on it instead. In his place, there is just a note. It is written in Ryujanese, with like very fancy calligraphy. Like it's a nice looking note, very artistic.
What does the note say?
It simply says, "I can swim."
Fucking hate ninja. I want to do a just investigation check around the room, looking for signs of entry or signs where.
Okay, no problem. Make an investigation roll.
Oh.
You guys can all look if you want to start looking for clues.
Yeah.
Yep, up to if you guys want to look and see what does happen. Bardatos, you are going to be you are having adventures elsewhere, so I'm gonna mute that up. But thank you for jumping in to get the initial stuff out of the way. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
I only got a 12, unfortunately.
Okay, what's the best result we got on our investigation checks?
So far, a 12. Oh, should we roll for?
I will. Let me roll for Dr. Galapagos here. Yeah, not so.
And I'm rolling for Flex.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
You got a 10 plus whatever is investigation.
Okay. So you guys scour the room and look around. You got nothing. You have no clues whatsoever. You don't see anything. Like none of this looks. You have no idea where he's gone and who put this note here.
That is concerning. I fear for the safety of our friend, but
Marty
perhaps
is
he just took his
completely
lead.
Marty, I think, is actually panicking now. He's gonna like run outside and like look around for tracks or anything outside the building.
Okay, make another investigation check outside if you would like. Marty's in a panic because his boy toy, his chew toy, is gone.
18 plus 3 is 21.
Okay, so you notice some strange scrapes. So your room in the tea house is actually on the upper story. You notice some very strange scrapes and markings just outside the window to your room, on the like just below the shutters. Looks to you like maybe some kind of climbing tool was used. They're sort of like claw-shaped scratches, but maybe some kind of like hand climbers, like little claws that could be used to help scale a surface, or maybe had been used to climb up to the window.
Okay. Marty's gonna call to the rest of the team. Guys, there's scratches on the wall. Came in through the fucking window.
Okay, so if you guys, as you guys walk out, so you guys are walking out of the tea house, and as you all pile out for the day to go take a look at the scratches, you see in the alley a man that you recognize, over in the corner. He's like, "Hey, y'all, come over here, hurry up before somebody sees me." Jonas is actually in the alley. Hurry up, damn it!
Ah, my good friend.
The main plot line comes
Roy.
back with a vengeance.
I got Roy shielding me, but this ain't going to last forever. Hurry the hell up!
Finally, some civilization here. Yes. Tell me more, Roy.
There is also a man with standing quietly, a small Eugenese man standing quietly behind Roy who hasn't said anything, or standing quietly behind Jonas who hasn't said anything.
Are there any other people outside around, like villagers?
It seems strangely abandoned. Ordinarily, this time of morning, there would be villagers hustling about and whatnot, but for whatever reason, this alley seems especially secluded and somewhat quiet. Like, there's nobody hurling garbage or like chamber pots or night soil out the window, the kind of stuff that would normally be going on. This is as if like a magical area has sort of some kind of effect is keeping people out of this area, maybe. All right. Well, hey, how's the well? First off, it's been a while since we talked there. Let's maybe get a status report. How are things going? Did you kill Roy yet? I mean, it's been what, like 3 months. Y'all ain't exactly the most efficient assassins. It shouldn't be too hard to go. Well, all right. I guess probably a few allowances should be in order. What with y'all trying to be killing a god and whatnot. But anyway, tell me a little bit about how things are going. You find him yet?
Wow.
At least tell me. At least you know where he's at.
So
Things are going splendidly. Yes. Please, Martinique. I don't really know where to begin.
Why don't you handle this there?
So all right. Well, that's very clearly a lie. I'm guessing that means y'all don't know where he is. So what have you at least learned? You got to have some clues. I mean, what did Zenobia say?
Oh God, I gotta flip back at my notes.
Zenobia was unable to locate him because he's a god. We needed some additional help from Sedgwick.
And Sedgwick won't help us until we stop the world from being destroyed, which is kind of what we're up to right now.
It's been getting complicated.
All right. Well,
I'd love to just meet Roy, but it seems like that's not in the offing. If you know where he is, you know what? We'll go.
I reckon. Don't you reckon if I knew where it was, I'd just told you and had you go there and kill him? Seems like that'd be a lot easier than sending you to see Zenobia. I sent you to see her because she's, like the best diviner in the world, really. If she didn't even find like a hint. What happened when she scryed him?
So she actually saw him in the scrying, and then he saw her, and he, like, waved his hand and canceled the scrying and gave her, like, a migraine. It was extremely bizarre.
Some bitch. That's the same thing been happening to me. Every time I try to use his power to spy on him, I'm like, oh, Roy, show me your location. And then I get basically like, he's like, fuck you, Jonas. I don't want to be disturbed. It's kind of an irritating. But, you know, that makes sense. Roy's maybe, he's been killed before. Well, you know, he died for our sins and whatnot. And last time he died, it was pretty ugly. I don't know if y'all saw The Passion of the Christ, but, like, it was basically a snuff film. They almost actually killed Jim Caviezel when they shot it. It's just a side note there, but I digress.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so, you know, he's maybe a little gun shy about being found after what they done to him the last time. I suppose that makes a little bit of sense, but you're saying you're helping some feller named Sedgwick? I'm guessing Zenobia told you that you're supposed to go talk to this guy? What about? Like, if she couldn't scry him, why'd she send you to talk to... Also, who was Sedgwick? This is like the Sedgwick, right? The guy who runs Sedgwick Co.?
Yes, the Sedgwick.
Oh, all right then. Well, so I reckon, what's he doing then? You said something about the world being destroyed? I mean, this is Dragonmirth that's in danger of being destroyed pretty much all the time. Like, the end of the world is always just minutes away. That's why we have adventurers and the Adventurers Guild. That's all y'all's job, so, you know, par for the course. What specific destruction are we looking at, and why is Sedgwick involved at all?
So, you know the Necromancer, right?
I mean, yeah, I've heard of him. He's being very heavily sarcastic, you can tell. Like, literally everyone on the planet knows who the Necromancer is.
So Sedgwick accidentally gave the Necromancer, like, a weapon of mass destruction on X. And I mean, we tried to get it back, but yeah.
Well, that don't seem that unusual. I mean, the Necromancer probably got 10, 15, hell, you got a whole armada of doomsday devices. That's one of the reasons why the world's always in danger of being destroyed. I don't know what one more on the pile could possibly be useful, but I'm sure he's got a reason. And I'm assuming maybe he's doing something with that dagger, using that to try and find Roy.
Yeah, but he's basically said that if we can't solve this other problem, then he's gonna go take a permanent vacation in another dimension. Because, yeah. So
okay, I mean,
he's researching that for us, but he won't. Yeah, he sent us on this.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, y'all are making some progress then. Maybe not as quick as I'd like, but again, I assigned you a good task, and I feel a little reassured with the knowledge that, you know, y'all are still making an effort. You didn't just fuck off and get lost, or, you know, get eaten by a Boston accented troll and his girlfriend or nothing. So that's good. Small problem though, when we're talking about, speaking of contracts while we're on the subject. You there, Mr. Galapagos, I think it is, DDS, right? And Dr. Galapagos is like, yes. Did you need some dental surgery? Perhaps it looks like one of your bicuspids may be slightly chipped. I can patch that up for you, no problem. He's like, and then Jonas is like, no, I mean, don't stop, get your hands out of my mouth. And he's like swatting away Dr. Galapagos, and he's like, don't be putting your turtle hands in my mouth, you filthy bugger. There's a problem with the contract. You gotta come with me, and I'd like y'all to meet Nakazumi here, who's gonna be filling in for old Dr. Galapagos. Temple of Chandria has actually bought out your contract, Dr. Galapagos. They need you back at the temple. I don't know, probably some other different end of the world scenario, because, you know. What is that feeding? I can think like a hissing sound. Do you guys hear that? What is that?
That's on your side, no pushing.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. Yeah.
Okay. Weird. All right, sorry. That was super distracting, but it is gone now. Anyway. You know, Temple of Chandria's got something where they need your services, and they specifically paid double your cash out rate to get you out of this contract. So, I farmed it out to old pal Nakazumi here. He's a local member of the Adventurers Guild. You might want to introduce yourself, but also, if any of y'all will excuse us, Doc Galop, you got to come with me. I'll give you a minute to make your goodbyes and say your farewells and whatnot, but hurry the hell up, because I only got about another couple minutes on this spell, and if I get caught here in Ryujin, all hell's going to break loose, and I'm going to have to level most of this town. I really would prefer not to do that. It's just kind of a dick move. I mean, Roy is not about killing the innocent, except when he is. But most of the time, usually when Roy decides it's time to kill the innocent, it's more of a fire and brimstone, smash babies' heads against rocks kind of way, not a tidal wave sweeps away the village sort of way. So, except for the time he did that flood, that killed everybody. But I digress. Anyway, hurry the hell up. And then he steps back and starts muttering quietly to himself in the alley.
The laws of Roy are varied and splendid.
I mean,
I'm always glad to meet our old friend Jonas and hear the good word of Roy.
Yeah, praise be to Roy, all hail to him and whatnot. And then he throws a handful of change at you, Biddy. He's like, now, I got him concentrating here. Hurry the hell up. And Dr. Galapagos is like, well, friends, I guess, at least temporarily, I must tend to my duties at the temple. So I bid you all farewell. Oh, by the way, what I discovered about this is that there doesn't seem to be any poison. I forgot to mention it with all the hullabaloo of Bardatos' absence, but there doesn't appear to be any kind of poison or anything else in this fellow's blood, or at least not that I could find it. I think the malady that afflicted that Hoteri fellow before his head was smashed was something else. I don't think it was either medicinal or pharmacological. My alchemy results have analyzed the herbs in his bloodstream seems entirely normal. So perhaps a curse or a wizard spell of some variety? I genuinely don't know.
Marty's just gonna pat Galapagos on the shell and be like, I'm gonna miss you, you crazy dentist.
And you. Hopefully our paths shall cross again in the future once things have gotten underway with the Temple of Chandria and everything is back right. But I am a total of duty first, and the highest calling for me is for my temple, and if my services are needed, then I must of course render aid. To do less would be simply unacceptable. So I bid you all a fond farewell, and he goes around and gives everybody a nice big hug. Please do everything you can to rescue my friend Bardatos, and give him my best as well. And then Jonas is like, come on, man, we got to hurry the hell up, man. I really don't want to have to destroy this whole damn island. Tidal waves are a bitch, because they eventually, when I make one big enough to wipe out this island, it's going to circle around the planet, and then, other sides are going to get the coast. It's just, more trouble than it's worth. Just hurry the hell up. And Dr. Galapagos scuffles over, and then Jonas puts his hand on Dr. Galapagos' shoulder, and they disappear. Farewell, friends. Poop. And you are now standing in the alley with a small Ryujanese man who has a very large sword.
Minor clarification. Nakazawa is female.
Oh, sorry. A very small Ryujanese woman with a very large sword. There you go.
A pleasure to meet all of you. May my swords part.
And she does a very...
You're cutting out really badly, Cocky.
Oh.
A pleasure to meet all of you. May my sword serve the party well.
And she does a very deep bow to the party.
And I don't know what you look like, so if you want to describe yourself so everybody kind of has an idea of what they're working with here.
Nakazawa Ume is kind of plain in sort of just the generic Ryujanese sense. She's rather kind of stout, a little bulky and short, basically. She does have a very comically large nodashi that she's carrying around. The plate mail that she's wearing is in Ryujanese style, along with the rest of kind of her whole kit and equipment.
Do you wear a mempo?
Mempo?
So a mempo is it's a face mask, effectively, for when you wear plate mail. It's sort of like the face mask on your helmet, but they're usually shaped in like scary or dangerous. They're like, they're meant to look like demons or other scary things.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do wear one.
I'm guessing you probably don't have it off for introductions, but
No, that's usually coming out for combat and other things like that.
yeah, it's actually weird that if you're a Ryujanese person, it's odd that you would be wearing your armor in a non-fighting situation.
But I figure for
you may have been traveling. Yeah.
Very well. Guide my blade, and please let me know exactly what our quest is. I have very little information was given to me when picking up this contract.
Oh my god, I don't even know where to start.
A disembodied voice echoes down the alley. Y'all are supposed to fucking kill Roy. Jesus Christ, this isn't hard. God damn it.
We fucking know. Get out of here, boss.
Yes, Nakazumi, I'll tell you all of the wonders of Roy in time, but for now, what we're really trying to do is track down our friend Bartatos. He's a missing member of our party, and we're not sure where he's gone. We're also interested in trying to help the Emperor obtain his desired wife, really, in this tournament.
When you say that, Nakazumi looks flummoxed.
Yeah. Well, let's start one thing at a time. Let's worry about our friend.
I also love the fact that the first thing Biddy did is like, oh, here, have a copy of this book, and gives Biddy a book of, or gives Clock Tower a book of Roy.
Marty's gonna make a hand signal like, don't read that.
He's flipping through it and looking very quizzically at the group.
Well, is it
kind of
even,
like,
it's probably written in common.
I do understand.
Oh, okay, all right.
One other thing also, Clock Tower, you just for your edification, the tournament is also going to start again in about an hour. The first match is in about an hour.
All right. Well, I mean,
that's important. And also, so today is going to begin with a little. Let me actually see if I can find. Hold on a second. Let me load the bracket from last time.
it is pinned.
I have it somewhere, I think. Here we go. There we go. So I'm gonna you guys are the alley stuff can go away. Like we can get rid of these horses and whatnot. I'm assuming you guys picked up and kept a copy of the note that just says I can swim is all it says.
Oh yeah, I've got that.
It's just so it's a simple rice paper scroll. Written on it in some nice calligraphy is just the phrase I can swim. So Nakazumi, make a history roll for me, because you may be familiar with that slightly.
3.
Do you okay? Never mind. You are not familiar with that particular phrase.
Can I make any kind of history roll? Or
yeah, sure. Yeah. You guys can actually, all of you make a history roll and see if you remember enough from your primer to have picked up on possibly the significance of that phrase.
Is it like a secret
21.
haiku?
Biddy will remember then. So
9.
It is not 9 is not good enough. You would have Nakazumi would have had some natural advantage, what with being around from here, but he's apparently not that swift. Biddy, you do remember though, that is a phrase commonly used by the Scorpion when things are not as they seem, and it harkens back to the parable of the Scorpion and the frog, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with. The Scorpion says, "Hey, frog, take me across the river." And the frog's like, "Why would I take you across the river?" And the Scorpion is like, "Well, I want to get over there. And I promise I won't sting you, because if I do, we'll both drown." And the frog's like, "Okay." And then they're swimming across the stream. The frog starts swimming, and halfway across, the Scorpion stings the frog and kills him. But before he dies, the frog asks, "Why did you do this?" And the historical answer... for the parable, the historical answer is, it's in my nature. I was always going to sting you. I'm a scorpion. That's what I do. But the Scorpion clan tells a version of it in which the Scorpion's reply is simply, "I can swim."
Fuck. I hate the Scorpions more and more the longer we're in Ryujin.
So in their version, the Scorpion does it because, well, 1, it was fun to succor the frog, and 2, they didn't have to swim the whole way themselves, and 3, also they weren't ever worried about drowning because, they can swim.
Lion cheating.
That is concerning. Can I cast a divination, ritual of divination, to just inquire about the location of Bartatos?
Sure.
Place to start. I always forget we have magic. I've been playing a fighter so long. I'm like, I don't know. Look for tracks.
And then wrong person. Sorry. Toturi lost, not Hitomi. And then Sukune. Okay, so there's the bracket updated. All right, so the tournament's going to start in about an hour, and yesterday they went Sun and then Moon. Today they're going to reverse the order, so the first match of today is actually Moon and then Sun.
Fucking killed.
So the first match of the morning is actually going to be Toku. So the first match of the morning is going to be Toku versus Yakumo. So this is the first bracket is Toku versus Yakumo. Then you got Sansai and Suke. then Aramaru and Hitomi, and then Ran and Daria. And you can want to cast your divination. What's your specific question, Biddy, for your divination?
Where is Bardatos?
So you circle your finger over the book and stab it down, and it simply says concealed.
Well, that is concerning. Bardatos appears to be concealed somewhere. Whether that's of his own doing or the doing of the Scorpions is anyone's guess, but I suppose the note indicates that he probably was against his will.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, there's also those marks on the side of the building. Like somebody climbed into the building and managed to get him out without any of us hearing anything. Or they just like teleported him away or something once they'd gotten in. I have no idea.
Your investigation it turned up what it turned up. So there may have been some other stuff there, but you found what you found. So somebody came in and left a note, and maybe Bardatos went willingly, maybe he went against his will. And the note doesn't say, and there's no Bardatos to ask. So,
Well, the best we can do, I think, is proceed and continue to look for clues. I think I've searched for everything that the divinations will reveal to me.
Remind me what part of Ryujin we're in and how close we are to Scorpion territory.
So you're at Kyudenkani, which is basically the capital of the Crablands. It's the Crab's largest castle and the home of their daimyo. It's a reasonably large-sized city. The Scorpion Lands are adjacent to the Crablands, but also not super close, like half a day's ride. But there are many Scorpion in town because the tournament, but also that's not necessarily indicative of anything because there are also lots of dragon in town and lots of unicorn, and like there are people visiting, well, fewer unicorn than everybody else, but there are lots of foreigners or lots of people here to watch the tournament. There's lots of tourists and visitors.
Just as like a meta level thing, Pete, what's the like interactions and relationship between the Mantis clan and the Scorpion clan?
So the Mantis clan are a minor clan. They're not like super allied with anybody, although they're probably most friendly towards the Crane. With regard to the remaining clans, it would be best to consider them neutral. The only reason they're sort of friendly with the Crane clan is simply because the island that they live on a smaller island east of Ryujin. Their island is actually like an island fortress, and it's much smaller than Ryujin proper, but sizable enough for farming and whatnot. And that is on the coast along the Crane control the coast that's closest to the Mantis lands, so they tend to do most of their commerce and trade with the Crane. The Crane are relatively wealthy as well, so that's like a good commerce kind of thing. But even with the Crane, they're not like allies or anything. They're just maybe slightly friendlier with Crane than with most other clans. To whom they are largely neutral. Although you're the daimyo of the Mantis clan, who was actually in this tournament, by the way, that was Yoritomo, is the daimyo of your clan. Personally, very much doesn't like the Phoenix. So.
Okay. Damn, our clan leader got out on the first round.
Yoritomo is more of a battle, so what you know about Yoritomo is he's more of a general than a duelist, and also when it comes to a fight, is very much pragmatic and would not really typically enter any kind of like formalized duel. He would just murder a man. Like he would just fight him and then kill him. There would be no let's line up each other and try and, adroitly strike each other with one strike. He would just go in with Kama and chop him into chunks. He's a very
That's my people.
Yeah, he's a very formidable warrior, just not a great duelist.
All right.
Did you say
Nakazumi is of the Crane clan? Did I get that right, or did I miss
Nakazumi is a Mantis.
Mantis. And
Nakazawa.
Just as a shorthand, I think probably the easiest name to use is Ume for me.
It means plum.
It does.
Is it Nakazawa?
Nakazawa Ume.
Okay, gotcha. Nice.
It means plum.
It does.
So anyway, you guys are standing in an alley. Tournament's going to start in about a half an hour now because you've been idling in this alley watching the sun go for a while. So you want to head over to the tournament grounds, or what's the plan? You guys want to split up? You tell me what's going on.
Yeah, tournament grounds, I think, right? I mean, we've exhausted our options for figuring out where Bartitas went, so let's just head to the tournament. I suppose.
All right. As soon as Roy disappeared from the alley, by the way, the normal sort of traffic in this area returned and people started sort of coming and going. There have been a couple chamber pots emptied into the alley very close to your head while you've been standing here. So
I'll just press the digitation all the sewage slop off of us.
all right. So Biddy magics away the turds that splattered on you, and you guys head over to the tournament grounds. It's actually pretty close by. Your inn is reasonable, so it's about a 10-minute walk. You guys walk over there. The crowds are packed. Like the attendance to each individual duel has been somewhat variable. Like everybody, it was super packed when Aramaro fought. It was super packed when Hoturi fought. Very few people actually showed up to watch Agatoki and Togu in their initial match. Like it was one of the least popular, but that has changed dramatically. This place is packed. There are more people here for this particular duel than any of the other ones you have seen, and there is a shocking number of non-samurai in attendance, and they are all very rambunctious and boisterous and all very, very vociferous in their support for Toku. They are cheering and screaming. They're like, "Oh, the people's champ, we love Toku, woo!" He's being hailed as like he's getting a lot of attention. And you can tell that some of the other samurai are maybe not super happy with that. That the peasants seem to be so positively inclined towards a Ronin. That's the gist you get. Ume?
How does he look?
Well, hold on a
fine?
second. Ume, since you're a native to the culture, you understand why the samurai are probably upset. Because if a Ronin becomes popular and becomes popular with the people, that Ronin is a political problem, because what if he raises an army and then decides to go and conquer something that's, he's a very, very popular and charismatic Ronin is a threat to the political structure at large. Okay, and Colonel, you had a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, how does Toku look?
How does he look?
Yeah.
I mean, make an insight check.
I'm also make an insight check.
Okay.
Yeah, can we all just...
Yeah, that's fine.
22.
19 plus 8 is 20.
Okay, Colonel. Looks fat, looks happy. He's better fed than he was when you saw him yesterday. Like, he looks like he had a good night's sleep. He's like rolling his shoulders and loosening up. Looks good. Looks in fighting fit.
Okay,
He's wearing a new kimono.
Or pale or anything.
Not as such. He's actually just over in there. There are two sides to the arena grounds, basically where the duelists step in, and he's waiting over in his corner. He doesn't really have an entourage. Yakumo does have a small entourage. There are some other Kani clan courtiers who are surrounding him and like whispering, and he's also got like a corner man who's thumping his shoulders and rubbing him with oil and whatnot. There's a peasant standing nearby who's holding Yakumo's tetsubo, which is weird because you don't normally have those in a dueling ring, and also Yakumo is wearing a daisho, so. But the hammer is standing by. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah.
Is that the hammer that he?
Yeah,
creamed
same.
that other guy
It's
with
not
yesterday?
actually a hammer. It's more like a club. It's think like a big, thick baseball bat with metal studs around the outside. It is a tetsubo. That's what he's wielding.
Okay, but he's also got his.
And that is the same tetsubo that he used to crush Hoturi's skull. Yes, it is the very same one. In fact, there's still, you think, some blood on it that probably belongs to Hoturi.
I didn't even clean it.
That doesn't look like, well, I mean, most of the brains and skull got cleaned off, but there's still some blood. I mean, there was some blood and chunks on it before he used it to brain Hoturi too, so. It ain't
That's
necessarily,
just
all that blood isn't necessarily Hoturi's, but yeah, Yakumo likes to fight, so. Anyway, Toku looks good. Looks like he's in good shape, ready to do a duel. He's just sitting there, honestly, kind of soaking in the accolades a little bit. He's beaming. He looks to be like he's really kind of enjoying this shit.
Might get a little cocky.
Little bit, yeah. He's
Okay, I'm back at my computer now.
Awesome.
Yay.
You could tell he's having a, like, yeah, this is the greatest moment of his life so far. nobody needs to. Everybody's insight check revealed that Toku is, he's in a damn good mood. This is the greatest moment he's ever of his existence to date. Like if he wins this, it'll be better. But so far, this is the top.
While I'm sitting in the stands, I'd like to make a divine sense and see if there's any undead, celestial, or fiends within 60 feet of.
No, there are not.
All right.
Marty's gonna turn to our new friend Ume and say, "Could you do me a favor?
What is?
Could you go talk to Toku for me? I kind of accidentally insinuated that I wanted to assassinate him yesterday, which is not true, but I'm really worried about him being cocky here. He looks physically fine, but like his head's way too big, and I don't want to watch that poor kid's brain get smashed in today."
Do you see the entourage? I don't even think I'd be able to get close to him.
Could you try?
I will try.
You're the best.
Okay, so are you guys going to do anything other than just sit in the stands and watch the duel? Ume, I know you're going to sneak over. You're going to try and go approach Toku. We'll get to that in a second. Anybody else want to do anything?
I'm good. I don't really know. I'm still missing a couple things, so.
That's fine.
Do they have, like,
If Soul Setter just wants to
octopus
chill
or
and watch the
squid or
fight, I
anything
mean, that's why you're
fresh or-
here. Sorry, say again, Biddy?
They have like any kind of good snacks, like
Oh,
dried
tons.
shrimp
Yeah.
or
Yeah, there's all
octopus
kinds
or
of,
anything?
there's sashimi and all kinds of good stuff roaming around if you want to go hit the food
yeah.
stalls. The one
I'm all
side,
about that.
so to give you guys a bit of the setting, the arena that you're in is just basically an open field, think like a campground, but there have been bleachers and stands erected on 3 sides of it. It's rectangular, and the 2 short ends are where the peasants and other people are sitting, although the crowd has sort of overflowed that, and there are standing room only, kind of in a horseshoe shape around the 3 sides that have bleachers. The long edge bleachers is where the samurai and other nobles and tourists and richer peasants have sat. There are some like wealthy merchant class peasants who are in the very highest bleachers. They're like in the cheap seats of the noble bleachers. The important people are all in the middle and towards the bottom of the noble bleachers. The other side is kind of like an open sort of festival area where there's food vendors and that kind of stuff. Shops selling souvenirs and blessings and charms and whatnot. So
Yeah, I want to sample the best seafood they have to offer for sure.
okay, Biddy's gonna go. You wander over then, and Tiberius heads over and starts buying some crab cakes and crab puffs and enjoying the local fare. They're magnificent and delicious.
Love it.
Anybody else
Fantastic.
got anything, or should we head over to the Ume thing? Anybody else want to do anything else?
Good.
All right. So Ume, you're trying to get over into the throng of folks surrounding Toku. What's your strategy for approach? Because there are tons of peasants mostly around him, and whereas peasants would normally be very deferential to a samurai such as yourself, even though you are a Ronin, or well, no, you're a minor clan. Even though you're a minor clan samurai and as a Mantis, one of the things the Mantis clan is known for is they tend to treat peasants well. So your relationship with non-nobles typically is good, and you would be a little more well-respected and a little better treated. They are kind of ignoring you. You're not being given the normal deference you would. Usually if you tried to walk through a crowd like this, the people would simply step out of your path and let you pass. That is not happening here. They are all very intent on Toku and aren't paying much attention to you at all. It is sort of annoying you a little.
So I'm going to kind of just do a passive intimidation as I go through the cloud, like,
Okay.
and I'm not being like aggressively shoving people out of the way, but if I need to like physically put my hand on like a peasant and kind of push them out of the way.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead and make a roll. Make an intimidation check for me.
That is a 25.
Okay, so you loudly clear your throat and begin bumping into a couple peasants, and they sort of take note of your presence, and they start making a little pathway. So you're able to sort of carve through the rabble a little bit, but there are also some other samurai in the close ring around Toku, like his innermost. There are some other, one of whom you recognize as Daria, who's there. He's sort of talking shit. He's being like, don't worry, man, you're going down. I've seen Yakumo fight. You got no chance, kid. And Toku's like, just you wait and see. And Daria's sort of like busting his balls, but also in not unfriendly way. And there are a couple other Ronin surrounding him that you don't recognize. You also see, A monk with some tattoos was standing near him and seems to be talking. That is who Toku is speaking with. It's rather intently, and they're having sort of a hushed conversation.
Interesting. What's the climate on tattoos in this region?
So there are many monks. A lot of them have tattoos. You, since you are a native, don't even need to roll. This is a tattooed man. He is so the Dragon Clan has a sect or an order of monks who all have tattoos, and their tattoos tend to give them sort of unusual-ish powers. Soulsetter, if you and Martinique are watching, Biddy, you too as well, because you're over by the food stalls. I want you guys to make a investigation check for me. Well, I don't know. How close attention are you paying to what's going on with Toku? Biddy, probably you actually are not going to notice this because you're sort of distracted by food.
Not.
Yeah. How closely are
we care about Toku.
Okay, so you guys are watching pretty closely. Make investigation rolls for me then.
15 plus 116.
So both you beat a 15?
Yes.
Yeah, I rolled a 15.
Okay, so you guys spot this conversation between Toku and this monk. Make a history check for him. Well, you know what? You guys don't have to roll. You guys recognize him. That's Nokori, the monk that you met on the road on the way here.
Oh, yeah.
The guy who ran off at like supersonic speed and whatnot and was giving you battle commentary when you fought the ninjas.
Yeah.
So you recognize him as he's talking to Toku. And Ume, you're pushing your way through the crowd and step up, and some of the samurai notice you and make a gap. And then you see Nokori place his hand on Toku's forehead, sort of like in a gesture of like a blessing or, you know, kind of a well-wish or a good luck kind of gesture. And then he slips off through the crowd of peasants. He slips into the crowd of peasants and you lose sight of him. But if you want to talk to Toku, now's your chance. You could step forward and sort of, you know, hey, good luck out there today, champ. Go, you know.
So I'll introduce myself, get attention, bow, kind of do the normal niceties, and then go, Toku, I realize that this is a weird statement before you start your match, but one of my comrades apparently insinuated that they were going to try to harm you yesterday. I have come here to clear up that sentiment.
Oh, I don't remember any hard feelings I had. Yesterday was wonderful. So much glorious food and so many well wishes. It was a wonderful day. Could you be a little more specific, though? I met a lot of people yesterday, and it was a little overwhelming. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Wasn't it?
What would be the phrase for white people?
We're not like.
Well, we're not.
So as far as you know, the other people in your party, Ume, are also Ryujanese. You know they are foreigners, but you think they are from like a small province or like members of a clan you're not familiar with who live far away in Ryujin. You don't think they're from the mainland. You just think they're like Ryujanese from far away who have come to see the great tournament.
Wasn't it the barkeep who thought you were going to kill him, not him?
Yeah. Which I didn't make clear to Ume before she went over there. I just kind of mentioned it in passing, but I'm not over there to clarify.
I know I remember. Pete remembers this. You didn't actually. Toku at no point thought you were going to kill him.
Toku doesn't know that I got. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't paying attention when you pissed off the barkeep. He was too busy eating delicious spring rolls. That was the best meal he had ever eaten up until that point.
Yeah, but
So
Ume doesn't know any of that.
He didn't really notice. So that's why he's asking. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't remember anybody being mean to me yesterday.
I will be confused by this whole situation. Wish Toku good luck on his match, and I guess depart.
Do you remember what I asked you to do?
Thank you, Mantis, sir. I appreciate your well wishes. I shall always do my best. It is the most noble thing one can do is try one's hardest, even in the face of overwhelming odds such as the mighty Yakumo. And then he bows deeply. He's like, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I must call myself a moment before the match begins. And then he steps over to the edge of the square, and he's like sort of adjusting his daisho and moving his swords around in his obi to make sure they're conveniently ready for a quick draw. And now you can tell he's sort of focusing up. On the other side of the arena, Yakumo is doing much the same, except for him, it's like cracking his knuckles and doing the I'm a big buff guy, because Yakumo is huge and physically intimidating. He's like cracking his neck to the side and rolling his shoulders, and he's like swinging a hammer around and taking some practice swings and doing some like primitive kata. At no point has he touched his sword, which is in theory what he's supposed to be using in this duel, but he has not at any point even touched his katana or wakizashi. And they do that for a couple minutes, and then Kaniyasu steps forward from where he is in the noble section of the of the bleachers, and he's like, "Today, let these duels begin as we continue pursuit of my wonderful daughter," and he points to Kitsune. "My wonderful daughter Kitsune finds a suitor." And the crowd erupts into cheers, and he's like, "The first match today will be," I forgot who's, Kani Yakumo, heir to the Kani clan. And Yakumo steps into the ring and, makes like a martial pose and does like a rock style muscle flex. He's huge and intimidating, and the crowd cheers, but not a lot. I mean, he's getting some polite applause, effectively. He's like, "And he shall face off against the noble and relatively unheard of Toku." And Toku steps into the ring, and the crowd goes absolutely fucking nuts. Like, there's the cheering and wild yelling and whistling and cat calls. The samurai in the bleachers also, you see a lot of frowny faces around you over in the noble section. A lot of scowls suddenly appear, given the popularity of Toku. And both combatants step to the center of the ring and drop into their dueling stances. And Yasu says, "Let the match begin!" And then he sits down quietly. So Toku and Yakumo square off in the ring. They both approach, bow to each other, drop into their stances, and then it looks like they're both sort of doing the classic duel thing where they're kind of eyeing each other, and it looks like they're trying to get a feel for him. If you remember, in the previous match, Yakumo didn't really do much of this. He just pulled out his hammer and smashed Hotori's face in. Hotori never even managed to draw his sword. Looks a little different today. Although...
It might be more legit looking.
Make an investigation check for me, everybody who's watching, which I'm assuming is all of you.
Three 21.
Tell me if
15.
you beat a 20. Who beat a 20 beside the Colonel? Anybody? Just the Colonel. Okay. Colonel, you are watching very intently, and you notice Toku is sweating a lot. Like there's a lot of sweat beading on his brow here, far more than you would have expected there to be based on the amount of time and he's very clearly intently focused, and this is a moment when someone might sweat due to nervousness or just sort of generalized exertion. But they've only been squaring off here for about 10 seconds, and he has more sweat than he should. And also, you notice that Yakumo isn't sweating at all, so it's not like the heat or anything.
Is it the meat sweats, or is he just...
It would be the
really nervous?
the meat sweats is not a bad equivalent if he had eaten a bunch of meat, but Ryujanese people don't tend to eat a lot of meat-based proteins. They eat some, but not a lot. So, yeah, the meat sweats, if you could get the meat sweats without having eaten a giant chunk of meat. So something maybe is not right. But as soon as you notice that, Colonel, the combatants, spring into motion. So they snap into action, and Yoritomo doesn't even reach for his sword. He and Toku react, they both move at almost the exact same instant. You can't even tell which of them drew first. You're not sure. It was that close. Toku brings his sword out of his sheath in sort of a classic Iaijutsu move, and looks like he begins to strike. And Yakumo just reaches back over his Tetsubo is held over his shoulder, across his back, and he just reaches up with his right hand and just pulls out and in what looks like a very powerful one-handed overhand swing. And as Toku extends his sword forward, Colonel, you can tell something's off. You watched his fight previously. Soulsetter, you actually probably also noticed this because you watched his fight too. His swing seems off. Something ain't right. He's not. It looks like he's trying to do the exact same style that he used in his match against Agatoki, but he sort of fumbled a little bit. He's wobbly. He looks uncertain. And as he does that, instead of what you can very clearly tell was intended to be a cut that came up and probably touched Yakumo's chin, like a slice that would have been across the bottom of his chin, he misses. And Yakumo's overhand strike comes down at the same time. And what happens, it looks like Toku was aiming, knew that he had missed, and tried to adjust. And Yakumo was just bringing just a monstrously powerful overhand swing. You've never really seen anyone who looks to be able, this is a person who is extraordinarily strong. And you'd seen him crush Otori's head, so you knew that he was strong, but this blow is even mightier than that one. And as the two come together, Toku's mist swing intersects Yakumo's right hand, just like above the wrist, sort of like about a third of the way up of his right forearm, and cuts his hand off. But the follow-through of the swing, the Tetsubo comes down and crushes Toku's head. And you can tell that he is instantly killed. And Yakumo falls to his knees, clutching the bloody stump of his right hand. And the crowd goes absolutely fucking nuts. Like, as soon as the strike falls, the referees run in and they throw up a flag because it's undecided who has won. Both of those strikes landed at the same instant. Toku probably got his in first, and if he wasn't dead, would have almost certainly won the duel if the rules had been being followed.
Can he be resurrected though? I mean, aren't there lots of resurrection spells that'll?
Oh, they don't like that here.
You don't.
No,
yeah,
no,
that's
not cool here.
there's a cultural prohibition against that. Yes. To answer your question, yes, resurrecting Toku is something you could potentially do, but also if you did that, even there's no guarantee it would work because Toku himself would likely not want to be resurrected.
It has to be a willing spirit.
Not for every version of resurrection.
Fair.
Like there are some spells where you can bring back a target even if they're unwilling, but raise
But like
dead, yes,
the cheap one we have is
correct. It does
Gotcha,
require the
just
target.
wanted to make sure.
And also, necromancy in Ryujin is mega super bad. No, that's a thing that is not done. Necromancers and people who interact with dead people are they're called Mahosukai. They're effectively blood sorcerers. They are the most evil servants of the devil. Like only the most evil of evil person would even consider such a thing. But Toku likely would have won, and the referees seem to be a little bit confused. They don't even throw up or declare a winner, but it barely matters because within seconds, the crowd, almost the peasants and maybe one or two Ronin you don't recognize, charge the field. They're howling and screaming. And as soon as that happens, Kani Yasu's guards step forward and form a ringer. So it's basically it's a wild chaos moment. People are charging the field, and what equates to the security forces are rushing in to surround Yakumo, Toku, and the referees to sort of protect them and keep them safe. The guards are killing people. They're actually murdering peasants as they fight their way to the center of the field and form a defensive ring around Yakumo rather. The peasants don't seem to care. Like they're picking up clumps of dirt, they're throwing things and hurling shit. They're tackling some of the guards, and like it's effectively a fucking riot has broken out.
So it's like a soccer game.
I want to.
It's like a soccer game if when the cops showed up, they started killing people, and the people they were killing kept fighting anyway.
That happens in Europe a lot, actually.
Well, then it's like that. But yes, there is effectively a pitched battle between like 10 to 15 samurai who are like Kani House guards who are defending Yakumo and the referees. And there are probably 3,000 or 4,000 peasants who are just infuriated trying to get in there and get Yakumo. So what do you guys want to do before we continue our narration? What's everybody's reaction? What do you guys want to do?
While the chaos is going on, like I'm trying to locate the tattooed man, guy that was with Toku right before it happened.
Okay.
So yeah.
Make an investigation check, and you have disadvantage because there is now a riot.
Oh.
Did any of us see the monk do that as well?
You guys, yeah, you saw it, and you recognized Nikori. Ume has never met him before, so he didn't recognize him. But he also saw it happen.
19 on the investigation.
Okay, so you're looking around, but there's a literal riot happening. You can't find any tracks or any trace of them. It's just shit's too chaotic. You're like punching peasants and knocking them down to get them away from you. None of them seem to be attacking you directly, but also
You're 5 feet. Sorry, I looked at the addition. Anyway, sorry, it doesn't really matter.
You got a 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, 20 or 19 wasn't good enough anyway. And also, you're starting to get some kind of mean glances from some of the peasants that are around you. Once the samurai in the center of the guard started killing peasants, this is getting kind of ugly.
Yeah.
And Ume, you feel a little uncomfortable. Well, Colonel, you guys are in the stands amongst a bunch of other nobles who have Yojimbo and other guards. So you're in sort of a relative sea of calm, surrounded by a small-ish army of raging peasants. Like, you guys are in no
How far
immediate
away
danger.
Are we from? How far away are we from the field?
Well, you're over by the food stands, Biddy, so probably 25 yards away from where the duel actually took place. But also, some of the food vendors are packing up their shit, and it looks like they're just trying to clear out.
They're gonna leave.
But also, some of the peasants that have wrapped around the field, because the field is now fully encircled in peasants, are pushing you out of the way. And, like, that's for a peasant to push a samurai is just unthinkable. Like, that's not a thing you've ever seen. They're, like, brushing past you rudely, and some of them are starting to be like, "Eh, get out of the way, Bushi." Even though you're very clearly not a Bushi. You're a...
Ronin.
Yeah, you're like, well, you're a priest. You're more of a priestly as opposed to... Bushi is a term for a warrior, whereas you're very clearly more of a priest. So it's very unusual for them to treat you this way, and they're giving you, like, you're getting some very deadly glances. Nobody has fucked with you yet, but you feel as if you are probably in danger.
Whose side are we on here? I have half a mind to side with the peasants, frankly. Toku was our champion. We may as well. But then again, we could also try to like save Connie and get his debt of gratitude.
Yakumo does not appear to be in any danger. The Connie house guards are top-notch warriors. They are, when the peasants are attacked, they are just butchering peasants. Like they're none of them. Some of them have been tackled. None of them appear to have been seriously injured. And every peasant who has approached the ring has been killed. And it doesn't seem like they care. They're still just throwing themselves onto this wall of house grab steel. So
okay, I'm gonna.
So it's just me and Colonel in the stands beside each other.
Correct. You guys are still in the stands, and while the samurai around you are like, kill them all. What is this uprising? Lay hands on the sand. Like some of them are furious, and in fact, a few of them have drawn weapons and waded into the crowd to start slaughtering peasants.
You know, this peasant cause is very compelling to me, so I'm actually going to try to cast Enemies Abound, targeting Yakumo himself.
Yakumo
to see
is...
if I can get him to attack his guards.
He does not appear to be capable of...
35.
Well, he does not appear to be capable of fighting. He is being helped to his feet. It's a whole clutching of
blood. He just has his
hand
cut off.
Yeah, he's clutching the bloody stump of his hand. It is spurting in the air. He does not appear to be inclined to do battle with these peasants. He appears to be inclined of getting clear of the field to seek medical attention.
So from the stands, can we see where Tiberius and I forget Clock Tower's character's name?
Ume? So you have lost sight of Ume. He is in the middle of the most furious part of the peasant scrum. He's sort of being swept towards the center of the field in a sea of peasants who are rushing to attack the guards surrounding Yakumo. But you can see Tiberius. He's on the other side of the field. Things are a little less chaotic over there, but also you see there's some peasants giving him dirty looks, maybe fixing to pick up like a kebab skewer and take him down. The peasants are grabbing whatever they can grab. There's like improvised or sort of like impromptu weapons. Then before they rush in, they're doing what they can to arm themselves, but they're just vastly outclassed. When they actually come up with somebody, they've got like a board they ripped off one of the bleachers, and they're trying to fight a fully armed and armored samurai. They're getting killed, but they've got some impromptu weapons in their hands.
They're arming themselves.
Yeah, this looks like a bad situation.
Yeah, I'll turn to the Colonel and be like, we should group up and try and find that man that touched him.
So the guards for Yasu have already formed a cordon that leads back to the palace, and Yakumo and his cadre of guards are approaching the stands. Once they get there, you're going to tell they're going to have a very clear, direct path back to the castle. And some of the, except for the ones who have waited in the crowd to just start murdering peasants, most of the other samurai are also falling back through that sort of corridor to a calmer part of the city. If you guys want to do the same, you have that option.
Yeah, I agree that we should try and...
My temptation is to be an idiot, but I guess let's escape. Yeah, that's fine. I'd love to go.
We can see you, but...
Yeah, you do whatever you want. Like,
we're not technically with you.
We're going to try and get to you, because you're the only other party member we can see.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, we should get together, and then we should find Umi.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to...
Ume, I need you to make an athletics check for me. Strength and athletics. You're being jostled along by these peasants, and they're sort of sweeping you deeper into the chaos.
28.
Okay. Well, you start muscling back, and where do you want to go? Do you want to go along with the surge of peasants towards the middle, or do you want to work your way clear of this mess? But you've actually taken a couple punches now. Not anything that did damage, but the kind of thing that ordinarily would cause you to murder a peasant. Or at least the kind of thing that would cause any other normal samurai to have chopped down the peasant.
I think I'm pushing towards the center.
So you're just going along with them, kind of like
I'm going along with them.
Fight the man. All right, so you have no problem then moving along. The crowd. When do you have a weapon in your hand or anything?
I can make a weapon in my hand very quickly.
Well, you tell me. Are you armed or not? Because how the guards react to you in the middle is going to be very much dependent on whether or not you are armed and whether or not you seem opposed to them.
Well, isn't he a samurai or?
Yeah, and he's also wearing armor, which is very unusual because the only other samurai at this event who are armored were the crab. And not even all of them. Like the guys who were on guard duty are very clearly armed, and the men surrounding Yakumu and escorting him from the field are armed and armored. But the only other armored person, like the only other crab wearing armor in the stands were Kitsune and Yasu. The rest of them are not armed for battle. I mean, some other samurai have shown up since the chaos broken out, and they are also armed and armored, but they appear to be more like reinforcements who have arrived from the castle.
I really don't know what to do at this point.
So from a cultural perspective... for you to attack Kani Yakumo's guards would be tantamount to suicide. You would.
I don't even know how many guards there are, but obviously
you would be effectively an open revolt against the emperor and the daimyo of these lands.
Yeah.
So that would be. I mean, you can do that if you want. I'm just saying that if a Ronin is going to do that, there's going to be serious repercussions that are going to mostly end with you being hanged, unless you escape the island. That you would effectively be openly joining a revolt.
It's kind of a little weak, but I think I'm going to do whatever I can to try to like break up the fighting, like to kind of prevent more
calm the peasants.
Like,
got it.
in.
Okay, so you are like, calm down, peasants, settle down. The guards are here, and and we'll come back to you in a minute because you're gonna need to roll initiative. Some peasants are going to attack you. Biddy, what are you doing?
I gotta grapple some peasants now.
Oh my.
Dies in his first.
Well, I was gonna fight the power, but I guess that's tantamount to treason. I'm gonna polymorph myself into a bird of some kind and fly away.
Wizard is gonna try and kill himself.
Okay. Make a history check for me.
I think the
I
wizard
know
has
that they don't approve of polymorph, but I figure I can kind of get away. All right, so my history is 25.
Okay, so shape-changing magic is the kind of thing Maho Tsukai do, not the kind of things priests do. If anybody notices that, there are going to be witch hunters who come a-calling. Like, if anybody spots you polymorph into a bird, like, they actually have a whole sect of people, the crab specifically. One of the crab families is a family of people who hunt witches and people who use dark magic. So, if you do that, probably somebody's going to look into that.
Can I misty step to back into the stands where my
It's too far. So the field is about 50 yards wide. So it's about 150 feet.
Okay. In that case, I'll you know what? Am I close to Ume? Am I within 30 feet of Ume?
Well, he's about halfway down the field. So the field is about the size of a football field. It's about 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, roughly. And Ume is, if it were a football field, he would be on the 20-yard line of the western side of the field. So you're closer to him, but also still probably 100 feet away.
Can I misty step to safety in any way? Like, is there any?
If you want to use magic to get out of here, you could. I don't know what spells you have prepared. If you want to like invisibility or a misty step and use some combination of spells to secret yourself away, that would be fine. Like polymorphing into a bird.
I don't have invisibility prepared right now. I can misty step.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the kind of thing air magicians do all the time. Things to travel. That's a common magic in Ryujin, so that wouldn't really. Someone who looks like a spellcaster or a priest using that sort of magic to escape this kind of thing would in no way arouse suspicion. In fact, priests tend to be more peaceable and sedate. They're not warriors. They're, wise men and scholars. And for them to try and, use magic to escape a riot would not arouse suspicion. In fact, that's what people would expect them to do. And,
all right, fine.
You have, in fact, seen some other people do exactly those sorts of things.
I'll do that then. In that case,
Okay, so you begin
Misty
magicking
step
your
as
way
far
out
away
of
as I
the.
can.
Got it. So you begin hopping your way free of the crowd and getting clear, which just leaves Ume, who is being accosted by several peasants. 7 or 8 let's say 8 peasants have formed a ring around you, and you are surrounded. So let's just let me get something to be a peasant. Hold on a second. You are effectively awash in a sea of enemies. We'll just say you are completely surrounded. Every square around you for the length of the board is currently a peasant. And the ones, the 9 that are immediately adjacent to you are they are attacking you. They appear to be going to use fists and feet, and some of them have like boards with nails in them and whatnot that they are going to try and use to bring you down.
Okay. I guess I'm probably just going to be like fisticuffsing here. Like I am defending myself, but I am not cutting these peasants.
Okay, so one thing I just want to mention, and because your character would know this, from a cultural perspective, you should be murdering these peasants. These peasants are in open...
and it's not evil.
Yes, these peasants are in open revolt against the proper authorities. Their job is to do what they are told to do, and for them to be rioting against their overlord is a crime, and the punishment for that crime is to kill them.
Well, so
a proper samurai who was in any way loyal to the Crab clan would be murdering these peasants. Now that said,
may go against you, but
correct. That said, as a Mantis clan samurai might not be murdering these peasants because a peasant revolt could be beneficial to your clan. Because if the Crab clan is busy putting down a peasant revolt, they're not fighting you or in any way opposing your schemes or plans. So you may not want to kill these peasants, but you would be well within your legal authority to murder anybody who tried to harm you in any way. Any peasant that tried to hurt you, if you kill them, no one is going to think twice about that as a fully justified action. And from a cultural standpoint, that is what a samurai would do. Peasants don't lay hands on a samurai. If they do, you murder them. Now,
So,
again, the Mantis clan... The Mantis clan has some somewhat more progressive views in that they would probably maybe not, well, they wouldn't not do that, but also they would be more positively inclined towards these peasants' plight because they tend to be more friendly with the lower castes.
So as this is how this whole situation is broken up is that I would not have called my blade, basically. So I'd be running into this looking like an unarmed samurai that didn't have their blade in time for this crazy breakout.
I got you, and you're trying to calm things down. You're like, peasants, please return to you. And they're like, fuck you, and they're gonna kick your ass.
Let's do this. Bring it, peasants.
Okay. So make an initiative roll for me. I'm gonna roll for the peasants as a team because they're bad fighters. Okay. They got a 7.
5.
Okay, so some peasants are gonna try and punch you. What's your AC?
20.
Got it.
Peasants are gonna miss punching.
Well, maybe not all of them. You're
a lot of rolls.
Yep.
Well. Okay, 3 peasants actually managed to land punches against you. That's a D3. So 3. Take 7 bludgeoning damage as some peasant fists begin to pummel you.
Damn.
And
They're hitting hard.
It is your turn.
They've been oppressed for their entire lives. They have a lot of rage to vent.
So did we see Tiberius?
Oh, wait.
Disappear?
One of those was a critical. Yeah, well, if you're looking for him, you don't see him in the crowd anymore. Take 2 more, I'm sorry. You actually took 9, because one of those was a critical.
Okay. And we don't know where Uma is, but we know that...
You can see, if you're looking over your shoulder looking for Ume, you can see her in the middle of a crowd of peasants getting her ass sort of... Well, there are peasants landing punches on her armor. It is your turn, by the way, Ume.
Okay.
How far away is she from us?
He's like...
About 40 yards. Well, if you guys are just staying in the stands, about 40 yards. If you've moved back...
Is the madness of the combat like such to the point to where I think I could get a spell off without it being like very noticeable?
I mean, it would depend on what spell.
Specifically darkness.
I mean, no, because it's centered on you. You would make a orb of darkness in the middle. That's not an unheard of or forbidden spell by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, people are going to be like, oh, there's a wizard or something out there. So
well,
people might
I-
notice that you cast a spell, but I mean, it's not going to really arouse any suspicion necessarily. Although
So,
people
yeah,
who
I
use weapons
think-
don't normally cast spells. But maybe you're a Storm Rider or something, they don't know.
True. I think that's going to be the Uma is going to think that that's going to be the best way to like break this whole craziness up, and I believe actually darkness 60 feet, 30. I don't know.
Darkness
Either way,
is
it doesn't really
relatively
matter.
small. I think it's 20 feet. I think. Let's look. It's the sphere for
But
darkness.
it tracks with you. You can cast.
Yeah,
it
you
on
can
yourself,
cast on yourself and
so
it'll just
it can
follow you.
you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to get stack darkness.
Okay, so you make a orb of darkness around yourself. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
I guess I'm gonna, with the darkness, I'm gonna start trying to push more towards the center to essentially like try to make it impossible for the riot to continue. As a side note,
So make an intelligence check for me. Just raw intelligence.
It's like there's like 4,000 peasants here, baby.
19.
Yeah, you are not going to quell this riot. Nothing you can do as an individual is going to stop these peasants from rioting. So you could stay here and kill peasants all day, but you're not going to be able to calm them down. They are not going to be consoled without some manner of considerable magic to calm their emotions and or paralyze or otherwise incapacitate them. From an individual capacity, your actions are unlikely to affect the outcome of this riot. Other than that, you can murder peasants if you want.
Well, so if I guess I will stick around for a moment, seeing if like the complete magical darkness actually makes the peasants not be effective in the riot and it starts to calm down. If this is futile, I'm going to note.
It gives them disadvantage, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's
this is
still
so. Some of the peasants that
inevitable.
were attacking you have stepped out of the darkness, but other ones immediately came in to take their place. And they're like, "Oh, Maho Sukai!" You're hearing crowds of blood sorcerer and whatnot. And now they're accusing you of like weird witchcraft and all kinds of weird. Like they're as angry as a violent mob as you can imagine, and they are going. If you're going to stay here, they're going to fight you until either you're dead or they are.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just going to get up. Get out of here.
Okay, make an athletics check for me.
23.
Okay, so you begin, like, just drop a shoulder and start charging towards the other crowds, and you're knocking peasants aside like bowling pins. You do take another 3 damage on your way clear as various and sundry fists and feet of angry peasants murder you and pummel or try to pummel you as you're passing by. You're getting, like, punches and kicks thrown your way. Most of them are bouncing off your armor, but a couple connect in soft spots. And then you finally fight your way clear of the edge of the cloud just as your darkness bubble expires. And when you turn back to look over your shoulder, you can see that Yakumo has been taken from the field. Very clearly, the tournament is over for the day. There are literally hundreds of dead peasants in the field. Reinforcements have arrived from the castle and are now wholeheartedly slaughtering the peasants. Martinique, Soulsetter, you guys are still in the stands, which are relatively safe, although considerably more empty than they were.
We had started to go look for Tiberius. Like, we had started to head towards.
Did you
where
want
we
to
had-
fall back through the cordon of safety that the guards from the castle had sort of established? And then circle around? Was that your goal? Or did you want to wade into the crowd to try and go more directly?
Probably not trying to wade into the crowd.
All right, so you guys start falling back towards the castle and circling around the edge of the combat, probably towards the direction of your accommodations. Biddy, which way are you headed once you get to the edge of the crowd? So you poof your way to clear of the scrum, and you turn to look over it. It looks like it's starting to wind down, and so many of the peasants have been killed at this point. It seems like their will to continue the fight is breaking because they haven't really even hurt any of Iyasu's guards, but also there are literally hundreds of dead peasants now cluttering that field. And the Bushi, the guardsmen seem to show no signs of stopping the butchery. Like they're actively looking for peasants to murder now. And so it seems like the peasants are all like, okay, we're really overmatched. We got to get the fuck out of here. Crowd's beginning to thin out a little bit as other people start to run away. Where do you want to go?
Yeah, it's a tragedy, and I wish we could have done something about it, but it seems as though it was inevitable. I'm just going to head back to the accommodations as well.
Okay, so you start heading back towards the inn. Soulsetter and Martinique, you're circling back that way as well. Ume, you make it to the edge of the crowd, and again, you see that the things are starting to wind down. You start to see peasants moving past you in the away from the guys with swords direction. And now they're sort of staying clear of you a little bit because you are also a samurai who is, armored, and thus intent. Like your armor says to them, he is perhaps interested in engaging in combat, and I don't want to be killed today. Maybe I should go away.
I'm going to try to more or less just mentally note as well as I can the guards on the arena, as well as Yakumo, and then I will retreat.
Yakumo is no longer on the field. He has been taken to safety back to the castle. The guards that are out there now have formed up into what you recognize as a battle formation, and they are now moving about murdering anybody who still shows any signs of rebellion or resistance. They are being summarily murdered.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the accommodation and meet up with.
All right, so you begin sort of slipping away from the crowd in the same direction as the peasants, who are somewhat now just openly running in terror. And you guys will all meet up back at the inn here, let's say after about 45, after about an hour. Biddy makes it there first. Biddy, you're going to arrive, and then about 10 minutes later, Soulsetter and Martinique will make it, and about 5 minutes after that, Ume will also arrive, and you guys will all meet up back at the inn. But I want to take a quick break because old Pete really has to pee. I've drank a lot of coffee. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Well, that went about as bad as it possibly could have.
A terrifying injustice indeed. I wish we could have rectified the situation, but it seems inevitable that we had to flee. I would have liked to actually fight on behalf of the peasants, but I suspect we would have.
There's no way for us
survived.
to really do that.
Yeah, I'll look over you
Without
and be like,
jeopardizing the entire mission, which is to stop the world from being destroyed.
I'm gonna very simply be like, this is their way.
This is the way.
My heart breaks for them, and I would love to go chop up Yakumo in a heartbeat, but there's not really a way for us to do that without getting killed.
Ume is like gritting her teeth and it goes, I wish my blade could have sung today.
The great Lord Roy reveals himself to us in the eyes of the lowly peasant.
The great Lord Roy probably would. Did you not hear the guy earlier about how many times Roy has killed swaths of innocent people? It's really weird to me that you converted to Royism, by the way. I'm still not over that.
Only innocent in the eyes of our fallen secular culture. The laws of Roy are inscrutable and deep. I feel that the laws of Roy are beautiful in their own way, and I must learn more about them. I'm sure that he had his good reasons for killing the innocent.
You read the book, right?
Well, they violated the laws of Roy. Roy was like, don't do this and don't do that, and they did all that stuff. What do you expect Roy to do?
Is Vidrud a religious fundamentalist?
No, but Tiberius is.
Tiberius is. I feel like Tiberius is becoming Fred Phelps.
Oh God!
Are you gonna
right.
whatever kind of crap they sell?
Pete is back.
What's that?
Are you gonna start hawking random things on an infomercial?
Exactly. Yeah, I feel like Tiberius is headed for the televangelist, or some sort of role like that.
Eternal salvation for $9.99 a month,
PJ,
or you can.
All right, we're back. We're
Okay.
back here. So you guys meet back up at the inn. What are you guys doing? So everybody is abuzz. The staff at the tea house are aghast. They're also a little worried about what the repercussions of a rebellion might be. Everyone's talking about it in sort of hushed whispers and casual overtones. There are some other samurai who are seated here, appearing to have refreshment. They're also talking about it, although in considerably more negative terms. They're like, how dare these peasants rise up? Yasu would be within his right to simply murder all of them. And you guys are standing near the doorway to the tea house. What do you guys want to do?
So everybody's made it back to the tea house.
Everybody's back.
Let's go in, sit down. I guess talk about it. So yeah. I missed a bit of earlier when Silk disappeared.
Okay.
What was listening, but what have we found out about that?
I mean, you have a note that says I can swim on it.
Okay.
We know that it was.
Looks like maybe somebody climbed into the window of the room where you guys were sleeping, and that's pretty much all your investigation was able to turn up.
We have not done a very successful investigation so far.
Can I do it like an augury and just say what direction, like north, south, whatever, is Bardatos?
Sure, yeah. But again, your divination, if it were when it said concealed earlier, like divination would have given you a similar information. So unless something has changed, your augury is likely to also
found. I see.
You might want to, if you want to augur for a different clue, there might be other ways to do it, but maybe, possibly the question isn't where is Bardatos is maybe not the right way to go about it.
I see.
I have locate creature today, so I can pop that to look for him, but it only has 1,000-foot range.
Yeah, they got to be within 1,000 feet of you. You could do that and wander around the city, and that might work, but also maybe not. When Biddy says, well, my divination said unclear, locate object might also, or person might also fail. It might also be similarly stymied.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, and is Bardatos safe? Can I just ask that question?
Yeah.
Is he safe or in danger?
So what's the difference between augury and divination?
Augury gives a one-word answer.
Well, the answer is yes. So if you do an augury and say, is Bardatos safe, the answer is yes.
Okay, well, he's safe. There you go.
That
helps. I mean, I'd like to have him in combat here, but, it sounds like he's not in danger.
All right, well, you guys come into the inn and sit down and order some tea, and Biddy casts tea leaves and does his augury to say, is Bardatos safe? And the tea leaves say, yes, he is fine. And you guys are watching that, and everybody make an investigation roll for me. Actually, you know what? Never mind. You don't have to roll anything. Colonel will notice this. Colonel, there's a guy across the room who's wearing a kimono for the Crab Clan. He's eyeballing you a little bit. What's your passive perception, by the way, Ume? I forgot to ask Clock Tower.
My passive's 18.
I know yours, Colonel. I don't know Ume's.
It's 13 as my passive.
Okay.
Damn, 18. Holy crap.
You would not have noticed. But Colonel, you did notice this. There's a scorpion man who is just sitting over in the corner quietly drinking tea, and he is eyeballing you.
Is this a person we've seen before?
You do not recognize this man. Well, I don't know. Actually, you make a history roll. Maybe you do recognize him, or maybe you remember what you were told.
Not you with those rolls. 19.
Okay, not good enough.
Shit.
You can tell he is a scorpion. He is wearing a mask, but it looks like a bandit's mask in that it only is around his eyes, but also it's not even a bandit's mask because it's basically just an outline. It's a small strap of cloth that is like around the orbits of his eyes. It sort of looks like glasses, except, more stylish. Think of a cross between like a domino mask, if it was made like a bikini style domino mask, in that he's wearing a mask, but it is effectively just only the barest hint of one. Clearly, it's a concession to the fact that his clan wears masks, not that it's actually meant to conceal his identity at all. His kimono is of very high quality. He looks to be someone important. He has silver hair, which is unusual.
Okay.
And when he notices that you notice him looking at you, he raises one eyebrow and sort of grins a little. And he doesn't appear to be threatening. He looks more friendly and inviting, and he nods his head as if to sort of indicate that one of the chairs at his table is open and maybe you should join him.
I'm going to say to the guys, I'll be right back, and go over and sit down and make a polite bow.
Okay, so you bow, and he motions for you to sit. He's like, please join me, Ronan.
I sit. I join him at the table.
What do you think of the current goings on here? Look like a bit scuffed there. Have you been, were you at the tournament today?
I was. There was a lot more bloodshed today than I would want to see.
Indeed, and far more than we wanted to see as well. I can't help but wonder if perhaps you had something to do with that.
If there was anything I could have done to prevent it, I would have. It was devastating to watch.
So, you're inclined to be friendly with the peasants. Duly noted. I mean, I suppose you are a Ronin. But I digress. When I say prevent the bloodshed. I didn't mean the peasants. I meant Toku.
All of the bloodshed today was distasteful to me, but especially
A samurai
the young
who
man,
finds
Goku.
blood distasteful. How intriguing. Perhaps you are someone a bit more inclined to my own proclivities. That's a very interesting opinion for a bushi. Anyway, when you say how you would have liked to have prevented the bloodshed, I was talking particularly about Toku, because apparently your, I don't even know what to call you, association of companions, perhaps, is the best way to phrase it, seems to also be quite interested in the deaths of both Hotori and now, I guess, subsequently Toku. Or at least that's what your companion tells me. And then he sips his tea.
Are you referring to our friend from Mantis Clan?
I've never met that person, and he points at Ume across the table. I don't know who that is. I actually was talking about your foreign friend. Small, tends to talk a lot, tends to stammer a bit when he speaks.
Yes.
Goatee.
He's into a fair bit of kidnapping, is what I'm aware of.
Oh, I don't know about kidnapping now. We wouldn't want to hurl any kind of untoward accusations that one might not be able to take back were someone to object in a more forceful manner and require there to be a duel to settle a matter of honor. We wouldn't want to, that kidnapping is gauche. Perhaps, let's just say that your friend is a guest of mine and leave it at that.
How's the health of my friend? I have not seen him in a long time, and when I last saw him, he was very
last I
concerned
saw
about
him,
a
he
great
was
thing.
speaking very enthusiastically with a geisha about his unusual musical instrument, which I've never seen before. And they were eating spring rolls, so they didn't appear to be too terribly upset. He seemed to be enjoying himself a bit.
I'm happy to hear that he is well.
And as long as your friends are willing to cooperate, he will certainly remain that way. I wouldn't want anything untoward to happen to such a gentleman as lovely as this person who introduced himself simply as Ree, although I'm definitely certain that is not his actual name.
No, that would be quite shameful for a host to have some misfortune fall upon their guest, now, wouldn't it?
Exactly. I can see that we are in accord. By the way, I didn't catch your name, or rather whatever it is that you're calling yourself.
Marty.
Oh, so you're actually just going to use your regular name? Okay. He will nod at that. He'll be like, Marty. Very well then. Casting aside pretense. My name is Sasori Yojiro. We seem to be perhaps interested in the same goal. You want to find out who is tampering with the results of the duel and prevent further tampering, and I very much wish the same. As you probably have noticed, one of a member of my family is engaged in this particular tournament. We should very much like for him to win. Or at least for him to have a fair chance at winning.
And yes, not be.
When he says that, he inflects it in so that you can tell that he's saying he doesn't give a shit about fair, but they want Aramaro to win. Not badly enough to cheat, but also, But
they also don't want his head to get crushed in.
They're willing to fuck with anybody who's tampering with shit, because that is not okay.
I mean, at this point, Yakumo's missing an arm, so...
Well,
you guys actually, while you're at the table, while Martinique and Yojiro are conversing, you guys hear a herald walk by, who's just sort of shouting. He's sort of, by proclamation of the daimyo, martial law has in effect for the remainder of the day. The tournament is canceled and will resume its normal schedule tomorrow. All peasants and foreigners, travelers, remain in your homes or accommodations. Anyone seen on the streets will be dealt with by the daimyo's guards. And you do see like a small armed force of what is effectively police begin moving through the street, and peasants are sort of going in and going inside, and they're kind of clearing the streets a little bit. And they're following in the wake of this herald who's wandering around shouting this message throughout the whole city. And Yojiro catches that and he's like, interesting. I would have assumed the Yasu had better control of his lands than to start a revolt, but celebrity is a fickle thing. Anyhow, That should certainly make our job a bit easier then, without having to worry about people on the streets. Don't you agree, Mr. Marty? Seems an odd name, Marty. Never heard that name before. Is it Marty? And he pronounces it in sort of a Ryujanese. I'd like to make sure I'm saying it correctly.
I'll just nod. I'll let him pronounce it that way.
Ah, Marty. Yeah, excellent. Okay then. Perhaps your friends would like to join us. And at this point, he waves over at the other table, and you guys can see that you're clearly being invited to come over and have tea with this person.
All right, I'm coming over.
Yeah, I'll join.
As the gang sits down, I'm going to gesture to the man across the table and say, "This is the host of our dear friend who left this morning."
Please, you may call me Yujiro. And your names are? And he motions to the rest of you to introduce yourselves.
Soul.
Ah, Soul, a pleasure to meet you. He's looking at you, Ume.
I introduced myself standard.
Okay. He's like, Ume, a mantis. Very nice. I assume you are here to watch the tournament.
I nod.
Okay. He quirks an eyebrow at your nod, because you're clearly lying, but alright. And you, fellow, appear to be some manner of wise man, scholar, holy man. He's looking at Tiberius.
Yes, I'm Grand Arbiter, Sub-Magistrate, 13th Division, Tiberius the 17th.
I'm gonna mutter under my breath, troublemaker.
Very much a pleasure to meet you. And he repeats the titles that you gave him perfectly. He addresses you exactly as you addressed yourself. I don't remember what it is you said because it's all nonsense, but he repeats your nonsense back to you perfectly.
Unprecedented. I've never heard anyone who could do it like that. Tiberius is just incredibly
Yeah,
impressive
I'm
with
raising an eyebrow to that.
Well then, should we perhaps take our discussion elsewhere? And he, I mean, the accommodations here are lovely, but, well... And he doesn't say anything. He's motioning to you guys. Make an insight check, everybody.
$15.
Okay. Anybody who got a 15 or higher can tell that he seems to be very, sort of vaguely suggesting that there may be people listening and we should talk somewhere a little more private.
Okay.
Indeed.
Ah, excellent then. If you'll follow me. And he stands up and sets a small stack of money on the table to pay for the drinks, and he walks out of the inn.
I'll follow.
Everybody gonna tag
Same,
along?
yes.
Okay, all right. So you guys follow him, and he leads you a short way. He's winding through the merchant quarter over into what is the more fancy part of town, like the more high class district, and he takes you over to a tea house, which is a little unusual because the tea house appears to be made of stone as opposed to wood and paper, like all of the other places that you have seen. And there is a large amount of jade and other like fine works of art that are crafting it. The building looks to be very old. And he leads you, not in the front door, but he takes you around to the back of that building and down into like a subterranean sort of cellar chamber. When you get, well, he opens the door and goes downstairs. If you guys want to follow him in, I guess it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll keep following.
I will.
Sure.
All right, you guys head down into what is very clearly a cellar. But in the cellar, it appears to be, nicely accommodated. There's a table and some... it looks like a nice room. Like it's like a private dining room. Think about it. Like if you went to a fancy restaurant where they were having a private event, this is like a private dining room. There's beverages and refreshments there and whatnot. And he goes over to the corner and grabs a snack and then sits down and begins to eat. He's like, well, let's fill each other in on what we know then. Perhaps we can solve this mystery the best together if information is shared. What do you know of the events then?
Tell me, friend, there was a man with Toku before the fight began, and Toku was looking in good condition. You can tell as much by the fight that it went poorly, and I suspect I know the center of the tampering. And I'm going to describe the man, the tattooed man.
And
yes.
See if... you noticed that, did you? Yes. Also, we noticed that when Hoturi had his match, that man had also spoken to Hoturi shortly before he was killed. It seems intriguing, doesn't it? I really must ask. Well, I've already asked your friend Bardatos and what he was doing and why he was poking around Hoturi's body. Before we had a chance to investigate, and he seems that he indicated to us that he was trying to figure out what was going on. And clearly indicated that he thought my family would be suspect. And you guys can tell he's a little bit offended by the implications that Scorpion may be somewhat less than perfectly honorable.
They don't know their own rep.
No, this person in particular seems genuinely offended. Like, he's very much aware of that reputation, but also seems to disagree with it somewhat. Like, he's saying, hey, everybody says Scorpion are lying scumbags, but that's not true. We're no more devious or nefarious than anybody else.
Everyone else just hides it better.
Everyone else hides it better, right?
Well,
that's my personal take. That's Soulsetter's personal take.
So, okay. Well, Soulsetter is like, yes, everybody else just hides it better. He's like, trust me, sir, no one hides things better than a Scorpion.
So do you know this man?
No, I have never heard of this. I'm assuming you're referring to the tattooed man.
Yes.
I mean, I know of them. There's a mystical sect who live high on the mountains and the forests and the mists. Often they're a little secluded sect where the dragon like to isolate themselves, pretending they're better than everyone else. And that these particular brand of crazy tends to be slightly crazier than the rest. But other than that, I mean, I don't know this particular tattooed man. I've met several before. Some of them are quite nice. I've met a couple who have been genuinely fun drinking companions. I've had a good time in the company of several of them, but this one is unfamiliar to me particularly. But again, they're uncommon, but they're a tattooed man throughout the realm.
Very well, Scorpion. I must be honest. This underhandedness in this conversation tires me. We both have similar goals in figuring out who is tampering.
Indeed.
And now I want to figure out exactly what it is that you would want for our companion to return back to our company. I'm assuming
I simply want what any noble samurai would want, and when he says the word samurai, he inflects it to sort of you know this because you're part of the culture. He's sort of slamming the fact that you're a minor clan, like you're barely a samurai. He's being somewhat discourteous to you, but in a very obvious way. But I want what any noble samurai would want, sir. I simply want this tournament to be conducted in a fair and equitable fashion, and let the champion be determined by skill alone.
Don't test me, Scorpion. We want the same goals here.
So then, I'm guessing then we think we should perhaps find this mysterious monk. What do you know of him? You asked if I know him. I do not. What do you know of him?
Only a rough description. I saw him interacting with Toku before the fight.
We know his name, right?
You do.
We
yeah.
do.
He introduced himself to you. His name is Nakori. Yeah, you've spoken with him at some length. Yeah.
Well, Ume has.
I know.
I get it. But yeah, Soulsetter and Marty have, and so has Tiberius.
We know his name is. Colonel's gone.
She's here.
I'm here.
Nakori. His name is Nakori.
Yeah.
Ah!
We know his name is Nakori.
I see. So you do know him well. Then perhaps you can tell me where he is then, so that we can kill him and settle this matter swiftly.
We only met him once on the road while traveling.
Tell me about that then.
Who was here to the tournament?
Do you guys? You don't actually have to do this. Are you willing to share the story of your previous interaction with Nakori? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't want to give him any extra information, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to tell him why you were on the road. You can just tell him, hey, we were traveling along the road at the orders of... So Soulsetter, you fill him in. You're like, we were traveling along the road on the orders of Rion Kai, who had sent us to go deliver a message to the Emperor on his behalf. And during that, we encountered a strange Ronin who did a duel in the road and was quite pleased when... Well, it's Sansai, so you can say his name, because when you say his name, Yojiro recognizes it. He's like, yes, you were wise to step aside in a duel. Sansai is a formidable opponent. And like, yeah, and then after that, Sansai warned us about some people who were perhaps chasing us, some foes, and a monk, and then you tell them about the fight where you got ambushed by two who you suspect to be Scorpion, and when you bring that up, he's like, those people may have the name of my family, but they do not represent my family. They are impure. And he says that with a great deal of disdain when he says it.
I'll raise an eyebrow at that, but continue
I mean,
on the
I know what
story.
he's talking about because their elbows kept bending back the wrong way and they turned into goo when they died.
Yeah, well, the one that died turned into goo, yes.
The one that died turned.
Right. So Marty's picking up what he's putting down. And then you tell him about Nikori watched that fight and shouted encouragement and seems a little addle-pated and weird. So
Sassy encouragement.
yeah. He also seemed to have like a bag of never-ending oranges, which is a little unusual.
Sorry.
But you fill him in on the events, and he's like, well then where would you suggest we begin to look for this person then?
He seemed like someone, well, from what I remember on the road, he seemed like someone who enjoyed to relax and enjoyed his creature comforts.
You very much did not get that impression from him.
Did we not? Okay.
He was more of a crazy hobo kind of vibe.
Oh, okay, yeah. From what I remember, I just remember him like sitting there eating his oranges. And...
that's very much what he did. He sat on a log and ate oranges while you guys fought to the death. But yeah, you got very much more a crazy hobo kind of vibe than a rich nobleman kind of vibe. Yeah, he seemed off and also not in a normal or positive way.
I have no idea where to find him, but
Yeah, we only knew that he was.
oh, we only knew that he was on his way here.
Right.
Well, let us think about this for a bit. So far, he seems to be inclined to make sure that Yakumo advances in the tournament, which leads me. Well, ordinarily, before I interviewed your friend Bardatos, our friend Bardatos, I had suspected that it was perhaps someone from the Crab Clan that may have been interfering in these duels, since I can't help but notice that both of the people who have had unfortunate outcomes have both been opponents of Kani Yakumo. I don't understand why a dragon would be interested in Yakumo taking the tournament. I mean, what's he going to do, marry his sister? I don't understand. Other than Yakumo's own personal glory, and when it comes to ego, believe me, he's got one. But I don't understand the gambit. I genuinely don't understand. And I doubly don't, and this is, when I say I don't understand, there's not much that I don't understand, especially when it comes to, shall we say, matters of intrigue.
We've been trying to get a good answer about that too, and nobody seems to know why Yakumo is in the tournament.
The confusion of the lack of understanding is nearly as interesting to me as the events themselves. But I digress. I don't know why a dragon would wish to be involved. I mean, there is another dragon in the tournament, and then he starts stroking his chin, but he doesn't, I mean, as if he has a goatee or a beard, even though he doesn't. And he falls quiet, it looks like he's thinking. And you guys realize...
wearing a ring?
He is not, no. You guys realize there is another dragon in the tournament. Biddy has met her.
Ah.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Biddy almost got killed by her.
Yeah, she beat the shit out of him.
She was not super interested in helping us, from what I recall.
Well...
Well, I don't know if you really gave her a clear explanation of what you were after before you tried to cast a spell on her, so it's a little hard to say.
So, Biddy, you say she wasn't interested in helping us?
Well, not in the way that I suggested.
Maybe not Biddy.
Let's put it that way. She wasn't interested in helping me, yes.
So you spoke to Hitomi? I mean, she's... I don't know how to politely put this, so I simply will not engage in prevarication. Hitomi's a bitch.
This will get an eyebrow raised from Ume.
She's not really inclined to help anyone. When you spoke to her, what did you speak about? You said you asked her to help you? What did you ask her to help you do?
Tiberius just shifts uncomfortably in his seat.
Person ever. I probably just said, like, help us, It didn't go off great. We should probably find somebody else to convince her.
Well, the thing is Yakumo and Hitomi have a bit of a history. I mean, Yakumo did kill her brother.
Oh. Over what?
It was a duel some number of years ago when Hitomi was still a child.
Huh.
Oddly enough, in much the same fashion as Hotori and Toku were dispatched.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm assuming you know the tale. It's widely
No.
known in East. Ume, you don't. You actually already know this. Everybody has heard about the duel between Hitomi's brother and Yakumo. So I will tell you what you already know. A number of years ago, when Hitomi was still relatively young, probably 8 or 9 years old, before her Genpuku when she became of age, her brother, who was supposed to become the next clan champion, the next daimyo of the Dragon Clan, got into a duel of honor with Yakumo just during a tournament. It wasn't even for anything in particular, just sort of a who's the best fighter kind of thing. And when they fought, Hitomi's brother won the tournament. Like he beat Yakumo in the duel. It was a duel to first blood, and he won. Like he drew first blood from Yakumo, and Yakumo killed him anyway. Yakumo just like he hit Yakumo with a very minor cut, and then Yakumo just smashed his brain in. Yakumo was fought to the death in a duel that it was very much uncouth to fight to the death in, because Yakumo is a dick face. So that's what you know, and so that's what Ume knows. But to come back to this to the rest of you guys, when you admit that you don't know the history of Yakumo and Hitomi's brother, Yojiro raises an eyebrow. He's like, you hadn't heard of that. Interesting.
Marty wants to ask, has Yakumo killed every person in this manner that he's had a duel with?
No, it's actually unusual. Prior to this, he really had only done it to Hitomi's brother. There was some enmity between those two that went back many, many years, or since they were children. I honestly don't know, but Yakumo is every bit the asshole that one could imagine. I mean, Hitomi is a bitch, but also Yakumo is... You'll never meet a more dickish buffoon. He's an idiot. Thinks that the strength of one's arm determines the worth of a man, which... You can tell that Yojiro is very dismissive of the idea that strength is important at all.
Yeah, he seems to strike me as more of the intelligence and planning.
That would be a very Scorpion kind of thing. Let me tell you a tale. This will help you guys sort of set out the relationship to the clan. We'll do this. So just as an aside, this is part of something that Senkai gave you guys during your primer. They sat down with each of the daimyos of the clans and asked them what is the most important characteristic for a samurai to have. And the Lion clan said clarity of vision, the ability to see what's going on in the battlefield and react accordingly. The Crane said compassion is the most important, for you to, have pity upon your enemies and to understand their plight, and by understanding them, so you might achieve victory. The Crab said strength is the most important, for if you're not strong enough to achieve your goals, all the rest is irrelevant. And various, and like the Phoenix clan said that intelligence and wisdom was the most important, because otherwise, if you don't have intelligence, it doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't come up with a plan to succeed, etc., etc. So all the other clans run through their list of reasons, and when they finally get to the Scorpion said loyalty is the most important, because if your samurai is not loyal, all of his virtues, be it strength, intelligence, or whatever, those virtues serve your enemy. And then all the rest agreed that, yes, the Scorpion is correct. Loyalty is the most important thing for a samurai. This is the most important virtue for a samurai to possess. Just that kind of gives you a flavor. Anyway, back to this. So back to Yojiro. It's like, well, perhaps we should find Hitomi then, maybe.
I think that would be wise.
Okay.
And maybe somebody else should do the talking.
What's your plan?
Yes, I'll probably just stay home for this one.
So, well, what's your plan then? I mean, I know where she's staying. Or at least where she was staying before the rebellion.
So we have to talk to her to...
get the scoop on what's going on with this
the other
and the potential sabotage plight that maybe she knows something about.
I mean, I know where she's staying. If you'd like to go, do you guys just want to... I assume you would be willing to accompany me to go and interview Hitomi then? I'm certain your friend Bartatas is hoping that you'll agree to this.
Yeah, about that. At what point in this proceedings is our friend going to be able to freely join us in our investigation?
when we have an answer to what's going on, I would guess. Let us just say that your cooperation and continued good behavior will certainly contribute towards your friends' good behavior and continued existence.
Well, he's just kind of the brains behind the operation. Maybe we could swap someone just with who here has good charisma.
Oh, never fear. I think I can fill in for him in this particular respect. Shall we say, it's a bit of a specialty of mine. I mean, many a contract and deal have I negotiated, and always in good faith.
For what it's worth for the party, Ume is fairly charismatic.
Make a history roll, Ume, for me. Now that you've talked to this guy a little bit, you may actually recognize who he is. And you know what? You get advantage because you're Ryujinese, so...
19.
Okay, so Sasori Yojiro is literally, his nickname is the only honorable scorpion.
Ah.
That's what people call him behind his back.
Wow.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
Quite the compliment.
Well, I mean, it's a compliment mixed with an insult.
Yeah.
Compliment to him personally and a backhand to his entire clan.
No big deal.
So then,
Okay.
shall we go?
I'll look at everyone and be like, yeah, sure, very well.
Excellent, then. Follow me.
I'm assuming because we're like on lockdown, it wouldn't be that weird for us to be walking around at full plate.
But they want all foreigners to not go places.
For you to be armored at this point would not be at all unusual. No, it would be fully appropriate for you guys to be armed and armored if you're out walking. For one thing, you're Scorpion, or for rather one thing, you're Samurai. Two, you're Ronin, and oftentimes getting hired as local cops is a thing that Ronin do. So if you guys were out walking the streets carrying your arms and armor, band of Ronin, somebody might just like one thing people might assume is that it looks like they brought in some Ronin to sort of keep the peace.
Awesome. Right.
That's not at all unusual. Yojiro didn't seem to care at all. So he stood up and said, "Let's go."
Yeah, let's go.
He didn't seem to be worried about that. All right, well, you guys depart, and he's like, over to the Gilded Leaf then. And he leads you through out of the nicest part of town to a slightly less nice part of town, and goes into the same tea house you were at earlier, Biddy, if you recall. In fact, there's still a little bit of your blood in the dirt outside where you got your ass beat. And he walks in the front door.
Souvenirs.
And Hitomi is sitting there at the same table she was at before, drinking brandy.
Should I turn to Biddy before we get in and be like, now, do you want to come in? Do you want to wait outside?
I'll wait out.
You went a little robot-y there, Biddy. Are you going to stay outside?
He also muted.
Yes, I'll wait outside.
Okay, so Biddy, when you guys get to the door and you see Hitomi, Biddy goes, Tiberius like, I'm going to just tarry here a moment, friends. Yojiro gives you a bit of a look and shrugs and is like, all right then. And he wanders in and goes straight to Hitomi's stable. And are you guys going to follow?
Yeah, I will follow.
Okay. Is there who all's going? Who's going in and who's staying? I guess is the.
Yeah, I'm going in,
I'm
and
going in.
I'm scanning the patrons in the area as we enter.
Okay. I mean, it's exactly what you would expect for the clientele to be at this sort of establishment at this time of night. If you're listening to the crowd, most of them, like everybody is talking about the tournament and how they're going to pick it back up and what's going to go on. Like, are they going to let peasants come and watch the rest of it? Like that's the general topic of conversation. Toby's not talking to anybody. She's just sitting there drinking brandy. She is scowling. And you guys follow Yujiro as he walks up and he's like, Hitomi-san, may I join you? She looks up at him, frowns. Her scowl deepens, if that's possible, although she was furiously scowling before, so it seems unlikely that she would be able to frown harder, but she finds a way. She's like, it won't matter. If I say no, you'll still sit down. What do you want, Yujiro? And she's looking at the rest of you two. Who's your thugs, by the way? Did your friend recover from earlier? I see him outside.
I'm going to smirk and chuckle.
We're grateful that you let him live.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that makes one of us.
He is not the smartest of of men.
But we are fond of him nonetheless.
I didn't need you guys to tell me that. And anyway, what do you want, Yojiro? Why are you darkening my table? I'm not having a good day. And Yojiro motions for the rest of you guys to sit down. Are you willing to do so, or you want to just like loiter menacingly? Okay, so everybody sits down then. Hitomi proceeds to ignore you, and Yojiro's like, well, we found it curious that all of Yakumo's opponents were somewhat unfit for their matches. And Hitomi says, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't watch anybody fight. I don't give a shit about anybody but me. The only fight I cared about was the one with Toturi, and you saw how that ended. Yojiro's like, so what do you know of a monk? She's like, I know a lot of monks. I mean, you know where I'm from. My father, he can't get enough of them. And you know how our daimyo feels about them. I don't understand it. Or rather, I don't care. What do you want? Why are you guys here? Why are you still bothering me? I don't give a shit about a tattooed man. He replies, well, it seems to be that one of these tattooed men spoke with each of the combatants prior to them losing so, shall we say, profoundly to Kani Yakumo. And Hitomi says, well, why don't you go talk to the fucking monk then? I don't give a shit. And Yojiro's like, so you know nothing at all about this tattooed man. And Hitomi starts to look genuinely pissed. She's like, I just said I didn't know anything about it. Should we take this outside? At which point she makes a motion as if she like motions down to point at her daishio. Yojiro's like, oh, of course not. I didn't mean to imply. He's immediately begins to prevaricate and sort of deflect. He's like, I didn't mean to imply anything untoward. Simply, we are curious to find out what's going on. We should like the tournament to be as fair as possible.
And I want to watch them both really closely to try and pick up some nuances of their culture and stuff.
Make an insight check for me then. Colonel, you wanted to do something as well?
Yeah, I want to make a perception check on Hitomi to see if she's lying or not.
Insight, not perception, but
Insight,
yes. Yep. What'd you get?
I rolled a 2.
Okay.
I got a 13.
As far as you can tell, Colonel, Hitomi is being blunt, like unusually blunt. Most samurai would be considerably more polite with the way they spoke about other people. And earlier when Yojiro said Hitomi's a bitch, you get the impression that, man, he wasn't kidding. She really is a bitch. And when she said, I don't care about anybody else, you can tell that she very much meant it. She does not seem to be in any way making any effort to be deceptive or misleading.
Okay.
I forgot where I was. I'm sorry. She motioned to her sword as if to fight, and Yojiro was trying to defuse. He's like, no, nothing is implied. Simply thought that perhaps you might have some insight into who this particular tattooed man was, but very clearly we are wrong. We shall take our leave of you and thank you for your time. And Hitomi just snorts. Yojiro motions for you guys to. He does the head over the shoulder thing as if to say, maybe we should get the fuck out of here to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Are you amenable to getting the fuck out of here?
Definitely.
Okay, so
I don't remember if she won her fight or not.
She did. She beat Toturi quite soundly, yes. It wasn't even much of a contest. She very quickly defeated him.
I will, before we leave, I'll be like, good luck in your next fight.
My next fight is pointless, is what she says. And she looks very bitter about that.
Huh. What do you mean by that?
I'm not inclined to talk to you, Ronan. If you're lucky, maybe I'll see what I can find out about your tattooed man. I'll make some inquiries. Now, be gone. I have drinking to do. And you have very clearly been dismissed, and Yojiro is physically trying to hustle you guys out the door. He's like politely pushing you in the small of the back to motion you guys out the door.
I'll acquiesce to being.
Okay, so you guys get herded outside. And if you look back in the end, you just see Hitomi is very seriously beginning to set about her drinking now. So she's sort of increased her drinking pace. And you guys are outside, and Yojiro's like, oh, that was unpleasant. Was I, told you, was I wrong about Hitomi?
No, not at all.
Where does that leave us, Yojiro?
Why don't you return to your accommodations and allow me to make some, shall we say, discreet inquiries, and I shall join you back at your tea house shortly. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Very well.
As you say,
Indeed.
Scorpion.
Excellent. Very well, then. I appreciate your cooperation, especially you, Mantis. And then he turns and departs. So you guys are...
At the mention of the mantis and the slur, I'll just do a very subtle tap on my blade.
He doesn't seem to care. He's already turned around and walked away. He's very clearly dismissed you.
What time? It's like getting nighttime. Evening.
So yeah, it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock. It's getting towards sundown. You guys are just standing in the street where you're sort of not supposed to be, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll start
right.
walking back. I want to cast locate creature on the monk if I can.
Okay. All right. So you cast that. You don't get any particular sense. Not the spell is working. Just as you get the sense that he is not nearby.
Yeah, I'm just doing it just in case on the walk back.
Okay. So you guys are just gonna head back to your tea house? No other
guess-
plans or schemes?
I mean, I kind of want to follow what's his face to see where they're keeping Bertathos, but I'll ask the party, like, what do you guys think? Should I follow him?
I don't have invisibility ready, but I'd normally invisibility you.
Yeah, Marty's pretty sneaky and
I mean,
on
naturally
base.
sneaky.
Yeah, give it the old sneaker.
Okay. What are the rest of you gonna do then when Marty goes to try and follow you, Jiro?
Kind of would want to be like relatively close backup on Marty, but I'm not sneaky.
Yeah, if you guys are following
This
me,
might be a solo Barty adventure.
Yeah.
Or sorry, a solo Barty adventure. Said Barty.
I could turn you into a crow or something discreetly, and you could like go fly and search for them.
How long does that spell last?
Concentration, I think, up to an hour.
You're
You're talking about polymorph?
Yeah.
Let me look. I don't recall.
Yeah, 1 hour. 1 hour.
Yeah, so as
I
long
can
as
turn
Biddy
you into
concentrates onto it.
Into a little bird to go chase him.
I mean, that sounds dope. We could go duck
Sounds
into
like-
an alley and
It's nighttime, right? You could be an owl. I could turn you into an owl.
It could be a weird bird.
It is
Oh, wait,
nighttime, yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not nighttime yet. It's like it's you're approaching. It's just before sunset. So
What do you want? Basically, almost any animal you can imagine.
I mean, crows are cool. And they're black, so it's easier to be more invisible in the dark.
Yeah.
Presumably, crows wouldn't arise suspicion for the local animal populace, right, Pete?
I mean,
Like
there are
crows.
crows everywhere. Especially there are actually a lot of crows now because there's a bunch of dead people. So
'Cause there's a fucking villa full of bodies right now.
yeah,
right,
crows
I'll
are
throw
going
you.
to draw literally no attention at this point because there's lots of them everywhere, and some of them are holding pieces of dead guy. So
Great.
Sweet. Go pick up a piece of that guy.
You've been crud.
all right, so
Wow.
you guys step into an alley. Make an investigation check for me.
Okay.
Before you do this.
Before we crow me up.
Yep.
19 plus 3, 22.
Okay. Anybody beat Colonel's 22?
Oh, did we all? Okay, just a second.
Yeah, you can all roll.
I don't think I'm going to beat it. I don't think my thing's even better.
I
than
didn't
her.
beat 22.
Okay, so you guys duck into an alley and look around very carefully to make sure that nobody is watching. To the best of your ability, you are currently unobserved. Because
Okay.
again, this is black magic that you're
Right.
doing here. So you're pretty sure nobody's watching you. And
Yeah, I'll turn you into a crow.
okay, so Colonel, you're a crow now, and you guys are standing in the alley with a bird.
Hey, Pete, would my giving someone dark vision work on a crow?
Yes,
Don't crows have dark vision?
they do not.
Do they not?
But yes,
I-
you could give a crow dark vision, but as one would assume a crow is maybe flying more than 60 feet in the air. But you could
I
you
can
could
give dark
certainly do
vision
it.
up to 300 feet.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that if you want. Sure.
I'll just do it. That's.
It's also not really that dark, so
I know, but just in
Oh,
case.
Okay.
Whatever. Sure.
okay. So you dark vision up a crow. All right, Colonel, you are a crow, and you can see in the dark now.
Haha,
you
fuck yeah.
you can see up to 300 feet.
Cool.
So you're gonna take
All
to the sky and try and go follow your Jiro.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to tail what's his face.
Okay. What are the rest of you guys doing while the Colonel tails your Jiro? Just going back to the inn to have dinner?
Yeah, just maintaining my concentration.
Okay. So you guys,
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Do I have a way to keep communication with Marty?
nope. I don't. Do you?
I have sending. I can send a sending, but I can only do it every once in a while.
So there you go.
So if there's an emergency, you can call me.
I will do it in half an hour, but I think you are a crow and won't be able to respond, and then I can do it at the end of the hour when you're supposed to transform back.
I mean, she can respond with caw, caw, like a crow, because she can still make crow noises, but she can't talk. No,
I'll just slap my
Okay,
wings
that's
at
fair.
you.
Maybe scritch your claws on the ground.
no, you have to
One
speak.
paw
Sending
for
is
yes
sending is
or
whatever
no.
you talk. So.
It's verbal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys usher Tiberius back to the inn. He is concentrating on a spell, so you guys pretend to be like you're Yojimboing your guy back to his lodgings. Colonel, you take to the sky and start following Yujiro. He doesn't seem to be taking any particular precautions to be sneaky or stealthy at all. He goes back to the tea house where he led you earlier, the stone tea house with the jade on it. It doesn't have a name, by the way, which is weird. And he
Okay.
goes back down into the same cellar that he went into before, and the door closes behind him.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of hang out in a tree or something nearby and just kind of do a stakeout. See
Okay,
if-
you perch on a nearby gutter and watch. How long do you want to stay there?
Until it's close enough that where
Total
like, I
spell
have
is 1 hour duration. 1 hour duration.
Yeah.
So you
so
want
we'll
to
say,
stay
like,
there for the
4
amount of time before it would, like, you could fly back to the tea. You want to make sure, you want to quit with enough time to fly back to where you're supposed to be before the spell ends?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right, you sit there, nothing happens, and then you fly back to the
Does
tea house and
anybody
bring your
else
friends.
come in or out of the tea house?
I mean, sure, some people go in and out of the front door, but nobody who looks suspicious or interesting at all. I mean, it's just some peasants and other, like, staff come in and out.
And so there's a main entrance on the front, and then there's the cellar entrance.
Correct.
Right? Like,
Yes, the entrance you watched him go into is in the back, and nobody goes in or out of that. You can't
Okay.
really see the front super well, but I mean,
Are there any like windows that I can peek in? Is anything open? Like people in the tea house?
I mean, it's a Japanese tea house, so there are sliders and whatnot. Like the walls are literally made of paper, and some of them are like sliding doors that are opening and closing. I mean, nothing seems unusual. You don't like see anybody in pajamas slip out a window or anything.
Okay. I will go back to the tea house and report to the people that he just went back to that same cellar, and I didn't see Bardathos. I didn't see any ninjas. Nobody else came in and out of the. While it was.
Okay, so
okay.
the colonel reports
Also,
back
Big
in.
Crow is awesome.
What are
Yes.
you guys gonna do? Because Yojiro still has not returned. So, is there anything you guys want to do for the next, say, hour or so?
I suggest we talk about what's happening, or
Should we like short rest for the next hour?
You have ample opportunity. If you would like to take a short rest, you may do so.
well, Uma's like, I guess she fills us in after the fact that he's the only honorable Scorpion.
I mean, you guys decide what you tell each other. So,
As an aside, as a general rule for the party, Ume is not terribly secretive about a lot of knowledge. So for the most part, unless it's like backstory specific related stuff, which probably is not going to come up super frequently, Ume will transfer knowledge to the party. She's not one to hold back info.
all right. So you guys
So-
sit and have a powwow, and everybody fills everybody in on everything else they know. You take a short rest, and anything else?
So we're gonna trust this guy because we need to get Bardathos back, like as a party.
I mean, he very clearly admitted that he's holding Bardathos captive,
Yeah.
contingent on your good behavior and cooperation.
Yeah.
Made
I'm not
no secret about
necessarily against the mind of breaking in the door and holding him at sword point until he releases our friend.
that. So make a history check for me.
Oh, I mean, I'm well
Ume.
aware that it's like very unkosher behavior if I were to do that. But
Well, that's
13
actually not what you're rolling for.
13 for history.
So this guy is fourth in command of the Scorpion clan.
You'd be declaring war.
Holding him at, well, you'd be declaring suicide. Holding this person at gunpoint and trying to get them to do anything would be enormously stupid. Extorting people with the threat of force is kind of his job. Effectively, you would be going to try and shake down a mob kingpin.
I mean, you can
could
still
try to
make people
banish
do
him.
things with a gun to their head. You know, it's.
You can, but what's going to happen if you go put a gun to a mobster's head and then don't kill him?
I'll probably end up in a dumpster a day later.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
yeah, you get that very much that similar vibe of trying to extort this man would be powerfully stupid. Like you might as well just go slit your own throat.
Only threaten who you're willing to kill.
This person is going to be like that. Threatening them is not a good idea. You're the shop owner that the mobster is demanding pay the protection money. Going Charles Bronson would maybe be a tremendously bad idea. Anything else you guys want to do in the next half hour-ish?
Well, we don't really know where the tattooed man is at all, and we don't really have any leads that tell me Toku's dead.
Toku's dead.
I don't think we have really a lot to go off of.
Toku is definitely dead. Yeah, you got that much. He is 100% dead.
There's martial law right now, so we can't really wander around looking for clues. We're not very.
You could, but you know that might have consequences. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, my in character or whatever, out of character. My character is pretty out of depth with everything.
it's not super safe to do that. I mean,
So yeah, he's erring on the side of caution.
Okay. All right, so you guys wait for another half an hour, and then I'm assuming you're just sitting in the inn eating dinner.
Sure.
All right. Well,
So available? I'm going to gamble.
No one is gaming currently. The only gambling available is on the tournament. Which, if you want to gamble on the tournament, there is someone who is taking bets on the tournament, the remainder of the tournament. All bets for just out of a side note, all bets on the Toku and Yakumo fight. That fight was actually declared a draw. So there was considered no action on that. They effectively canceled the bets, and anybody who bet on Toku or Yakumo just got their money back. They just called it a break even.
Because the hits landed at the same time.
Technically, Toku won the duel because it's supposed to be a duel to first blood, which Toku drew, but also he's dead, so it's not like he can continue on in the tournament. And can you honestly say you won a duel if you died doing it? It's sort of a no contest kind of declaration because there's no really reasonable way to decide who actually won. So that one was no action. But they are still taking bets on the remainder of the tournament, even though there is some small amount of question of whether or not the tournament will even continue. Some people are uncertain that the contest will continue. Although the majority opinion appears to be that this is important enough. I mean, they're effectively deciding kind of the secession of the Crab Clan. So probably this is important enough that they'll go on. Under normal circumstances, a tournament like this probably would have been canceled. But this one... They're operating under the assumption that it's going to continue. And if you want to know the odds on any particular match, just let me know. So you can gamble on this if you wish.
I don't really have any money. I think it was more just like looking for basic cards or entertainment to wind down the evening.
Okay.
I will sit on my own.
Can I
and
gamble
meditate.
on Hitomi? Can I gamble on Hitomi?
Yeah, she's a huge underdog actually. You're getting 10-1 favorite for Aramaru.
Oh, nice. Can I throw...
Hitomi is a considerable underdog.
She kicked your ass, and
you
now you're
don't have that much money, Biddy. Again,
no, I have 3,500 GP.
You don't have that many Koku, and you can't can't just use gold.
Oh, I see.
How many Koku do you guys have left, Colonel?
I wrote it down.
You did win some bets last time, so I didn't. You need to be tracking your Koku separately from your gold pieces.
I didn't realize it was like a separate thing.
So. Local currency is not. You have gold, but gold is not the currency in Ryujin. It is Koku.
I think I had like 5 Koku left.
I mean, you had 100. Does Bardatos have all the Koku? It might have been Bardatos. Yeah, I think Bardatos was.
Bardatos had some.
Yeah.
You guys split it up.
I mean, 5 Koku is a fortune. Bardatos had 100 at one point, and I know he gave you guys some and you split it up, but 5 Koku is still a fortune, by the way.
Marty's posted what he has in chat.
He has like 14 Koku, it says.
Well, okay, Bardatos has 14 Koku from winning. So who has the
if
other
we started
Koku?
with 100, I don't think I've spent any, so can I just like...
Well, the party had 100, and I don't remember how you guys divvied it out.
Oh,
I think
I'm sorry.
I gave everybody 10 Koku apiece, and then also bought some.
You guys made bets the first day.
Everybody should still have some koku left, and if you haven't spent any money, you have at least 10.
There you go.
I haven't spent any.
Let's say you all have 10 then.
All right, can I gamble 10?
Sure. You want to put 10 on Hitomi?
Yeah.
To win the tournament or to win the...
Yeah.
the next
Well,
match?
the odds for the tournament are different. The match odds are 10 to 1.
Match, yeah.
Got it. Okay. So you put 10 on Hitomi. He hands you a chit. Says, "Very good, sir." Anybody else? All right then. So just as Biddy is completing his bet transaction, Yojiro walks back into the inn, comes over to your table. He's like, I have something. I have a lead. Let us go.
Excellent.
Glad to see you're being useful, Scorpion.
Don't try my patience, Mantis. Know your place.
Yeah, you're sassy, Ume. Asking for
I
trouble.
appreciate your gumption, but honestly, it's beginning to grit. And he's leading you guys outside. So are you guys willing to follow Yujiro?
Yes.
Okay, so well, in the 2 hours since you last spoke to him, your darkness has settled, and he's like, I have some reports from my sources that spotted this tattooed man. At least one, I'm relatively sure. There are a couple in town, but only one has dragon claws tattooed on his hands. And I believe I know where he is located. So we're going to go see if we can interview this person.
Great.
And he just begins leading you through the streets, and as he does that, a thing happens. So,
A thing.
Welcome to the thing. Ooh,
Oh,
nice.
all right. So you guys are in a square. I need to make some. Actually, I need you.
It's nighttime, right?
oh,
It
this
is
is
in fact nighttime. Yeah.
Ninjas on
hell
the
yeah.
So Yojiro is with you. This will be Yojiro for all intents and purposes. I didn't have a model for
You're
that.
so small.
Yeah. he's
Yeah,
tiny.
he leads you into a very like a small. Well, he's not to the right scale. He's not scaled to this map. Let me scale him up a bit. There you go.
We have a turtle with us.
Do you need a
Get rid of that. It needs to be Ume instead. Yeah. Hold on a second.
plum?
Yeah, you gotta do your character model, babe.
Yeah, I will do my character model. Just did not have time, as you know.
Spent all week on the.
Scale you up.
You should have just done what I do and let the DM do it.
Yeah.
You
It's
kind of
great.
did, honestly.
A little bit. More asked for advice, and it was sort of what I was going for anyway.
Okay. So there's an Ume. So he leads you into a very small square with a couple buildings, and as you step into the square, he's like, "Careful, careful!" And then we're gonna roll initiative. So let me get some dice here. Hold on a second. Clock Tower, Slexi, Colonel.
Well, I mean, assumably Scorpion Clan wouldn't jump like one of their top people. So, think.
And let me get my spreadsheet open. Why does everybody think the Scorpion are ninjas? I mean, maybe some of them are, but also there are just ninjas. You did hear this guy talk about impurity earlier, too,
Yeah.
for the actual ninjas that you fought. He spoke of those particular people with considerable disdain.
We did. Keep in mind.
And you kind of got they're giving us actual, covert types a bad name. It's like a special forces guy talking about a contractor. It's sort of the vibe. It's like a fucking chump's giving us a bad name. All right, so let me get.
Oh yeah, and
Vinny,
artist here either.
Kojiro.
Oh, yeah. Minus a Barty.
Oh yeah, when I built this map, hold on a second. 1, 2.
Who would ever give this a lot of bad
Man,
names?
everyone's so big.
This is I scaled the map because this one is smaller. So
Tight
Small
quarters.
maps are fun. I like small maps.
okay, Clock, what'd you get on your initiative?
2.
Got a 2. Colonel,
17.
Slexi,
17.
Colonel is first, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Biddy?
18.
All right, let me see what these guys got. Okay. So that's initiative is the funnest part of every game because you just got to sit here and roll stuff and then add. So
I
do that
mean-
work. All right, we are set. So first person in the order is actually one of the pajama wearing men. Is this guy? Okay, so this man was hiding in a barrel over here. A man in pajamas jumps out of a barrel and comes over here and is going to make some attacks at Soul Setter. And hold on a minute because I need to get these guys' stats. Got it. Okay, so he's going to. What's your AC, Slexy?
22.
Okay, he missed. So he comes up and stabs at you with the ninja toe and misses. And it is Biddy's turn.
Ume, welcome to the party. Let's see what you can do. I'll cast haste on Ume.
Nice.
Anything else?
I will retreat back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What is that?
Move those, yeah. Move those dice so Biddy can be in a square if you would. I got him. Hold on.
It's fine.
Nope. Those. You're here, Biddy?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Colonel?
So who do I see at this point?
This man, and you see two guys over here. There are some guys over here who are on the roofs. You do not see this person, however.
Okay, but
Yeah,
everybody
that-
else I can
Yep.
see.
You see two guys on the roofs, and you see these two guys over here because they're actually Naruto running towards you. The guys on the roofs look like they're about to spring into action. So these two are mid Naruto run,
They're mid. Ah,
making the little footstep tappy sound.
I'm
Nobody sees
going
this guy though.
I'm gonna assume that Salsador can handle this guy. I'm gonna move forward and ready in action to engage with attack the next person that comes into my range.
Okay, so you're gonna so you move up here and you are preparing to attack for anybody entering the threatened space. Got it.
Yep.
Slexy, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to.
Did you have something else, Colonel? Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna. That's my turn.
Okay.
So who's all the guys I can see right now?
Everybody except for the man with the pink base.
Okay. I will cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. You're exempting all your allies, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And this guy needs to make a save immediately, correct?
Yes.
What's the DC on that?
Oh, just give me a minute. My push to.
It doesn't matter. I rolled a 4, which I know fails. Go ahead and roll
it's
damage.
15 for your knowledge.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah, the problem is my push to talk is also a back key. So whenever I'm on my D&D screen, it
Gotcha.
goes back. 15.
Okay.
So I see the guy run out. I bash my hammer into the ground. Bunch of moths start coming up out of the ground around me. And as a bonus action, because it just lasts for a minute and I never use it, I'm gonna give myself what's it called? Steps of the Night.
What does that do? Because I'm not familiar with that one.
As a bonus action, you get yourself fly speed equal to your movement.
Okay, cool. All right.
It just lasts for a minute.
Got it. So you begin to hover slightly above the ground. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, so it is this man's turn, which is this guy. Naruto run. So this guy's going to come over here, and he tosses a couple shuriken at Yojiro, actually. They both... So he throws some shuriken at Yojiro. Yojiro raises one of his hands, and a shield springs into life in front of him, and the shuriken miss. Or get batted aside, rather. And it is actually this guy's turn. He's going to do the same thing, except now that he sees a shield shimmering around Yojiro, he is actually going to fling shuriken at Marty.
Fucking hate shuriken.
What's your AC?
21.
Yeah, those both miss.
Great. That's
This guy springs off of a roof, jumps down to here, and dodges. It is Yojiro's turn. He is going to fall back to here and dodge. I fear that combat isn't really my forte, friends. Good luck. This guy's going to leap off of the roof, and he is going to... So this guy does a flip in midair and pulls a ninja toe as part of that, and then he like does a plunging strike down here and tries to hit our friend Ume. What's your AC, Ume?
22 with haste.
You are hit.
Okay, reaction, I'm going to Hellish Rebuke him at level 2. He needs to make a dex saving throw DC
Hold on
50.
a minute. Take your damage first. Take 6 slashing, and then I need to make a saving throw. What's the DC?
15. Dex.
Okay. He made it.
Okay, he's going to take half 3d10. Uh, 15 rounded down, 7 points.
7. Got it. Okay, and it's your turn, Clocky.
Okay, do...
What's that hissing?
Cool.
Yeah, I hear that too.
What is that? It's got to be Discord.
Is it coming through when we're talking? Because maybe
Yeah, it is Discord.
No, it's. I'm getting it when nobody is talking. It's just Discord is all right. Well, that sucks. It's annoying. Hopefully, it will stop.
Yeah, I get that too.
I just want to make sure it's not just me, that everybody can hear it, because I'm wondering if I was going fucking insane.
I actually can't hear it, but I'm not sure.
It's very quiet, but my volume's turned up pretty loud.
It actually stopped now too. So.
Okay, bonus action, Vow of Enmity on this ninja will give me advantage on attacks to him.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and attack him twice with Great Weapon Fighting.
Got it.
So first attack is a total of, with Great Weapon Fighting adjusted, 21.
That's a hit.
Okay. I'm going to Divine Smite with that hit. Well, actually, I guess yeah.
None of you guys has a fucking throttle.
Listen, I have a new toy. I want to play with my new toy.
Alright.
I will not be shamed by this.
First round of combat. I cast all my spells.
I get to reroll 2s.
Why are you rolling d10s? I'm assuming that's for your smite.
Yeah, sorry, those meant to be d8.
D8s there, champ.
Oh, so now I have to do addition.
No, you just probably... Yeah.
29 plus 19, so first attack does 48 points of damage.
Okay, you slice one of his legs off, but he's not dead.
Alright, second attack, here we go.
What the fuck?
Total with adjusting 20.
20 hits also.
Okay. I am again going to smite.
Okay.
You probably don't need to do that.
Sorry, I did one too many on the D8 because I'm running out of space. Alright. Let's see. 22 plus 19 is 41.
Alright, so you give him the full Anakin Skywalker. You cut off his leg with the first swing, and then the second swing clops off both of his arms, except instead of kicking him into a river of lava to catch on fire after you're done, he's just dead on the ground. So you chop him into fucking chunks of goo.
Okay, I get 6 temporary HP, and although normally I'd be able to make an attack bonus action, I already used it, but I'm going to use my movement. Here.
That man is very much...
And
remember, you have extra movement, yeah.
Yeah. And with my last attack from haste action, I'm going to swing on this guy.
Okay.
And this is not Great Weapon Fighting, 21.
Once you're Great Weapon Fighting, you're doing it for the turn. It's not a by attack. It is by... If you use Great Weapon Fighting on one attack, you're using it on all of them.
Okay. If that's the case, then 16.
That is a miss.
All right, and that's my turn.
Okay. Back to the top of the order. So this, you hear a gasp come out of this guy when he sees what happens to his friend. Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's actually this man. There's this guy. He's gonna spring forth. So a guy leaps over this wall, spring forth, and is trying to make an attack at Yajiro. That's actually a hit. So he leaps over the wall with the ninja toe in his hand, comes over and stabs Yujiro in the thigh. Yujiro goes, ouch, and winces a little bit. And now it is back to this man, who gasps when he sees the chunks of his friend that are left, but is still game to fight anyway. And he's going to make some attacks at Soul Setter. So he pulls his ninja toe and goes into like an elaborate, like twirly kind of kung fu kata, and you just put your shield in the way, and they just go clang, 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 and it's a whole lot of sound and fury, and you're just like, yeah, shield. And it is now your turn, Biddy.
Yeah, I'll move up here, staying within the threatened range of everybody, so no attacks.
Okay.
I'll cast a third level blindness on this guy and the other guy. These two guys closest to me.
What's the save on that?
That's a con save.
Got it. Okay.
DC 18.
This guy passed. This man appears to have been blinded.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Cardinal, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to get an insight check on this guy on the left here.
You got it. Insightful fighting. Okay. Go ahead and make a roll. What'd you get?
16 plus 8 is 24.
You got it. You are insightfully fighting him. He appears to be some manner of student of ninjutsu. He has ninja weapons and fights like one would expect a ninja to fight.
He's wearing pajamas and throwing shuriken.
Yep, there you go.
This before.
Exactly. Colonel's like, I've seen this pajama wearing pointy metal bit thing before.
I remember. I distinctly did not like it. And I'm going to run up and attack.
Okay. Stab away. I'm going to put you in the square. I'm sorry, I have a mania for being in your square.
It's all good. Oh, that was not good.
What'd you get?
14.
14's a miss.
Yeah, I thought. Am I going to use my action surge?
Please throttle.
No, I'm not going to use my action.
Thank you.
I mean, you get it back after a short rest. It's a short rest ability.
I know. I was like, yeah, I'm like, but we might not get a short rest. We don't know. It'll be fine.
Build my character to be somewhat able to leverage short rests.
We're gonna make our DM cry.
You guys have no throttle.
I mean,
anything
I did
else,
my
Colonel?
thing, and I'm just going to hit people with a hammer.
Yeah, Slexy, you are the one person in the party who has throttle. You're the one person who's like, no, I got the cruise control set. I used one modest spell resource, and now I am prepared to fight. So we're all good.
I think I'll pass turn. That's
Okay.
all for now.
It is your turn, Slexy. This guy needs to burn, correct?
Yeah.
Or is that on? It's on his turn, right?
It's
He actually should have burned on his turn, and I forgot to do it. You got to.
I think it's when it casts.
Yeah,
and then-
he started his turn to. He should have taken damage on his turn when he started, but I forgot to roll. He made his save though, but go ahead and roll damage. So this guy's going to be slightly more hurt.
Honor or demand?
I forgot. You got
4.
got it. You got to remind me when those guys are supposed to take damage because I will forget every time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to hit him with my hammer.
Womp away.
Uh, 10 plus 9, 19.
That's a hit.
Uh, 8.
Got it. Okay. All right, you crush his chest with a hammer. He starts to wheezing and coughing a little bit. Anything else?
That's it. I really got no bonus action, so.
Okay. So that man.
Oh, maybe I'll move slightly
Okay.
there if I can.
Yep, that's fine. You got 30 feet of movement. As long as you're adjacent to him, you won't get up. So that's going to be this man. All right. So Martinique, this guy is going to take a couple. He pulls a ninja toe out and begins to take some swings at you. What's your AC?
21.
That is a hit, but I rolled a 16.
Sure, I'll use my defensive duelist.
Got it.
With +3.
Yep. Okay. So he comes in with a well-aimed strike, but you and bat it aside easily.
Nice.
And it is this man's turn. So that would be this guy over here is going to pull a ninja toe and begin to try and stab at the great sword wielding lunatic. What is your AC, Clock Tower?
22 currently.
Okay, he comes over and pokes ineffectually at you with a ninja toe. Both of those swings miss. The other man that's facing off against you, Colonel, is also going to try and attack. He hit you. And defensive fighting, I think you're actually just going to get poked on this one. So
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
I can only hit it once a turn, I think.
So 6 slashing and 4 poison.
Fucking poison.
Sorry, 6 slashing and 2 poison. My bad. Sorry. So
Okay.
8 total damage.
All right.
And then this man over here is still going to try and keep stabbing at Yojiro. On Yojiro's turn, he dodged. And as a result, this attack misses. So he's over here, like, he pulls out a fan, actually, from his robe, and begins using... It's a metal fan, but he begins using it to deflect blows. So,
Cool.
I'm not actually yelling this, but gay.
Ume, you recognize it as it's a war. He's using a war fan. I mean, that's actually a... Yeah, many not aggressive fighters tend to use war fans as a defensive weapon. They're pretty common for Bushi to wield.
Not a real weapon unless it weighs 100 pounds.
And then it is Yojiro's turn. He's going to dodge. Now it's Clocky's turn.
Okay, let's start off with my basic attack action on this guy. I do not think we're great weapon fighting, please. Yeah, we're great weapon fighting.
Again, the throttle.
One attack 19, other attack 20.
Both hit.
Okay. First attack, I'm going to expend 1 Divine Smite. Okay, total of 36 for the first attack.
Okay, so there goes a limb. You take his left arm off at the elbow.
And second attack, I'm not doing anything special. Get to reroll a 1. Still a 1. Sometimes a 1's a 1. And 25 for the second attack.
Okay. So you take his left arm off at the elbow, and then you sling around behind him and hamstring him. He's still alive, but he looks, he's just waiting to die at this point. Like, he's gonna probably die from blood loss, but he is still alive and does still have a weapon in his hand. Anything else?
Well, we'll use my haste attack on him then. I was hoping to save that. But with great weapon fighting, total of 24.
Also a hit. You don't need to roll. Your minimum damage kills him. So you cut his left arm off at the elbow, slip around behind him and hamstring him, and then he falls to his knees, still clutching his ninja toe, and you take your great sword and just bifurcate him. You just split him down the fucking middle.
Damn.
So he is very much resoundingly dead. That is
Okay, that was the action from haste. I'm sorry, my turns are long. So move to here. I still have not used my bonus action. Since I got a kill, I can get 1 attack on this guy.
You may indeed, yes.
And I also have 12 temporary. Holy shit, this class is insane. Alright, I'm assuming a 21 is a hit.
It does indeed hit this man, yes.
Okay. Total of 26.
Okay, so that is this man. Alright, you come over and carve that man. You slip over and slice him, like, down the back, because he's turned to face the colonel. You cut his back wide open. He's got a big, long slash running down his back. He screams, but is otherwise still fighting.
Haste makes my turns fucking stupid. The past turn.
And it is this man's turn.
Excellent work, Ume.
So who's left is...
Did you put me in the rotation?
Yeah, we haven't got... did I skip it?
Okay.
No,
Pretty
I didn't.
high.
No, there's a ninja before you, but pity. That is this guy. Okay, so this guy needs to burn, because we still got a thing up, so... You're a 15, Slexy?
Yeah.
He passed, but half damage still.
11.
Okay. He's looking real bad, actually. He looks pretty hurt. And it is Biddy's turn. Oh, well,
Misty
hold on a
step over
second. He's
here.
actually going to attack on it,
yes.
but he's probably going to miss. That's fine. Nope, he did actually hit you once. Take 9 slashing and 1 poison. Slexy. And then...
Okay, roll a con.
there's no save on this. Just take 1.
No, I mean, I have concentration.
Oh, concentration. Got it. You handle that. Okay, Biddy, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm Misty stepping over to where I position myself.
Got
I'm
it.
attacking the guy who just.
You step
who
up
just
onto...
attacked Slexy
so
with Firebolt.
that's a rooftop. You need to account for...
sorry.
You got to
Can I
count
not
for
do that?
up. Yeah. So if you want to be like
so
here, you could,
Yeah,
that's a lower rooftop and a little closer. So
okay, and I'm firebolting this guy for a 19 to hit.
19 is a hit.
Sorry, I took 6 and 1, you said?
You took 9 and 1.
Okay.
I don't know if you have resistance to poison or anything.
I do not. And I rolled an 11. Plus...
6
that's
damage
fine.
on my firebolt.
Got it. Okay. So this ninja takes another 6. Okay.
Yep, that's it.
The DC on that concentration check was just a 10. So.
Okay.
Biddy's done. All right, Colonel.
I'm going to swing at the one on the left again
All
that
right.
I have Insightful Fighting on.
You can actually get advantage on either one, but that you're because you got a boy helping you out now.
Yeah, true. But I'm going to keep going on the
That's fine.
Damn. 17?
17
Not
is a hit.
It really? Oh,
Yep.
okay. Sick. I do damage. 14 total.
Okay. That is against this guy. So that is... Got it. Okay. Anything else?
Feel like there's probably fancier things I could be doing, but I also feel like Ume's gonna do mop up here pretty quickly. So
Sometimes just stabbing stuff is fine. I mean, if you're a fighter, stabbing things is your job.
it's true.
Your turn
It's my
doesn't
job.
have to be fancy or complicated. Just be like, I attack this man. That's a perfectly cromulent turn for a fighter.
Don't tell Clocky. Pass turn.
Okay, so Colonel is done. Slexy, you're up. Your moths are chewing this guy up pretty good, and also his shirt's a little bit on fire.
Okay, I'm just going to hit him with my hammer.
Okay, womp away. I love that you guys all abandoned Yojiro.
I mean, I'll...
No, it's fine. It's funny. 13 is a
9,
miss.
20,
Oh.
20,
Well, that's a hit then. 20 anything is a hit.
Oh,
Okay.
does he still have somebody threatening him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
I
a
gotta get
ninja
on the
over
job.
here stabbing at him, and he's just putting a big metal fan in the way. He's like, little help, guys?
9.
I mean, I'd go help him
Alright,
next.
so that is...
I'll be fine.
Yujiro, he should be capable of defending himself. Come on.
Got it. This guy's looking pretty rough. You hit him in the shoulder with a hammer, and you hear some bones break, and one of his left arm is very much limp now. It looks mostly unusable. So that was
Okay, and I'm going to
very
move
solid.
this way.
He is going to op you as you step away.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he misses.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just now within 15 of both these guys.
Got it. So this guy's going to continue his assault on Yojiro. That's a hit, though. Okay, so he stabs Yojiro in the other thigh.
I rolled a 9 for the moths.
To do what? Oh, because he was in it starting. Okay. I'll make a save in a second. Let me handle these attacks. That's and his second attack missed. Make a save, which he made, so he takes another 4. Got it. Okay, so you come over, the moths chew on this guy a little bit, but that's the first time anything has really happened to him. He stabs Yojiro in the thigh. Yojiro hisses and then dodges again on his turn, and now it is this ninja. This guy's gonna try and stab at the angry samurai.
Samurai Angie.
What's your AC?
22 currently.
Alright, you have been stabbed. Take 7 slashing and 2 poison.
Woohoo!
And then
Doesn't even get past my 10 HP.
this guy's gonna stab at the colonel. Double whiff. Okay. And it is Yojiro's turn. He's gonna dodge. Clock tower, back to you.
Okay. Standard thing. Great weapon mastery. Attacking this dude, both attacks. Attack action. 11 on one and 20 on the other.
11's a miss, but the 20 hit.
Okay. See what the 20 does. Total of 28.
Okay. So that is,
And then
still on his feet.
okay, ace attack is a 13. I'm assuming that misses.
That's a miss. Yep. So
and
anything else? I believe that's it, right?
that's it. Yeah.
Okay. So you slice this guy's back open on your previous turn. He turns to face you, stabs at you with his ninja toe, gets in slices your cheek a little bit, and then in return you cut off the arm of the hand that was, holding the knife that slashed you. Despite the use of only one arm, he uses his offhand to catch the blade from his severed hand as it falls. So he is still armed, but he is, he's armed, but half as much as he used to be.
Slightly disarmed. Apparently, Ume hates limbs, as a side note. Fuck arms, am I right?
And this man needs to make a save. He made it. Roll some damage on this guy, Slexy. He's going to try and stab you. Well, maybe. Depends on what you roll.
17.
Never mind. He comes up to stab you, and as he steps closer into your cloud of moths, he is devoured by them.
Nice.
And Biddy, it is now your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to firebolt the southernmost enemy here. This guy who's attacking.
Got it. Okay,
friend.
the man fighting Yujiro. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Oop. Rolled so many dice, but that is a 15 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay. I'll just walk over here.
Yeah, you can run along the rooftops, yeah.
All right, I'll run over there.
Be in a square, though.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, so Biddy throws a firebolt over his shoulder and then scampers along the rooftop. Colonel, your turn.
I'm gonna swing at the guy.
All right, stab away.
Uh, 17.
17's
Yeah.
a hit. Yep.
I'm gonna do damage.
Get him.
21.
Okay. You skewer him in the neck pretty good. This is a pretty good shot. So he starts spitting out blood because there's a hole in his neck where there shouldn't be a hole. Anything else?
I feel like Slexy's gonna get this other guy covered, so I'll just stick around and help with mop up over here. I was gonna run over there, but Slexy's on the way. So
Okay. No reason to take an op either. You got two people threatening you. It'd be two ops.
I could use my bonus action to disengage, but I'll just stick around and mop up these guys.
Okay.
You
Slexy?
might as well use it to dodge.
I'm gonna
I-
move up to this
I
guy.
don't have dodge as one of my options.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's disengage dash or high.
Yep.
I always forget that.
Well, I guess before I run in, I'll hit
Figured
him with
not dodge.
a Toll the Dead.
Tool the
Okay.
deed.
Toll the deed. Got it. DC 15.
In honor of our
Wisdom.
favorite
He has
turtle.
failed. Roll damage.
2d10.
12 D12s because he's hurt.
All the did.
I'll toll the deed.
In honor of our
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
turtle.
9.
Okay. Got it. Anything else?
That's it. I think
Okay.
that's an action, so.
It is this man's turn. So this ninja is going to turn from stabbing at the defensive Yojiro and try and stab you instead. He missed both swings. Also, he needs to make a save, which he made, but go ahead and roll moth damage.
6. 1, 2, 3.
Beautiful. Alright. So that's his turn. It is now this guy's turn. So this guy is half as armed as he used to be, but he's still game to fight. He's gonna take two pokes at what's your AC? 22?
22.
Alright, haste is saving you. He missed. And this guy is going to try and stab. He's actually gonna shift to here. And he is going to attempt to stab at you as well.
Not like me.
You're cutting a lot of people in half.
Also
and
double
also
miss. Yajiro's turn, he dodges, and it is now Clock Tower's turn.
Okay. I will attack this one
Okay.
corner. I am not going to Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
124 and 118.
Both hit.
Ooh.
Also, if you have somebody who's very hurt, you can do these attacks one at a time. Just
I'm assuming that they have similar AC. I'm just trying to.
They do, and in this case, their AC is the same, so it doesn't matter. But as a general rule, if you're trying to, you may want to roll them one at a time. Just if you're when somebody gets you think you got him close to dead, you may want to split it up a bit.
Well, the only reason I did it at the same time is.
And in this case, it doesn't matter. Just general rule of thumb.
Okay, so 1. This first guy's taking 18 points.
Okay, that is enough to kill him. He is dead. So you cut off his other arm, and he collapses in a pool of blood. Because most of his blood is outside of him now.
All my blood. I'll put the second attack on the other dude.
Okay.
Total
Outside
21
blood.
points.
21 for that guy. Okay, so you stab him. Well, actually, you slash across his midsection, and most of his bowels spill out, but he is still on his feet.
Okay,
He's just,
so
there's some uncooked sausage in front of you now.
I'm just going to do both these attacks at the same time. My bonus action for killing a dude and my haste action.
Okay.
Total 15 on one and 21 on the other.
The 15 is a miss, but the 21 hits.
Alright, see what the 21 does. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. 16 points of damage.
Okay, and he also is... so you slit his belly open, his intestines fall out, and then with a backhand stroke, you slice his intestines off, and he also collapses from shock and damage. He is equally dead as well.
Marty's a little grossed out, but also pretty impressed.
You're also
I'm
completely...
probably covered in blood. At this
Also
point.
super covered in blood.
Yeah, you're absolutely...
Marty's done. Marty's
you're-
done worse.
both of you are fucking covered in gore.
I'm gonna need some Prestidigita cleanup after this.
Move action and then my turn.
coming right up. Coming right up.
I have 6 and turn done.
Okay. Let's see. It is
Can
Biddy's
we
turn.
leave
then.
somebody alive to interrogate them? I don't know. That probably doesn't.
It is your turn, Biddy.
Yeah, I'll just kill the last guy. That's a 25 to hit.
Okay.
Take it. That's a hit.
Yeah, 25 to hit.
10 damage.
Got it. Okay. You slam a bolt of fire into that man's back, and he screams in pain.
I suggest you retreat.
There is no
Oh,
retreat.
God.
There is no retreat for us. Colonel?
I'm not letting them retreat.
Colonel, you're up.
I'm gonna run over.
Okay. Gonna use your dash action to get some extra move to get in range.
Yep.
Okay. You got
And
it.
swing at the guy.
Stab away.
Do I get advantage on the roll because he's threatened by others? Is that how that
You
works?
have no. You do not have
I
advantage.
just get to use the
Sneak attack.
damage.
You
If
may
I
sneak
hit.
attack though. Yes, correct.
Probably don't hit. That's a 15.
15 is a miss.
That's my turn.
Okay. Lexi?
Smack him with a hammer.
Okay.
6 plus 9. 15.
15's a miss. Anything else?
That is all.
Alright, so he's gonna make a save because he is burning from devouring moths. He failed, so roll damage.
12.
Okay. Got it.
It's a real good, yo.
Okay, so the moths are chewing some holes in him. He's also got a bolt of fire that bored through him from behind in what appears to be the kidney area. He's still gamely fighting on, though. And it is actually his turn. I take you with me, Yajiro, you fucking traitor! And he is going to try and attack Yajiro. That is a miss.
That's a good one.
That is also a miss. So he stabs futilely at Yajiro 2 times, and it is Clock Tower's turn.
Yeah. For my action, I'm going to cast command on him, specifically the command grovel.
Okay.
Are you sure you're not going to do command word fornicate?
He falls to the ground.
Fornicates.
Oh.
And I will use my haste action to up. And then, well, so he's groveling. Like
Correct.
at this point,
Grapple.
command doesn't end unless they take damage. So I can restrain him now, like tie him up, right?
Command is done. He is groveling. That's all it does. It makes him drop prone.
It's instantaneous,
Yeah,
but you could still like grapple him in time.
You are welcome to grapple him, but tying someone up is a particular action. Grappling someone is an action, tying them up is also an action, and also you can't grapple someone with your haste action.
My haste action was to. Oh yeah, you
deal non-lethal damage to him as your.
Yeah,
as
you
your
can
haste
make an
action.
attack, and just any attack you make with a melee weapon at your discretion can be non-lethal. You don't have to. You don't have to kill someone with a melee weapon if
Do
you
a
don't want to.
non-lethal attack with your haste.
Yeah,
action.
You don't even have to declare it. You can just attack him, and if that attack would kill him, you can just stop taking my fucking dice.
Sorry.
You can attack him, and if your attack would render him dead at your discretion, as long as it's with a melee weapon, you can just say he's unconscious instead.
All right.
You don't. There's nothing special you got to do if you want. If you hit somebody with a melee weapon for their last HP, you can declare them unconscious instead,
You just can't do that with
So,
spells.
assumably he's prone.
or
We're gonna
ranged
have
attacks.
This.
So you can't do it with like a bow and a weapon, or a bow and arrow, or sling. Ranged attacks can't do it either.
That's a crit. Do I need to roll damage on this?
No. He is either unconscious or dead at your discretion.
He is unconscious. I hit him with the butt of my no dash.
All right, so you swing your greatsword overhand and smack him on the top of the skull, and it knocks him the fuck out. There's now an unconscious ninja on the floor. Yojiro snaps his fingers, and the blood that was on his kimono is gone. He's like, "Whoa, that was both unexpected and impressive. Well done, gentlemen."
I'll drop my spirit guardians.
Okay, the moths disperse into a cloud. They pitter away into the night. Biddy, you're standing on a roof.
Do you need help getting down?
Yes, easy peasy, as they say.
You can jump
I probably
down.
do, actually.
No, you can jump down.
All right.
Biddy climbs down off the roof.
All
My
right.
dex is okay. My dex is decent.
I'm gonna come over and
Well, thank you for that. That helped out. I appreciated that. I didn't want to waste another spell slot on a Misty Step.
Any of you need this guy? Yujiro says and points at the unconscious ninja.
Do we want to interrogate him?
I
don't.
assumed that the scorpion was capable of interrogation here.
Okay, I'll handle it. He pulls out his wakizashi and drives it into the man's throat and kills him.
Excellent, excellent. That's the way Roy would interrogate him.
I'm glad to see that we finally found where the scorpion stinger is. It certainly wasn't in battle.
That
Wow,
man is
you're
no
just
scorpion.
nonstop sass, huh, Ume?
I don't like scorpions very much.
Your friend is you realize you're very wearisome and rude, right?
Yeah. Marty's
Yes.
gonna like do
Does
the
he always
kind of
behave like this? He looks at Marty and he's like, "Does he always act like this, or does she always act this way?" Very rude.
she's new to the group. Don't really know much more about it than you do, so apparently the answer is yes.
Should be noted there's 4 disemboweled ninjas.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's a bunch of dead ninjas. That's fine.
Marty's gonna walk over to
Not everyone is afraid of you. Some people are higher
trying
level
not
than you are.
trying not to like touch himself, like any of the blood, and just kind of like wave his hands, like Tiberius, can you help me?
Oh, yes. The old prestidigitation.
Yeah, Ume, you are also
it's like
covered in blood,
blood
and that is,
everywhere.
while glorious, not a state in which one would care to remain, typically.
I'll remove the blood from everyone.
But that's up to like Ume. Do you want to let him?
It's not up to them. I'm doing it regardless.
He is a Shugenja, so for him to do this is not. It's not like it's socially appropriate.
We're out at night, and yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Practicality as a matter. Typically, you would go to a shrine and cleanse yourself after a battle, but also to have a holy man do it with magic is there's nothing untoward about that. It's just a little off the norm. Okay, so you guys clean up each other's blood. Yojiro already handled his own. Slexy, most of your damage was hammer based and thus did not produce copious amounts of blood. You just flick your hammer at the ground and the blood that's on it spin. You flick your hammer at the ground and spin it, and the blood flies off. Yojiro says, "Well, very well. Shall we continue then to our meeting?"
Very well. Lead the way. Or
Do we need to let anyone know about the dead people all over?
Then Yojiro walks through disdainfully the crowd. He's like, "There, everyone knows. There, I mean, I'm not sure who we would inform. As everyone knows, there are no such thing as ninjas." And then he just continues to meander out of the square, rather disinterested.
Alright, that fucking works for Marty. He's sick of ninja bullshit. So
Ume, you actually get that joke in the fact that ninjas in Ryujin are the stuff of bedtime stories and boogeymen and tall tales, and nobody actually believes they're real, except that, you just fought some.
we keep
So.
getting attacked by them. So
And while ninjas typically people are like, oh, the scorpion employ ninjas, that's actually, you know, part of the mystique and charm, much more than clearly they were very intent on killing Yajiro, so it didn't seem like
These were not, hired by.
seems unlikely that these are scorpions, since this guy is like fourth in line to command their clan. It seems unusual that a scorpion ninja would try and kill him.
Yeah, that would be odd.
They would more than likely work for him if they were a member of the clan.
Right.
All right, so he walks out of the square. You guys gonna keep following?
Yep.
Sure.
Does he need to get patched up? He got stabbed a lot.
There's no blood on his clothing. He no longer appears to be injured in any fashion. He's not limping or anything as he walks out. He seems perfectly fine.
Cool.
Do any of you need to be healed?
I mean, I'm a little dinged up, but I'm fine.
They only damaged my temp HP, so my only damage on me is from the brawl earlier.
Yeah, I'm full health. I wouldn't mind a short rest to get some spell slots back.
Yojiro does
gotta
not seem to
continue.
be inclined to stop.
Yeah, we're
Let's
like.
keep going. I don't have any good healing spells right now. So.
You get the impression that he's actually in a bit of a hurry.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so you guys continue to follow Yojiro, and he weaves through the town a little bit and takes you sort of out on the outskirts. Like if there was a suburb, out into the suburbs, and then even sort of kind of beyond that into where it starts to get more pastoral. There are some manors and whatnot of some of the more important people in town. This is sort of where they have their big fancy houses with the kind that have, you know, grounds and estates and whatnot. And he leads you into a garden. And
cool.
The scene is going to... it is a very well manicured and elaborate rock garden, so like you recognize what's going on. He has taken you to someone's private, well manicured garden. Probably several dozen peasants labor over this every single day just to keep it in good order. And if I can actually remember where it is. Get rid of those. Which one is that? This one. Bink. And you are the wrong figure. The correct figure.
Great.
Okay, and when you arrive, you guys will be coming in across this bridge. Let me do some quick personnel swaps here. Bardatos. Galapagos. So I need a you. And I should have saved that Yojiro model. Jonas will be playing the part of Yojiro for this. Because I forgot to save him. You guys can put yourself anywhere you would like on this bridge. And then I'm going to take a quick break because Pete really, really, really needs to pee. Who did I forget? Somebody's missing.
Yes.
Did I?
Yes.
Mark.
I need
Okay.
my owl. Owl.
Got it. That's what I'm missing. Okay.
Sweet, sweet owl.
There you go. One familiar. Okay, and I'm going to take a quick break because I've had like 50 ounces of coffee and I once again have to pee. So we'll be right back.
Agreed.
Unprecedented
I
amount
know.
of potty
Yeah,
breaks.
2 pee breaks. I know.
I know.
I feel ashamed.
It's actually it's very humane though because I'm in the same boat.
I feel deep in abiding shame, but I will be right back.
If you're curious, I
must be.
beat 4
I must
times
be.
we started.
Drink more water. I just run away when it's not my turn and go pee.
Yeah.
Benefits of being a player character and not a DM. Book of Roy, part 15.
Silk wants to know. I'll forward that to Pete Silk when he gets back.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be. I'm sure he's prepped the whole narration of what. Apparently, you're hanging out with geishas, but
Doesn't sound like you're having that bad of a time.
hopefully not.
Part of the-
Artie's getting jealous. Full service geishas.
Also, I didn't realize how much of a sausage fest this party was.
Yeah, it's all dudes except
Yeah.
for you now.
All dudes and mostly human. Is Tiberius human?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's mostly a human party.
Right? Or is Tiberius a half elf? I forget now.
Do you know Silk? I mean, we'll just ask me back.
Silk says he was hoping to seduce the turtle. Well, That plot was foiled, unfortunately, due to time zones.
Apple plus total equals.
Crimes against nature? Is it Marty? No. Marty is a variant human. Marty is pretty vanilla.
Bitterroot, what race is Tiberius?
Barty is a half elf.
Oh,
Variant
Marty.
human.
Okay,
Variant human.
that's what I thought. Okay,
We got a lot of
Variant
Then
human
Marty-
is like the best race, basically, like by all objective measurements. Like you can
Except
just
for
do so
flavor.
much with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, I love the other ones. Like, yeah, I love being Tabaxi in the other campaign. It's so fun.
No, seriously, like variant human was the right call for this. I very much heavily considered doing another race just for flavor reasons.
I know how to
that
build.
free
I know how to build characters. Yeah. Okay, I am back. Everybody else here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Colonel, you have your pile. So
Yay!
okay.
I feel very well stocked.
So in the middle of this garden, you guys see Nakori. He is sitting on a rock in the middle of a rock garden, meditating quietly. Night has fallen in full, so the moon is out and the moonlight is shining in a garden. It's very tranquil and beautiful. And Nakori doesn't at all seem to be interested in your presence. He's just sitting cross-legged on a rock, not moving. You're not even sure he's breathing.
I want to ask our friend.
Ujira.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yojiro.
Jiro. So actually, never mind. I'm gonna just defer to him because he was the one with the lead, and
So
like-
he walks to the end of the bridge and turns to look at you guys, and he's like, "Well, what's the plan here? What do you guys want to do?"
so that's got a brain fart. Whose garden is this, Yujiro?
Beats me. Probably some minor crab noble from the looks of things. I was just told this is where I could find the quarry.
Are we here to talk to him?
I mean, seems like a reasonable place to start. I don't know what your normal proclivities are, but typically when speaking to a monk, what other thing would we do besides talk to him? Do you want to just rush and kill him? That doesn't seem especially helpful.
No, I was just wanted to ask if, because we were pretty sure he's the one who, I don't know if cursed is the right word, but
I mean, we have a
talking to him
suspicion,
is
but
yeah.
I mean, he is a monk, but also there's an unusual status because while he is a monk and monks are normally not considered to be samurai, the tattooed men are samurai. So one doesn't simply accuse a samurai of having committed a crime unless they want to find themselves in a duel.
Very well. Well, let's go talk to him then.
Can I just fly my familiar over and say hello?
I mean, birds have a speed, and that's much faster than they go. But it could be your bird can fly wherever it can fly in a turn. So the bird can't talk or anything. I mean,
I think I can talk
it's a
through
bird.
its eyes or something. Like
You can
that.
see through its eyes and senses, but it's a bird. It can't make it. I mean, it doesn't speak with your voice, or even you could command it to howl or hoot like an owl, and it would do it. But it can't talk.
Yeah, you're right. No, I can't talk. Okay, never mind. All right, it doesn't help.
I mean, the bird can fly over if it wants to go look, but it's just a monk sitting on a rock. Very well then. So Yujiro
Okay,
steps
let's walk
forward up to here, and this goes down, by the way, not up. So you guys are sort of like up on a mezzanine, but it's only about 6 feet down in a little recessed area. There's a quiet stream that trickles down, and there's a pond full of koi over here. And Yujiro comes up and he's like, "Hello, monk. Good evening." Nakori opens one eye and he's like, took you guys longer than I expected to get here. So, it's a fight then, is it? And Yujiro says, "Well, no, I had no intention of fighting. Well, do you want to fight?" Nakori reaches into his bag and pulls an orange out of his sack and begins to peel it. He's like, I mean, it's been a while since I've had a good scrap. I wouldn't mind a fight. What did you guys want? I mean, if not to fight, why else are you here? The whispers of my lady has told me that we shall do battle in this clearing, and thus I came here to prepare.
We were actually hoping to talk.
Very well, then. We can talk before we fight. Talk away. You might want to come closer. I don't really feel like shouting. We might wake up the owner of this garden, and who knows what would happen then.
Okay, I'll walk it down to him, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Yujiro will walk. Don't come any closer than where Yujiro is. Yujiro walks up to here and stops. Like, very well then. Shall we speak?
You're grabbing.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. That's fine. Put
Which is
yourself
cool.
where you want. Yojiro's Jonas. I forgot. My bad.
Yep.
Tonight, the part of Yojiro will be played by Jonas Snyder. All y'all should be killing Roy while we're talking to a monk. Anyway.
I agree, Jonas. Thank you.
So Yujiro walks forward and is like, so, you have been poisoning men? Nakori says, ooh, quite an accusation from one as politically adroit as you. I would never expected you to just directly accuse another samurai of committing a crime. Yujiro says, I accused you of nothing. I simply asked a question. You are entitled to say no. Nakori says, very clever, you Scorpion, and your prevarications and bullshit. Of course I've been tampering with the duel. Why else would I have come, if not to interfere in the results? My lady has sent me to do precisely this. Though, admittedly, the plan didn't go as well as I had hoped.
What
The
was the
Toku
plan?
thing was unfortunate. I did not expect him to die. And I especially didn't expect him to sever Yakumo's hand. That was, most unfortunate.
Who does your lady want to succeed in the tournament?
My lady's ways are unknown to all. She has not yet ascended and reached her true form. And he looks up and smiles at the moon.
Oh yeah, this guy's crazy. I forgot.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, his girlfriend's going to become the moon. It's rough, buddy.
Rough.
It's rough.
So what do you guys say when he says in any response to that? Yojiro looks genuinely flummoxed.
Can I give like a history check or an arcana check, or like does this make any like remote sense to me?
Make a religion check.
All of us are just him.
Anybody who's listening can make a religion check if you want.
Very good.
Good at religion?
I'm not.
No.
Straight up roll.
10.
Nope.
Very weak.
So, a 10 is good enough, although it's probably not going to give you what you want. When he looks up and says, my lady, and smiles at the moon, you know that the Ryujanese consider there to really only be two actual gods and then a bunch of minor fortunes and other such. So there are fortunes and ancestors and all kinds of different spirits that cover the full Dragon Mirth pantheon. But the two actual gods in Ryujin are Amaterasu, who is Core Hill, and Lord Moon, who is just the moon is a male person, not a lady. So that's like he misgendered the moon. But also the moon is known as, I forget what the moon's name is. They usually just call him Lord Moon, but it is an aspect of Dunefell. Like you guys, the deity that the Ryujanese call the moon, you guys know as Dunefell, who is the god of like strife and greed and conflict.
Fulang. Pete. Fulang.
Fulang, yes, thank you. Fulang. The moon is Fulang, but he's misgendered it because he referred to the moon as a lady, but the sun is a lady and the moon is her husband, the night.
Okay. So crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird.
Or
the moon is not normally feminine. That is indeed odd. And if you remember, which you guys do because you've encountered, Nakori does have a tattoo on his head that is representative of the new moon.
the new.
As punishment for misgendering the moon, I'm going to use momentary stasis on Nakori.
It does not work. Also, if you're going to cast a spell at him, we're going to roll initiative.
Well, it's not a spell, but
I mean, you're making an aggressive attack.
Yeah,
if you're going to do that, you can do that. That's fine. It's just we're going to roll
do
initiative.
That. No, it's just the misgendering the moon is just
I mean, it's
yeah.
weird, but it's not like I don't know. It's not hostile.
Tiberius killing the murder.
Tiberius is upset by Roy. Roy believes that the moon has a fixed gender, and that gender is an incredibly important concept to Roy.
Roy believes that there is, the Book of Roy says that there is one God, and that God is Roy, and all the other gods are blasphemy and were evil. So all gods are not Roy. Roy is a jealous god, and anyone who worships any other god should be put to the sword, or alternatively converted to worship of Roy. Depending on what kind of mood you're in.
Is there any particular reason that tampering with an honorable duel is going to make your lady ascend?
I mean, the history of the future says that she was... Well, the history of the future is sometimes misconstrued. Maybe I made a mistake. It's possible I was wrong, but I don't think so. I'm usually right about these sort of things.
How does your lady communicate with you that this is what she wants.
She whispers to me in secret. She's whispering to me even now. Do you not hear her? And he again looks up at the moon and smiles.
I do not. What is she saying right now?
She's saying that we're going to fight shortly. Because you guys are impatient.
Well,
That's
let's
fair.
do this.
What sort of fight was the plan?
Oh, it's the fun kind. Should we start now? And now he stands up off of his rock. He actually stands up on the rock. Are you guys ready to start then?
I
mean,
want
if we're
to.
do you want one-on-one?
If you need a minute, it's fine. Take a minute. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I can take you all. It's fine.
I mean, that's fair. You are.
If you want to fight one at a time, I mean, you tell me. You know what? The lady's not specific as to how this battle will occur. Simply that I'm going to enjoy it greatly. So you guys tell me. You want to fight one at a time? I'm cool with that. What? How do you want to do this? You guys dictate the terms. And Yujiro says, I feel like probably you guys should maybe handle this. I'm gonna take a step back and observe.
A lot of steps back.
Yeah.
Marty's gonna just insight check.
I have
this
no
guy
quarrel
while
with this monk
standing here.
specifically. I'm intent to ask him questions, but you seem intent on battle, so I will merely observe.
I
And
mean-
Nokori says, "My lady said you would do that." Scorpion coward.
Yujiro, get your questions in now if you want them. And I'm drawing my sword and like.
As soon as you draw a sword, we're rolling initiative.
I
So
want an
if
inside
you-
check. I was trying to say that before that.
That
Before
is
we
fine,
start-
Colonel. You have an opportunity to do that. Go ahead.
Before the murder hobo starts murder hoboing.
I love it. I love it.
What'd you get?
18 plus 8 is 26.
Okay, you have no idea how this man fights. You are. Oh no, wait, sorry. That's a 13. Or 18. Never mind. He appears to be some manner of. I mean, he's going to be a kung fu fighter of some variety. You're pretty sure.
Is he a monk?
Yes, he's very much. Well, so sort of. You're pretty sure. I mean, he's not carrying any weapons whatsoever. So you're guessing if he's going to fight, it is going to be with fists and feet because it's literally all he's got.
That's the monk way.
So probably he is some manner of unarmed combatant is your best bet. So you're thinking maybe watch out for the fists and feet.
Okay, but I got my inside off on him.
You did, yes, you succeeded. So you may apply your sneak attack damage to him, yes.
Lovely.
Clock Tower, you draw your sword.
Am I getting an action, or are we going into?
No, if you're going to draw your sword, which you said I'm going to draw my sword. If you actually if you begin to reach for your sword, we're going to roll initiative.
It's more like the intention is to more get like in a dueling stance. This is not like I'm charging
Okay,
forward.
that's fine. You drop into a stance, and now we're going to roll initiative because in samurai terms, dropping into your stance is like putting your hand over your gun in a gunfight. So
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. All right.
Bushi fight. That's what you do.
Yeah. Why not?
You're sure this guy's crazy. So
Yeah. This is a crazy guy that is like going above the rules of the land and is clearly fucked with a lot of stuff. This is like my number one target.
He seems not that crazy.
except for the words coming out
Well,
of his
you
mouth.
don't necessarily understand what he's saying, but also what he's saying isn't like it's not sovereign citizen nonsense. It's just like he's speaking a language you guys don't sort of understand.
Well, he's also very clearly breaking like established social norms. Like
He's a monk. So okay, so from a cultural perspective, what you know, monks do that. That's why monks exist. They get to violate norms. They get to call samurai pieces of shit and tell them when they're being douchebags. Many monks are actually former samurai, former bushi. When you are a bushi and you retire, usually you retire and become a monk. And monks are typically like, you know, wise men and scholars and advisors and whatnot. So for a monk to decide where to meddle is, especially a tattooed man, they are known to be somewhat troublesome and meddlesome. They have a reputation for this because they're monks, but also samurai. So they sort of take advantage of both sides of the fence. Because when they're like, oh, hey, you know, I'm just a monk. I'm doing monk stuff. But also the tattooed men are formerly samurai of the Dragon Clan. So they also have that going for them too. Because they'd be like, you know, normally if you slight a monk's honor, the monk's expected to just take it. But if you slight a tattooed man's honor, you might find yourself in a duel. So, you know.
All right.
They occupy a very unusual position in society.
They're more liminal.
Yeah. They behave they're a little less rigidly adhere to the caste system, I guess is probably the best way to describe it.
Okay, I gotcha. Initiative, I guess.
So he has very definitely committed well, as far as you know, like he hasn't really committed necessarily a crime, because for a monk to use magic on someone isn't necessarily illegal, like, or against the that's one of the things monks also do. So,
well, I mean, isn't like fucking with the outcomes of a duel like it kind of like very
That's illegal, though.
like that's maybe
absolutely,
not illegal,
yes,
like,
that is
very
a highly censurable offense. But also, you guys don't know if he did it or how he did it. I mean, he said he did it.
You're high charisma. You're high charisma. Just try to persuade him.
He said he did
what
it.
you can do.
Well, it's too late now. The clock tower went and dropped into the gunfighter stance, so now there's going to be a gunfight.
Yeah, I stand by that. I'm
Okay,
not trying
Clocky,
to-
what'd you get on
No,
initiative?
that's fair. That's what your character would do. That's what.
Yeah, it makes sense. Bushi fight.
11 initiative.
What'd you get, Clock? I'm sorry.
11.
11. Colonel?
10.
Got it. Slexy?
17.
Okay. Biddy?
26.
Okay. What is your dexterity bonus, Biddy?
+3.
All right. Okay. Nakori's first. So let me see here. I gotta look up a thing. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I should have written this down, but didn't. Okay.
Which of Clock and Colonel had the higher initiative?
Colonel,
What did you get?
the Colonel has a 10, Clock Tower has an 11. So Clock Tower is before the Colonel. Alright, so Nakori closes his eyes very briefly, appears to concentrate for a second, and then he leaps into action and springs to the attack. And since Ume is the one who put a hand on a weapon, he's going to attack you.
Oh, Pete, the break low
Oh,
is
break
still
low
up.
goes up. I'm terribly sorry, chat. Thank you. Well, alright.
Also, Silk really wants to know if Nakori would have given us an orange if we had asked. It's very
Absolutely, yes. He will throw you an orange in a fight if you ask, honestly. He loves to give out oranges. Okay, it is his turn. So he springs into attack, and he is going to attack Biddy. I gotta look something up, I'm sorry.
He's attacking Clock Tower, right?
Yes, he is attacking Clock Tower. I'm looking something up, though. Thomas Body.
Easily. Gonna go for the Vulcan neck pinch, probably.
Got it, okay. So... what is your AC?
20 currently. I'm not hasted.
Got it. Alright, you have been punched twice. So Nakori comes up, and when he swings at you with his fists, his hands look like tiger claws. Take 26 damage.
Ouchie.
Slashing. And it is your turn, Biddy.
I will haste Clock Tower,
Okay.
and I will instruct my familiar to move
When
up here
that
and take
familiar
the
steps
action.
into his threatened reach, Nakori snaps out a kick. Does a 22 hit your owl?
For sure, yeah.
Alright. It takes
Yeah, it's dead.
15
It's dead.
damage.
It has like 1 hit point.
Okay, so he kicks your owl out of the air.
Oh,
Allie.
It's dead. Oh, poor owl.
Nakori says, "Oh, why did you bring such a delicate and beautiful creature into this matter? What a waste."
Well, it's a ritual, so it's no big deal.
I mean, it's still an actual owl that is actually dead. Nakori looks genuinely sad. He's like, "Don't worry, my owl friend. I will avenge you."
I can resummon the owl. You fucking killed it, though. What do you mean you'll avenge it? You killed it.
I mean, you made me kill it. Anything else, Biddy?
That's it.
Okay. Slexy, you're up.
I'm just. Just give me a minute.
That's fine. Take as much time as you need.
Slightly regretting blowing my whole load last fight.
really?
Yeah, no.
way! It's almost as if that first fight was a warm-up for baby boss.
All your spell slots, huh?
It's almost as if our DM was crying actual tears as we blew all of our high level.
I didn't use chamber.
Throttling is
Fucking
important. That resource management is a part of D&D.
You're still hasted. Like you can kill.
Oh, I'm not worried.
It's almost as if this would have been a better fight to show off in.
Really, the only thing I'm missing is my channel.
I'm gonna hit him with a guiding bolt.
A guiding bolt. Okay. Is that a dex save?
No, it's just an attack.
It's a spell
Ah,
attack.
got it. Okay, make a spell attack roll. Okay. Hold on, Pete's got to do some
9 plus 7, so
16.
I love guiding bolt.
Let me
16.
hold on. Pete's got to do some quick math. Hang on.
I have that on Long Whisker. It's a fantastic spell.
yeah, I don't use it too often because I just
Okay. That is a miss.
I figured.
Got it. Okay. Anything else?
I'll move over here.
Okay.
But I'm keeping my distance for the second.
Got it. All done. Okay. Clock.
Guiding bolt really is a good spell. Holy shit! Just look that up.
It's pretty solid for a first level spell. Yeah. No save because it's a spell attack. It is a solid spell.
Quite good.
Your turn.
Let's get chopping. I'm just gonna assume this monk probably has ridiculous AC, so we're gonna pull some punches a little bit until we figure out exactly what's happening.
Okay.
So let's go choppy. Not using great weapon mastery.
You got it. Swing away.
I do have to warn you guys, I don't have a lot of healing spells on right now.
I got a 26 and a 11.
26 is
my-
a hit. The 11 misses.
Damage going.
That provides a lot of information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was not especially helpful for determining
That
the relative AC. of the target.
Right, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had disadvantage, by the way, Clock Tower.
I did okay. All right, so I'm
Disadvantage.
rolling a dice for the 17 roll disadvantage. Okay, does a 24 still hit?
24 is still a hit, yes.
Okay. The other one, I'm assuming is. I mean, it doesn't matter. It missed.
Yeah.
I
If
am
one
going-
dice missed, the other dice missed, yeah.
Yeah, I am going to use a level 1 spell slot on a divine smite. This
Okay. Is that radiant damage?
is radiant. Yeah,
Okay. Split those up for me.
I will do so. So, 20 slashing and 5 radiant.
Got it. Okay. So, done. Anything else?
Haste action attack.
Okay. Again,
With
disadvantage.
disadvantage,
Yep.
presumably. Man, he would have gotten crit if it wasn't. 26, I'm assuming
26
hit.
is still a hit, yep.
Alright. 19 slashing.
Got it.
And pass turn.
All right, Colonel.
I'm gonna hit him with my sword.
Stab away. You also have disadvantage.
Oh, okay. That's a crit. So let's see what my disadvantage roll is. That's unfortunate because I would have crit.
Yeah, you stole a crit from me
18?
too.
18?
Yes.
18 is a miss.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm gonna use my bonus action to disengage over here.
Got it. Okay.
Getting a little out of his direct line of fire.
All right.
And pass turn.
Okay. Back to Nakori then. He's just gonna keep punching at this guy over here. So
22 AC now for haste.
okay, 2 hits. Less that time, so 11. Takes 17 slashing.
Oh man, looking too
Slashing?
hot.
Ouch. Because of his tiger.
Yeah, you got tiger claws.
Okay, Biddy, you're up. Seriously, this is the
I
most you
guess
have.
You know,
I knew this
actually,
would be a
on that-
rousing battle. The blow was well struck, but I fear that you are outmatched, friend.
On that hit, I am gonna hellish rebuke him. So 15 deck save.
You got it.
D10s for that.
Yep. Now you don't have to roll damage. He made a save.
It's still
Now
half
when you
one.
have evasion.
Oh, okay. So nothing then. Except a burn spell slot. Womp womp.
Biddy?
Yeah, I guess I'll firebolt him.
Okay. You have disadvantage.
A disadvantage.
Uh,
My goodness.
everything we do
Oh,
has.
Freaking
I rolled a natural 1 on one of
If
those.
you're close to him, so.
Well, if you're a monk and you
Well,
spend
no,
a key
I'm
point,
not.
you can do a thing with your bonus action. So
yeah.
What? Oh, right. He's dodging.
nothing you are
Sure.
doing is
So-
giving you disadvantage. Something the monk is doing is making all these attacks have disadvantage.
Gotcha. Well, my worst roll was a 1, so.
Okay, so that's enough. Anything else?
Yep. Nope. Nothing else.
All right, Slex, you're up.
Ooh.
Slexy, take the wheel.
What did he say before? He said, "Oh, we're outmatched."
Yeah, he like if you would say, what did you say before? He's like, I said, I think you're clearly outmatched.
Okay. Well, I was just going to respond with, I mean, I hope we can still give you the fight that you were promised.
Oh, so far this has been quite good. I mean, look, and he points down at the cut on his chest. I can't even remember the last time I got cut.
He's like really into it.
Do your worst. This is great.
God, okay. I will. Man, he's gonna have high dex and Toll the Dead.
Okay, that's a wisdom save, correct?
Oh God, yeah, he's gonna be good at that too.
He is a monk, yeah. If you want to revisit that, that's cool.
I'll Moonbeam him.
What does Moonbeam do?
He has to make a con 15.
Got it. Okay, con save.
I need a 5 foot.
Nope, he failed.
I need a 5 foot.
Radius?
Basically, it's his square.
Okay, that's fine. Is it a 5 foot radius?
Yeah, it's 5 foot radius, 120 feet up. Moonbeam comes down from the sky.
Okay, so you want to put it on this square and hit these 4 then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. He failed to save, so roll damage.
Assuming
Assuming it does damage, I don't know what it does.
Silvery pale moonlight shines down. Blah blah blah. When it's enters the spell's area for the first time or starts its turn there, it's engulfed in a ghostly flame that causes searing pain. It must make a Constitution save or take 2d10 radiant damage.
Okay, 2d10 radiant then. Roll damage. He failed to save. Roll damage. That's a d12.
D12. 14.
Ooh, okay. So. Hoo-hoo! Good one! Using the power of the moon against me! Oh, so clever! Hoisted on my own petard. Anything else?
That's it.
Alright, Clocky, it's your turn.
Oh, actually, I'll move away a bit.
Oh, don't think you're gonna use the moon against me and run away that easily. You're up, Clock.
So, first thing, bonus action. I'm going to cast Thunderous Smite on myself.
Okay.
And then we're going to go into normal attacking pattern, not Great Weapon Mastery.
Okay, you have disadvantage.
First one is a 19 with the disadvantage.
Quit touching my dice. That's a miss.
Sorry.
You have dice over here. I gave you a whole pile.
With my dice. 19, Jesus, still a miss. Next attack is a 21. With
Also a
disadvantage.
miss.
What? Okay, well, I guess I will use my hasted action for an attack. See what we get there.
Okay.
That's a miss.
Alright. Colonel?
I'm gonna hit him with my sword.
Okay. Up. When you step into his threatened area, he's gonna kick you.
I have 21 AC.
Oh, he kicks at you, but it flies over your shoulder.
Okay. 18 to hit is a miss.
That is indeed a miss, yes. Anything else?
Ugh. Growling angrily. And yeah, I'm gonna stay in his
Okay,
area of it
that's fine.
for now.
That's a smart thing to do. Alright.
Pass turn.
Alright, back to Nikori. Yojiro's like, friends, do you think perhaps you're overmatched?
Oh, most
Clocktower,
definitely.
you can take an op at this man with disadvantage.
Okay.
So can the Colonel.
17.
That's a miss.
Oh, 15 plus 8, or no, 15 plus 9?
So 24. That's it.
24. Haha!
Eat shit.
Shit, bro. Oh, very, very cool. 19 damage.
Okay. Ooh, ow! That one hurt right in the kidney. Come on, that's cheating.
I mean, don't show your back to me if you don't want to get stabbed in the kidney.
Can I have an orange?
Fair enough. Maybe. Well, I mean, things aren't looking too good for you in oranges. I mean, you got to be alive to eat an orange. And Slexy, you're getting punched and kicked at.
Yep.
What's your AC right now?
22.
Well, 2 misses and a critical.
Sweet.
So that is... take 21 slashing.
Ah!
Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
Got them tired. Also.
And he is done. Anything else? Oh, that was Nikori's turn. Biddy, you're up.
Yeah, I'll try to momentary stasis on our enemy.
Okay. What kind of save is that?
It's a con save, I believe.
Okay. What's DC 18, correct? He failed.
Yeah, DC 18. Okay. So he's incapacitated with a speed of 0
Yep.
until my next turn.
All right.
I will, I'll just move over here.
That means we can finally hit this fucker.
You're up,
I know,
Slexy.
right? Well,
Yep.
No.
Yep. I'm gonna.
Incapacitated in no way makes him easier to hit.
Oh, it doesn't break when somebody does damage
It
to him?
does break when somebody does damage to him, yeah.
Yeah, it breaks.
Also, incapacitated is not paralyzed, so
Yeah, it means you can still strike.
he
And
can't move.
fuck.
He also can't attack you if you wanted to move further away from him.
Yeah, if you get out of his wealth, he might be able to op you, but also he already did a thing that took a reaction, so you might be able to step away from him. Your call. Some people can make more than one op.
Yeah, I'll just move over here.
Okay, that's fine. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you'd be here.
Okay. And it'll as soon as he takes damage, right?
Yes. The effect
Yeah,
is if
let's
he
try to,
takes
like,
damage.
Or if he
Heal up or
saves.
something.
Should we fall back while he's incapacitated? I'm asking the party in character.
Oh, you guys are losing
I'm
interest so soon? Come on. He can't say anything.
We-
He's time hop.
Okay. He's not. He's frozen in time. Because I can move my moonbeam over to him, but it's going to deal damage.
I mean, when you're fighting one guy,
Let's-
a single target crowd control is... If you need to buy time for something, I don't understand what the purpose of this is from a tactical
No, I just-
perspective.
I
but
just
Biddy
get to
may have
move
a
my-
plan, so...
I know. Oh, well, I'm just saying is I can move my moonbeam.
Well, to
as a
get
bonus
away,
action.
or just, I mean, he's obviously very powerful. Like,
He looks pretty hurt. I mean, he's got some bruises. He's bleeding. He's cut open. Colonel stabbed him in the kidney pretty good. He's bleeding. There's blood running down his legs, and his pants are all bloody.
well, fair enough. Let's
Signs of
murder him,
retreat.
I guess. I mean, fair, I guess.
I mean, murders, it works out pretty well for us in general, except for that one time we got arrested. But
We don't talk about that.
So I'll just move over here and then I'll ask you guys, what do we want to do? Do we want to continue fighting? Do we want to...
You could throw a heal or something.
I don't have heals.
Okay, well, then I guess you can't do that.
I have detect... Well, I don't remember because I got here and all my spells were... So I've detect poison and some poison protection, but... From
Can't,
last session when we were talking about it.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Can't Ume lay on hands?
I can. It's like an act. It's more an out of combat healing thing than like a.
Well, you got a turn here. Biddy's got him stasis. He's time hopped, so on his turn, next turn,
you
he
could lay
can't
on
move.
hands on our enemy here. Yeah, you want to like make peace.
Do something, Slexy, or you're gonna do nothing. So come on, give me.
Okay,
action.
I'm just going to fall back.
Do you want to
You
just
could
dodge?
study-
That's it. I'll
You
just
could
dodge, yeah.
Okay, Slexy dodges. Clocky, you're up.
you might want to heal Slex with this turn. Well,
I mean, I'm really beat
you're
up.
the
I'm
high.
pretty sure
oh.
he's the most hurt. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he got the shit kicked out of him.
So we got
Yeah,
a
you
turn here. I guess I'll just like lay on hands myself from my lay on hands pool.
Okay. So heal however
Alright.
many you want to heal. You can split that out however you want. So like you can, if you have 10 points, you can heal yourself for anywhere between 1 and 10 with one single action. You can apply as much or as little of that as you want to a target with your action. So you can burn the whole thing on yourself if you want. Doesn't like however you want to do it. Just
Total number is action up to the maximum amount. So I have a pool of 25. I can spend that with an action.
Yep.
And I guess I'm just gonna lay on hands for my whole pool.
Okay, so you just
How badly are you beat up, Slexi?
He took 21 damage in the last round.
He's not even. I mean, he has
Yeah,
quite a few
okay.
hit points. It's not that bad.
I'm still above half.
You can just tell him how many hit points you have, Slexi. It's fine.
I have 28
Yeah.
left.
You got
You
20.
can just tell him. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna give you 10 and give myself 10.
So you have 5 left. Can you heal more than one person with that? I thought it was only one target.
Let me look.
I don't think you can split it with the same action.
Just heal yourself. Actually, I can step of the night and get up.
I'll put the whole pool on myself.
Okay, so you heal 25. Let me look at lay on hands real quick because it's useful for us to know the rules. So let's just figure out.
It's a
how
very
it-
selfish paladin.
Hey, Pete, as a retcon, instead of doing nothing, can I step of the night and just get like 15 feet up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll just be 15 feet high.
Okay, so Slexi takes to the air. All right. Clocky on his turn lays on hands and heal himself. By the way, Clock Tower, it's only one target. So
I looked.
And Colonel, it is now your turn.
It's handsy with himself.
I think I'll.
Are you hurt at all, Colonel?
I'm slightly dinged from the previous combat, but I'm
You
actually
do have a
okay.
second wind if you want it. Just mentioning that.
Yeah.
If you're worried about
maybe I
being hurt, you do have
before I
second wind
get back
available.
in. Is it counted my bonus action?
It does take a bonus action now, yeah. They actually finally assigned second wind an action type. It does consume a bonus action, yes.
Bonus action, I read that. Sure. I'll use my bonus action to heal some hit points. I need a D10.
It's a D10, yep. Plus your con.
Plus my con?
Yep.
6 points back. And I'm gonna come up and hit him with a sword.
Okay. So he's gonna get his next turn. Just to throw out the initiative order, he is immediately after you.
That's
If you make him skip, Biddy, Slexi, Clock, and you will all get a go before he gets to take another action.
Basically,
Oh,
don't
I
damage
see.
him because he's stasis.
I see. Okay, then I will not be doing that.
You can just dodge if you want or something. Or do nothing. It's up to you.
Ready in action, maybe?
Readying is good. That way, if he
Anything.
comes within your threat and
Yeah.
reach, you could maybe stab him.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready an attack and I'm gonna stand in front of the spellcaster.
Okay, good call. All right.
Nice.
Nakori smiles at you guys on his turn. He finally breaks out of his stasis. Oh, I guess it's all Biddy's turn. Never mind. He's just standing there immobile. Biddy?
Okay. Well,
Good stasis.
I guess I'll just I shouldn't repeat the same action, should I? What should I do here? I'll try to blind him.
Do
I'll cast
damage.
blindness on him.
Okay.
I don't do damage. That's not how I operate.
Oh, that's
What
right.
kind
I
of
forgot.
save is
You're-
blind?
you're playing.
Tiberius is a control mage.
What kind of save is
Yeah,
blind?
I'm gonna try to blindness him. It's a con save against DC 18.
Constitution save. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta look something up.
It actually is really useful.
May not
Yeah.
work on him at all.
Especially since this
It doesn't require concentration either. It's amazing. It's an amazing spell. You get to keep concentrating.
It's
on
actually
haste.
a bad spell. I keep telling you that it's bad, and you keep not believing me, but it is in fact bad.
I love it. I love it. My heart is in it.
Okay. Make a con save. Got it. What's your DC?
18.
He saved. Anything else?
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna actually move over here. Go hide over there. And that's it.
All right, Slexi.
When's he coming out?
You guys got a full another rack, so you're gonna go. Clocky's gonna go, and the Colonel's gonna go before he gets another turn. Although he is out of his stasis, he's like, "Ooh, that was interesting. Time out of time. Do that again."
He's a kook.
I'm gonna just be still 15 feet up and move here,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna use my action to move the moonbeam over onto him.
Okay. Got it. So you want to put it on which corner?
Just
This one?
here, I guess.
Okay. This is just an easy way to keep track of where it's at.
Yeah, just so that it hits him again.
Okay. And I got to make a dex save, right?
No, it is a con
Con
save.
save, okay.
15.
Got it. All right. He saved.
Okay. He takes half still, so
That's fine.
15.
Okay. So that's. Okay. So the moonlight sizzles down. And he's like, using my own power against me. Treacherous. and he falls to the ground.
Oh,
Is he like down, dead?
He is down, yes.
Can I cancel the moonbeam?
We are not out of
actually. Okay.
For
yeah,
your
okay.
purposes, I will say we are not out of initiative. Clock Tower, it is your turn.
No. I am going to.
It could be faking.
I'm gonna run up and I'm
he
going
could be
to.
faking.
Yeah, I'm gonna grapple him. I think. Like if he's.
Okay, you
down,
grab
I'm
him.
gonna try to restrain him.
Sure enough, you grab him. He's grappled. You got him all wrapped up. Anything
All
else?
right, go ahead, team. Do what you want.
He seems limp and unresponsive. Colonel?
Steal his oranges.
Take his oranges and run.
I mean, his sack is on his. There is a sack on his belt.
That'll be the true
so sweet
test,
and
because if you go
delicious.
for his oranges, you'll want.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna come over here and
I
take it.
wouldn't walk through the moonbeam.
Oh, okay. It's hits everybody.
I think it hits everyone. I can't.
Moonbeam does hit.
See?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hitting everything in these 4 squares.
Oh, okay. I'll come over around this way,
You can definitely do that.
and I'm gonna take his satchel of oranges.
Okay, you untie the sack from his belt. It is a sack. When you open it, it is empty.
Ooh.
No.
Anything else?
Can we tie him up? With
I
rope?
mean, your action was to steal his bag. Do you have any?
I'm
other
gonna
actions?
recommend to the next person in initiative order. We should tie him up.
All right. So the colonel's like, "Anybody got any rope? We'll tie him up." And then it comes back, and as you're grappling him, Clock Tower, you hear a gasp, and he opens his eyes. He's like, "Ooh, hugs!" And then now he is going to punch you 3 times.
Oh, he's one of these fucking broken, unkillable characters that you're always talking about, isn't he, Pete?
There is a specific mechanic for what he is doing.
How are they attacking me through grapple? Like he's got to break the grapple.
He can
first.
still.
No, he
He
doesn't.
can still hit
He
you.
can punch you if you're hugging someone. They can't punch you in the fucking head.
Yeah. All right.
Does a 20 hit you?
So if it says
it
if
does
he
not currently.
starts,
So
22 is me.
he missed 3 times, and then he is going to teleport to this square.
Okay.
And he is done.
Uh,
Biddy, you're up.
Pete, it says if first time he enters or if he starts his turn there. So
He was
would
dead
Would
when
he
his
take
turn-
damage again?
He was
Okay.
dead when his turn started.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Or rather, he was unconscious when his turn
He
started.
might be way up long death. I have a feeling that's what it is. Really hard to kill those fuckers.
I will
Yeah,
tell you that is not the
seems so.
mechanic he is currently utilizing.
Who's up next?
Biddy, your turn.
Okay. I guess I'll banishment this guy who's standing right beside me.
Okay. That's a what kind of save?
Charisma save.
Charisma. Nope, he failed. He is banished. Bonk. He blinks out of
All
existence.
right, bye-bye.
Where did you send him?
Nowhere. In a minute, he's going to come back in that square as long as Biddy maintains concentration.
Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes, actually.
Yep.
But
I thought it was 1 minute.
Okay. It is 10 rounds. A minute is 10 rounds.
Uh,
So Yujiro says, is that it?
1 minute,
Is,
yeah,
is,
you're right,
is he
right.
gone? So you guys have 10 turns worth of actions, assuming Biddy wants to do nothing except concentrate on banishment. You guys can have 10 turns worth of actions to do whatever you want, and then it will be Slexy's turn when that is over. So in what Yojiro's going to
get
do
the
on one
fuck
of those
out of
turns
here.
is he's going to go, is that it? Did we win? Is he gone?
nope. I suspect that he is healing up, and we'll be
Biddy
back
knows
in a
what
second.
happened. Biddy can just say, no, I banished him. He'll be back in a minute.
yeah, no. He'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
So okay. I mean, we kind of need this guy alive. It looked like he was down for a second, but didn't
Yeah.
stay that way.
No, he bought back. Well, I mean, I guess I'll ask Ume, like, do you think he was dead, like, earlier, or was he just unconscious?
He
Make
was
a,
limp.
make a medicine check for me, Ume.
Okay.
So this is turn 1. So I'm going to keep track of this. This is everybody's first turn.
All right, that's a 20 on medicine.
You're pretty sure he was fucking dead. Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't
Hey,
seem
he
to
was
have a pulse and definitely wasn't breathing.
Okay, that's useful info. I mean, Marty's never experienced anything like this, so he has no idea.
Hog tackle him or just knock him unconscious again when he comes back, I guess.
I mean, you guys got so what do you guys want to do for the next 9 turns? You got 9
Okay,
turns.
well, my
You
wanna
wanna
beam's going to drop.
heal or
since only a
cast any
minute.
spells or anything? Also, your haste is gone, so Clock Tower spent 1 turn of that stunned.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to move to the square where he was banished and ready in action to attack him when he
Actually, he would have lost haste right when he cast banishment.
Yeah,
It's concentration.
That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
He would. Clock Tower was spent 1 of his 10 turns stunned, is all.
Yeah.
And same. I'm gonna.
Okay, so you guys just want to wait and ambush him when he comes back. Biddy, you want to move around or not be where you're at? Also, your moonbeam is going to expire.
Yeah, my moonbeam goes away. I'm going to still be up
I'll go over here.
high.
Any other duration spells you have that are active have ticked down by 10 turns.
Should we?
Yo, Jiro, you want in on this action? He's
Absolutely
coming back right.
not. I have no do I look like a fighter? Do you not think I would have chipped in a little bit I'm a courtier? I came to talk to the man, and then you decided it was time for a gunfight, so my skills are somewhat less useful now. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to drop.
Perhaps you should have come up with a better plan, Mantis. Instead of wading into a creek that is very clearly far over your head. Unlike a scorpion, you can't swim. That's what he says. Unlike a scorpion, you can't swim, apparently.
I'll bite your head off.
Ha ha ha.
Haha, get it? Mantis.
All right,
Yeah.
everybody where they want to be?
Yeah.
Sure.
And you wanted to ready a spell, Biddy?
Well, no, I changed my mind.
Are you gonna read
I'll ready a guiding bolt for when
Okay,
he
so
comes
you have a
back.
guiding bolt ready for when he reappears. You guys have a melee attack ready for when he reappears. Biddy, what have you got?
Are you gonna haste?
just a firebolt. I think
Firebolt is
I don't need you.
Okay,
I'm
got
on
it.
loans.
All right, so Nakori reappears. Everybody take their ready to action. So Biddy, launch firebolt.
Do we have disadvantage on everything?
You do. Oh no, you do not. Sorry, my bad. Not this turn. Actually, no. Not after spending 10 turns. He doesn't know when that effect ends. So no disadvantage. Just re-roll those.
13.
13 is a
Not-
miss.
not good.
Slexy, what'd you get on yours? Well, on your guiding bolt.
8 plus 7.
15 is a miss. Clock.
Yeah.
On
Okay.
you just got 1 swing here.
Yeah, because of a reaction.
Right. Boy, it sure would have been good to have a vow of enmity for this fight, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been. 17.
That is also a miss. Colonel.
I missed. I rolled a 3.
It's almost like using your most powerful ability on the first piece of random trash you find is a bad idea.
Show off. It was the first combat.
I'm sorry, Colonel, what'd you get? I'm just giving you shit, Clock Tower.
I
It's
missed.
exciting when you have a new toy, I know.
I got a 12.
All right. Okay, so he reappears in a puff of smoke. He says, "Woo! Time out of time, and then trip to another realm." Boy, that was like I think I have become one with the void while I was gone. Do that again, and then he's gonna beat the. Oh, you're still here, and then he is going to punch the shit out of Ume. 2 hits in it. You're a 22, right? Oh no, you're a 20.
20, I lost haste.
Okay, so 2 hits then, one of which is a critical.
Yikes.
I mean, it's not that exciting for a monk. It's just an extra 10 damage. 19. So take 28 bludgeoning. Or, sorry, 28 slashing.
28 slashing.
And Biddy, it is your turn. Do it again! Again! Come on, I want to go again!
Yeah, I'm gonna try to momentary stasis our enemy here.
That's a con save as well.
Yeah, con save.
Okay.
DC 18.
He passed.
Okay, well, I'm going to move as far away as I can here.
All right. Slexy, you're up. Oh no, that's not it. Try harder next time.
I need to recon the concentration check. Sorry. What was the damage of the individual attacks that he did to me, and how many did he hit with Pete?
He hit you. Well, it's the biggest one was 21.
Okay, so that's 10.
Well, yeah,
No,
it's a 10 either way. Yeah.
Okay. Saved, and for a second that he hit me with, saved.
Okay. What are you maintaining? What are you concentrating on?
Thunderous Smite.
How long does that last?
I'm looking up right now because there was a whole banishment thing.
Yeah,
I think
pretty
it's 10 minutes, but I might be wrong.
I don't think it lasts for more than a minute.
Most things don't.
I'm looking. New character and all that. Learning things.
Yeah,
and
that's
outs.
fine. Nope, that's good. Banishment is bad against for if you have ticking duration stuff. It chews through it pretty quick.
Okay, those are useless rolls. I can't.
Gotcha. Okay, so it had already worn off. Okay. Slexi, you're up then.
I will Step of the Night again,
All right.
shoot up, and then I will hit him with another Guiding Bolt.
All right. Fire away. You have disadvantage.
Yep, miss.
Okay. What'd you get?
I got 5 plus 7.
Ah, okay, 13. All right, or 12. That's a miss. All right. Clock, you're up.
Hit him with my sword.
Slice away.
All right, first attack. 23.
23 is
With
a hit.
Okay. I'm going to try to do non-lethal damage. Also, I am smiting here.
Well, you
I am
knock him
using
down.
a very.
Got to
Smite
knock him
very
down
large.
first. So roll the damage and then worry about whether or not it's lethal.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's not get overconfident here.
18.
Got it. Okay.
Slashing.
So you. Oh, by the way, when he came back out of the portal, like the wounds that you guys had given him, you noticed that a number of them have healed.
Okay.
So, is he down or do I do smite damage? at this
No,
point?
I mean you slice
No,
him on
he's
the
healed
leg,
up. He's
and he's
healed
like,
up.
oh, okay. I mean, I'm gonna kick you with that leg in just a second. He is still fighting. Yeah.
All right, so smite. 16 radiant.
Oh, you gotta say smite. You smite after you know whether you miss or hit, but you don't smite after
That's
you.
what I was saying. Is I was planning on smiting.
No, that's not how smite works. Once you know you hit, you decide whether it's a smite or not. Not did my sword slash bring him down, then smite. Either before you roll damage, you are either smiting or not smiting.
Okay, so I was confused by that because you said wait, roll damage first, and I was like, wait, I'm smiting with this attack. So sorry.
That's fine. If it was a smite attack, just give me the smite damage and I'll add it in.
Yeah, 16 radiant.
When you roll damage, you roll all the dice you roll. Okay, so another
Yeah.
16 radiant. Got it. Okay. Still on his feet.
That's turn.
Got it. Clocky's done. Colonel,
I hit him with my sword.
didn't you only make one attack, Clock Tower?
I made 2.
Oh, one missed.
It's
Okay.
the whole disadvantage thing. One of them was just a complete whiff.
Got it. Okay.
That should hit. 18 plus 9 is 26.
Yep, definitely hits. Don't forget your sneak either, because you're close enough.
Sneaky damage. Oh, 13.
13. Okay, so Colonel, you skewer him through the left eye,
Whew.
and he goes down in a heap once again. Blech.
Okay. Let's tie him up now.
Well, that
Who has rope?
was your turn, right?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
saying this out loud.
Well, we're still in initiative order. Colonel's like, let's tie him up! And then Nakori opens his eye, and you watch it slowly turn back into from a gory wound to an eye. He's like, maybe don't tie me up just yet. He kips up to his feet, and now he is going to attack the Colonel. So you watched his wound, his stabbed through eye closed while you were watching his body standing next to him. What's your AC at the moment, Colonel?
Like this. Well, my AC is 21.
Well, you're a hit, but I rolled an 11.
Let's use that defensive duelist.
Okay, so he throws 2 kicks that fly over your shoulder, and then he does like a spinning roundhouse, and you parry his foot aside. Biddy, it is your turn.
Okay, I guess I'll just, firebolt this guy.
Okay, sorry, before we do that, after he kips up, everybody make an investigation check for me. Oh, no, never mind. Investigation is, unless you take an action, can't do that. My bad. That is incorrect. What's everybody's passive perception?
18.
Anybody got a higher than 18?
No.
Who has better than a 15, I guess is the better question.
Me.
I think it's just Marty.
Okay, so Marty, while you were watching his wound close, you noticed that the chrysanthemum on his chest, he has a tattoo of a chrysanthemum on his chest. The moonlight seemed to strike very brightly on that chrysanthemum, and it sort of shimmered a little bit, and then his wound closed and he stood up.
Oh, the moonlight's healing him. Or his tattoo's healing him.
So the chrysanthemum tattoo had something to do with him
There, you have a suspicion that those two things may be somehow involved. Yes.
Okay.
And now it is your turn, Biddy.
Okay. Well, I have no way to summon Moonlight, sadly. I guess I'll just see if I can hit him with a firebolt.
Okay, fire away. You no longer have disadvantage.
Okay, 20.
Sorry, say again. You got a little robot-y there.
20 to hit.
20 is a miss.
Okay, well.
Slex, you guys are narrowing in on his AC. You're bracketing him.
That's it.
Slexy, you're up.
I'm actually gonna come drop down here.
Okay.
To be beside him.
You land next to him. He is going to snap a kick at you.
I figured.
19 is a hit or miss? Miss.
Miss.
Okay, you misses them.
I don't think I have anything I'm concentrating on. I'm going to use my action to Twilight Sanctuary.
Which does what? I'm completely unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Present your holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from you. The sphere is centered on you, has a 30-foot radius, filled with dim light.
Okay.
Lasts for 1 minute, and I can, whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, you grant them one of these benefits. Either 1d6 plus 8 temporary hit points, or they are no longer charmed or frightened.
Okay.
Oh, it's a buff.
It takes an action, so
Got it.
I don't really have anything else to do.
So Flexi comes and calls down the twilight, and he's like, ooh. So when you do that, Nikori, it says, ooh, fancy sparkles. Clocky, it is your turn.
God, I want to.
And I ended my turn, so does that mean that it takes effect right then? Or?
Yeah.
So I will take temporary hit points.
Okay, you got him. Clocky, you're up.
Okay, no longer disadvantage, right?
Correct. You no longer have disadvantage.
I am not going to Great Weapon Mastery. No tricks here. I'm out of spell slots and shit to do. So 2 attacks. 18 is the highest on those.
That's 2 whiffs then. Colonel?
All right, and pass turn.
You up, Colonel?
Oh, end of your turn, I'll roll a d6.
One
Oh,
of
no,
the
end of... 1 second. I haven't used this before.
Yeah, this is new.
You get temporary hit
Whenever
points.
a creature ends its turn, so it's at the end of your turn,
Yep.
you'll get d6 plus 8.
That
temporary
applies.
hit
That
points.
applies. It's going to apply to Nikori too, just for
No, it's whoever I choose.
creatures you choose. Okay.
All right,
Cool.
d6 plus 8. 11 temp HP. Thank you, Slex.
All right, Colonel, you're up.
I'm gonna hit him with my sword.
Stab away.
15 plus 9 is 24.
That's a hit. Roll damage. Don't forget your sneak.
That's 17 damage.
Okay, he turns to face Lexi, and you stab him through the side of the head in one ear and out the other, and he drops to the ground yet again. Down.
I'm gonna
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna use my action surge to tie him up.
I think you are right, Pete. It might apply to him as well.
Do you have rope in your hand?
I have my
Sword and shield. So
adventurer's pack with rope in it.
it takes an action to get rope out of a pack.
It takes an action to get rope out of the bag.
Yes, you have to retrieve the rope.
I will use my action surge to get rope out so that we can fucking tie the guy up.
Okay, so you throw a coil of rope over your shoulder and have it at the ready. Anything else?
I think that's my whole turn.
All right, so on his turn, Nikori's going to kip back up. So you skewer him through the ear, and blood starts running out of his skull, and then he kips back to his feet. He's like, whoa, that's a new one! And now he is going to punch at the clock tower. Oh, no, you know what? He's going to punch at the Colonel, because you're the one that's been killing him.
I keep killing him.
Pete, I think you're right. I think he does get the temporary hit points as well.
Okay. He hasn't ended his turn yet, so that's fine. Let's see. So, miss. 27, Colonel?
Can I use my defensive list?
I mean, I rolled a 19.
It's probably not going to do it.
It's actually 28. Take 7 slashing.
Okay.
And it is Biddy's turn. So it's a D8 plus how many?
D6 plus 8.
D6 plus 8. All right, got it.
Am I in your sphere also, Flex?
You are, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll shoot at him again. I mean, with a firebolt.
Okay.
I mean, 22.
22's a hit.
Okay.
I don't know if I can, so I sent you something and I'll just ask it in chat, but
Oh yeah, you can just. Well, I mean, unless it's necessary to be a secret, you can just. Hold on.
It says you can grant the
9.
creature one of these benefits,
Yeah,
so I don't know if I can.
No, you may grant. It is your turn. It is your option.
Okay.
You are not required to give him 10 hit points, although you can if you want to. But
I will.
you are not required to do so.
Okay.
9 damage to our opponent.
Okay, so you throw a firebolt and it hits him in the back of the head, and his head explodes, and he falls to the ground again. Lexi, you're up. Oh, sorry, Biddy. Anything else you want to do? You still have your turn.
I don't believe so.
All right, Lexi, you're up.
Can I attempt to grapple him?
Sure. He's grabbed. You're holding the corpse. You tackle a corpse.
You.
I mean, we need to time up. We did this shit before.
But it's.
I mean, I just I don't know how this works, and I don't really want to kill him. And
That's fine. You grab him. Did you want to do anything else?
no. No.
Clock Tower, you're up.
All right, tying the fucker up.
Do you have rope?
Question of
You start with an adventurer's kit. I need to check the player's
well,
handbook.
It
okay.
comes with rope,
have rope
but you have to have you have rope for him to give or receive an object from another player takes an action.
question about temporary hit points.
Clock
Right,
Tower
yes,
can
I-
do nothing, and then on the Colonel's turn, you could tie him up.
You could ready an action.
Yeah, I'll ready in action. When I receive the rope, I'll tie him up.
Well, no.
No.
I'm
Why
gonna
don't
tie him
you-
up because I have the rope out.
Yeah.
Okay, you got the rope out. Yeah, that's
You
good.
can just say, if he gets back up, I'm gonna chop him down again. That can
Yeah,
be the thing that you're ready.
There we go.
All right. So, Colonel, on your turn, you tie him up. Make a. I don't even know what skill this is. Hold on. I forget
had
what
no
using rope. There used to be a skill for this specifically.
There did.
Let's call it survival. Seems most
Survival?
appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice start with. Where's that even listed?
Make a survival check.
9 plus 2 is 11.
Okay. So you quickly tie a knot around his hands. And on his turn, he wakes up and has his hands tied in a knot, kicks to his feet, and is standing there tied up. Clock Tower, go ahead and take your swing.
Grappled by Slex, so.
Oh, that's right. He's grappled, but also, I mean, he can still. No, he is incapacitated while grappled. He has 0 moves, so he's lying on the ground, tied up. Clock Tower, you may swing if you wish. He has regained consciousness.
So
His head, the hole that Biddy blew in his head with a firebolt, and it's slowly closed, and he wakes up. And he's like, okay. I mean, I can do this all day. Well, all
bonus
night.
action. Nakori, it's time to give this up. You're beaten, clearly.
Oh, right. I'm looking real beaten. Whatever, chump. Take your swing if you would like to take it.
He is like prone, tied, grappled. I'm
Yeah,
assuming this
you
is
have
standard.
advantage to hit him because he is prone.
Okay.
And grappled.
Yeah, let's swing and kill this guy again. Total of 26.
Okay, so you cut his head back off.
Can I
Secondary-
investigate while holding him?
Secondary attack. I'm going to try to slice off his tattoo or whatever. I don't
You can
really know.
stab
how
him
that
in the
works.
chest if you want.
I'm going to try to remove chunks of flesh from his chest. If that
Okay.
Like your
I mean,
tattoo is
you maim the tattoo that is on his chest.
Yeah.
Biddy? Oh wait, that was.
I don't even know what to do with this.
Yeah, I'm with Biddy.
Biddy's flummoxed. All right, so Biddy
You have,
spends a turn being flummoxed. We'll say you dodge. Slexy, you are also going to dodge.
I
since
guess.
flummoxed?
Yeah.
Can I?
You're still
can
holding
we
a corpse.
investigate?
Sure. What would you like to make an investigate? What are you doing?
What's the tattoo? Like, what is it? Do I notice anything different when I'm holding him and he comes back to life?
His chest feels warm.
Do I recognize the tattoo?
It is a tattoo of a chrysanthemum.
Okay. I have no idea what this is. All right, I'll just continue to hold him.
Okay.
Maybe
You're cradling the corpse. Clock Tower, you're up. You want to just ready another attack?
Maybe I'm chopping off another limb. I don't know. I think I'm going to start chunking him. Yeah.
Are you attacking or are you readying an action?
I mean, you can mutilate his corpse if you want. That's fine.
That's allowed.
maybe
I'm going to start chunking him. I'm going to start taking off limbs, destroying whatever like tattoos I can find on him.
Okay,
Like,
you
Soul
start
Setter is
hacking.
not okay with this.
So you start hacking at his corpse. You're not actually severing a limb. When you cut his head, like you sawed through everything but his neck bone. When you start chopping at his limbs, you're severing, like you're cutting away all the meat, but his bones seem to stay mostly intact.
Can somebody yell over that? Like, does he know anything about this?
Yajiro
coming back?
is fucking. He's what the fuck are you guys doing? He's actually puking into a shrub.
This is gross as fuck.
Fuck, I don't know what to do. He keeps getting up.
Colonel, what do you want to do?
I want to tie him more. I had his hands tied,
I mean,
but
he's
I wanna,
already
like,
tied up.
I can't like reinforce it or anything.
Do you have more rope? I mean, you can if you want. It's going to be a couple turns here, so you guys have some. We can.
Can we hide him from the moon?
I mean, what do you want to try to do to hide him from the moon?
I don't know. I don't have it, but I like.
You could stick him in the tent.
Okay, so Colonel, you tie. You spend 3 turns, let's say, securely tying. So you tie his hands together, you tie his feet together, you tie his feet to his hands, and then you tie his asshole to his nuts.
Great.
He is well bound.
All right.
Also, as you're standing there doing this, his wounds continue to close. So Clock Tower can keep chopping him every turn if you want to try and keep him incapacitated. He is just very slowly healing.
Okay.
So anyway, I keep chopping, I guess.
I mean,
seems to be working so far.
Yeah.
This is a really weird holding pattern. I don't know what we're gonna do from here.
Let's get him out of the moonlight.
That's a good idea. I mean, it's better than just standing here letting Ume.
Yes. How are you gonna do that?
Should we drag him off somewhere? We're also
Where are you gonna drag him? You're on. This is actually an island in the middle of a pond. I mean, there's no structures or anything. You could put him under the shade of a tree or something.
Let's start with that.
That would be directly out of the moonlight. That would take him out of the direct moonlight.
Let's do that. Let's start with getting him in the shade, like over here.
You drag him over into the shade of a tree where it is dark and he is fully shielded from the rays of the moon, and his wounds continue to heal. So you guys are.
You have a tiny hut
over here now.
Can we ask our wizard to have a look?
So you guys come over here. Biddy, make an Arcana check. Yojiro is just staring at him, flummoxed. He's like, I've never seen anything like this before. And also, you're fucking disgusting, but necessary, I guess. Continue chopping, I suppose, Bushi?
Until we come up with a better idea.
Maybe just stick your sword in a vital. Just stab his sword in the heart and leave it there and see what that
Leave
does.
it there? Oh, yeah. Let's see what that does.
Yeah.
Sadly, only a 12 for the Arcana check.
You have no idea how this magic works. It's not like anything you've ever seen or even
run
heard of.
Yeah. Why don't you run your sword all the way through his heart and...
Yeah, let's see what that does.
Okay, so you stab your sword into his heart. Do you stop chopping at him? Because his wounds are still healing. He does have a sword through his heart.
Let's see if he wakes up from that, or if that
he's
keeps
still,
him down.
completely bound, so yeah,
Let's
see what
so you guys wait a minute, and he wakes up, eyes open. He's like, ooh, that's very uncomfortable. And he starts pulling the sword out of his chest.
Well, I mean, he's bound, but...
He reaches up as if to do so, notice he is bound, and then teleports to here. He is out of the ropes.
Fuck.
And also, your sword is sticking out of his chest now. Clock Tower, you do not have a weapon.
You are...
It will take me a second to get my weapon back, so
I know.
that's not a...
Biddy, it is your turn, however.
God damn.
Why won't you die?
I'll try to momentary stasis him, I guess.
Okay. Con save, correct?
On DC 18.
Got it. All right, you time hop him.
All right.
Lexi?
Okay, sorry. Not my turn.
I will go over, ready my action to smack him with my hammer.
All right, so you ready in action, Clock Tower? I'm assuming you resummon your sword from his chest.
Unpacked weapon, which is probably a little weird for everybody else to see, but anyway.
Not the weirdest thing so far.
What are you talking about? These guys are from Dragonmirth. They've seen 1 billion warlocks, so you are not special.
Might be weird for some of the Ryujanese to see, but...
Well, fortunately, none of them saw it, and also, they have warlocks here, too. It's just usually... okay, you know what? Yajiro raises an eyebrow at that.
Move up, and that's... my action was to summon my blade.
Got it. Okay. Colonel,
Yeah,
you want to move up and ready a stab?
Yeah, because
All right.
apparently the rope was didn't take any time at all for him to undo, so we have to just keep him dead.
He teleported out of it, actually.
Which I guess would take an action, wouldn't it?
It seemed to have taken some sort of action, yeah.
I am gonna... Alright, I'm gonna grab the rope
Okay.
and bring it over to... Yeah.
Got it. Okay, back to Biddy.
What was that all?
Okay.
Actually, at this point. All right, so Biddy, before the end of your turn, actually, just before you go, Hitomi walks in and stands at the foot of the bridge. She says, "Enough. Let my friend go."
Are you the lady that he keeps talking about?
It's Biddy's turn.
Oh, yeah.
Hitomi, my old.
Yeah, I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Let my friend go, or you all die now. Even you,
know what?
Yujiro.
Fair enough, Hitomi.
Oh,
I will break my concentration on this.
Okay. As soon as you do, Nakori falls to his knees and says, "My lady," and drops to his ground. He's kowtowing towards Hitomi. He's like, "I'm not your fucking lady, you idiot. I don't even know who you are. Quit fucking following me. What the goddamn hell is wrong with you? Do you guys know who the fuck this is? He says he's Nakori and that I'm his lady and that he worships me. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. I keep telling this asshole to leave me alone, but he's following me across the breadth of the damn empire." And from the ground where he is bowing, Nakori says, "And I shall do so until my last day, my lady."
Do you want me to keep chopping him?
I mean, honestly, if that worked, do you not think I would have done it by now? Did I seem to show any proclivity with kicking the shit out of your stupid friend over there? And she points at Biddy. You don't think I've tried that? And Nakori says, "Ha ha, yes, I'm a vexing one sometimes, even to my lady. So, I try to be a better servant to my lady, but sometimes I fail. My terrible apologies, my terrible apologies, ma'am." And he hasn't even raised. He's still kowtowing towards Hitomi.
Divine sense. Is he an undead, celestial, or fiend?
He is none of those things.
Damn it. I tried.
Are we still in initiative order, or are we just having a conversation now?
We are effectively no longer in initiative. If it becomes relevant, I will tell you when to snap in.
Okay.
Nakori hasn't moved since Hitomi walked in. He is bowed in the Wayne's World "we're not worthy" pose. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. In the direction of Hitomi.
Yujiro is still vomiting.
Hitomi looks bored. Yujiro is back to being flummoxed. He's like, one shouldn't make threats, Hitomi. I understand you're physically powerful, but my family is powerful. Of course, you could certainly kill me, but the retributions. And nobody's like, yeah, the mighty wrath of the scorpion come down upon my head like 1,000,000 tons of bricks. Blah, 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 same old bullshit. Are you guys done here or what?
We have a lot.
What the fuck is even going on? Why am I talking to you fucking idiots? I got drinking to do. I was happy drinking, and suddenly I got a feeling like I should be here, so I came, and this.
How
nonsense.
drunk is she at this point? Yeah,
She ain't sober, but she ain't blotto, so,
Okay.
He's been sabotaging the tournament.
I want to do something.
What do you mean? Shut
wanna
up.
give
She points at
Sam
Marty. Shut up. No more. Your friend said something I care about. You, speak more. And she points at you, Slexy. You make sense. She comes over and stands next to you. Her hands are casually on her katana and walking like rested on her hips. Think the pose a gunfighter would assume if he was maybe thinking possibly a gunfight might break out, except instead of guns, she has swords.
Okay.
You guys can move around if you want to, but she's going to come over and stand directly in front of you to talk, Slexy.
He was seen putting his hands on both the competitors that got killed.
That true shit, Biscuit? And Nakori says, "Of course, my lady. Destiny must play out as it is planned." He's like, any of you guys got any idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean?
No, not a clue.
Care to explain yourself, monk? He's like, it all hinges on the death of Yakumo.
He keeps talking about his lady needing to ascend to become the moon.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I've heard that shit before and nonsense, and every time I try to ask him to explain, what is it that you always say, monk? And he says, all in good time, my lady, all will be foretold. It hinges on the death of Yakumo. She's like, there you go.
Right.
Yeah, he seems to think that, I don't know, he's seen visions of the future.
I haven't seen visions of the future. Well, except when your friend did that thing earlier, which, by the way, was really cool. Can you do that again? I really enjoyed that. Also, can I have my sack back?
We'll see.
I mean, I really would like my sack back.
Your physical sack, because I probably cut that off.
You guys?
No, I mean the oranges. Just
you guys want an orange?
Yes, I do.
He actually is sitting cross-legged now. He's no longer prostrating himself before Hitomi. He's just sitting there quietly cross-legged in the grass. His wounds are continuing to heal, by the way. You guys want an orange? My lady? An orange? She's like, sure, what the fuck? He's like, please, my sack? He's motioning to you, Colonel, because you have it.
I'll toss the sack back.
When you look in it, it's just an empty bag, by the way. Like,
It's like a
Yeah.
bag
you
of
pull it off
holding
your
or
belt,
something.
it is just an empty burlap sack. You toss it to him, he reaches into it, produces an orange, and tosses it to Hitomi, grabs an orange out for himself, and starts peeling it.
Is that what a bag of holding looks like? If you
Nope,
peel
it's
it is
not.
absolutely not a bag of holding. You have one. Speaking of which,
yeah,
before Galapagos left, he did entrust you with his bag of holding and his wheel of Rochefort. Martinique, I forgot to mention that, but you do have Tink's bag of holding and his G's. This is very clearly not a bag of holding. It's just a sack.
Okay, so we've got someone fucking with the duels and a weird stalker. What do you want to do with him?
I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do with this guy. I've tried a number of times to kill him. I don't know.
1 second. I'm going to
Yeah, we've seen how that works.
forward him again just for fun.
No, you stab at him and he kicks the blade out of your hand. Or
Frustrating.
kicks it aside. He's like, do we have to do that again? Honestly, I got kind of bored with it. You know, that still hurts.
Yes, the healing is impressive.
The blessings of the moon are manifold, my lady. And he bows to Hitomi.
Have you tried accosting him during the day, or is he not around for that?
Never actually tried to fight him during the daytime. Honestly, I try to avoid him at all costs. I don't give a shit. I'm tired of all of you already. I really
That
would
is
like to
fair.
leave.
How long has he been following you?
Fuck if I know. How long you been following me, monk? And Nikori says, your entire life, my lady.
Oh my lord. You're a fucking psycho, dude.
I'm not a psychopath. I'm simply entitled to knowledge that you don't have. The moon tells me secrets. I'm sorry that the moon doesn't speak to you. But if it did, oh, the glories you would know. You might be as powerful as me somehow. Probably not, though, because the moon likes me better. My lady. Anyway, so my lady, what news of the tournament? Nikori says, and Hitomi says, I don't give a fuck. I'm quitting. He's like, what do you mean you're quitting? She says, Yakumo's out, missing a fucking hand. He can't duel with only one hand. He's not a lefty. So it's over, and I don't give a shit about anything except killing Yakumo. So I'm going home. And Nikori says, oh my. Well, this changes things somewhat. The futures and fates have spun a different path than the one that whispered to the moon. My lady is indeed fickle, as you all can see. And he points at Hitomi, and Hitomi's like, she just shakes her head and turns and starts walking away. Like, I've had enough of this. There is sochu to drink, and I'm going to go drink it. And Nikori says, I shall come with you, my lady. And he stands up and begins to follow her. She turns and slaps him. She, like, turns and slaps him in the face. She's like, you're not fucking going anywhere. Get out of my sight. Don't. Just, no. And he's like, as you wish, my lady. And then he sits back down. He comes over here and sits back down cross-legged. And Hitomi walks across the bridge and is leaving. Well,
Nighttime
I guess
when you
we're
guys
done
left.
then.
I think we saw him during the day, but we didn't fight him during the day.
No,
Correct. You did see him during the day, but you did not fight him. That is correct.
Okay.
Well, I guess we're done
we'll
here
look
then.
over what's his name. And
If my lady's
ask
not
what-
fighting in the tournament, terribly sorry about Toku, as I said before, but I guess the fates are not to be. That the moon whispers secrets, but the moon lies sometimes. This must be one of those sometimes. Actually, you know what? The moon lies a lot. My lady Hitomi has, my lady has, she has honesty issues. But I guess we're done here. So, do you guys want to fight some more, or should I just be on my way?
So you're not going to keep messing with the tournament.
I mean,
You're
my
just
whole
going-
goal was to ensure that my lady Hitomi could kill Yakumo. But if Yakumo is out of the tournament, then my work here is done. Or at least postponed.
Maybe we can drown him. What if we threw him in the bottom of a
Oh,
big
no,
lake
it's fine.
he couldn't teleport out of?
I'm
mean-
gonna gesture for him to be
No,
quiet and be
drowning
like,
doesn't
Thank
work.
you for your fight.
Oh, you're welcome. It was glorious. You actually truly turned out to be considerably more adept warriors than I expected. I assumed I would kill all of you, but you're surprisingly durable.
Hey, Monk, how do we kill you?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
Huh.
Drowning doesn't work, though. I mean, I can go sleep in the bottom of the lake for a while if you want, but as long as the moonlight shines. I don't have an answer to your question.
That hissing is back.
Yeah, it's gone again. It's back and then it's gone again. It's weird. Say something again, Slux.
Test.
Nope, I have no idea what that is. It's just something with Discord. It's pissing me off, though. Anyway, I'm gonna go if you guys want. If you guys are done, then I mean, good luck with the tournament. Like, if my lady doesn't care about it, I guess I don't care either. So See you around.
I'll look over at the one guy and like gesture. Does he want us to do anything about this?
He shrugs. I got nothing. I have no
Okay.
idea what this lunatic is on about, and honestly, he doesn't seem like he's going to interfere. So
Yeah.
that's all. That's all I cared about is that Aramaro might have a fair advantage, and it seems like Nikori's like, oh yeah, I mean, it's fine. No, I don't think anybody else. Well, I mean, I don't know. You Scorpion always have plans within plans and plots within plots. It could be some sort of Xanatos gambit. I don't know, but unless you guys are going to poison people, I'm done doing it.
Can I have another orange?
Sure. He
Nikori?
reaches into his sack and tosses you an orange.
I wish you well. Have fun on the road.
See you around. And he actually concentrates for a moment, and then he blinks out at the speed of sound. Like he leaves, and a sonic boom happens in his wake as he sprints away faster than you can imagine.
Oh, I hope we never see that asshole
I have
ever
met
again.
few people worth smiting more than him.
I guess our work here is done, Yojiro says and shrugs. Like, honestly,
I'll turn to him and
I
be
would
like,
very
so-
much like to be out of your presence as swiftly as possible. So,
Yeah,
Assuming
that's
we're-
fair. So our friend will be returned to us.
you should find him waiting for you at the inn shortly thereafter, if you'll excuse me. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small origami object. It appears to be some manner. He pulls out an origami unicorn. That's something you've never seen before, and he throws it to the ground, and it turns into an actual unicorn, and he jumps on it and rides off.
I'm just gonna fucking like look around. Like, this is the
Motherfucker.
weirdest fucking night.
This is up there.
I've had this contract for less than a day, folks.
A
Yeah.
monk that won't
Honestly,
die.
this is weird even for us.
Regeneration
Yeah.
is a thing.
Can I get an origami unicorn? That sounds awesome.
I mean, there are some magic items you could get that could do that. The Phantom Steed, I think, is a first level spell.
I can probably call you a steed. It's a paladin spell.
Fine Seed
You
is a
really
paladin spell, yeah. You
Yeah.
have a ring of spell storing somewhere. You can put that in a ring of spell storing, and then Biddy can use it.
Oh, what is it that gets rid of regeneration? I know for
Biddy,
trolls
Biddy,
it's
you
fire,
recognize that spell that he cast. It was actually Phantom Steed is the name of the spell. He used a Phantom Steed and just rode away. Just happened to look like a unicorn. Or rather, a
that
Kyren,
bad
as
boy.
they're called here. I mean, you recognize the spell. You don't have a copy of it. Anyway, you guys are standing in some noble's garden. There's fucking
let's leave.
blood everywhere. Like, you have made an absolute mess of this fantastically
Hey.
sculpted rock garden.
Hey, Biddy, can you clean any of this up before we run off?
Ooh, I'll do what I can. I'll start vacuuming the gore up with the prestidigitation.
I don't think prestidigitation can clean areas, can it? That's unseen servant.
I can't.
No, it can
You
clean.
could at least
stuff.
clean us.
I mean,
Well, there's way
Yeah,
more
like,
than. I mean, it's
maybe
going to
not
take
very
you
efficiently.
hours. Yeah, it
Let's
will
just
take
go.
you several
No.
hours to do it.
Let's
I'll
just
sort
go.
of take a
We're
token
just leaving.
gesture at it. Yeah.
That's fine. All right, you try and cover up the worst blood spots, but honestly, you're barely making a dent.
Maybe let's get us clean so we're not walking around covered in blood, and then
That's
let's
not
get
a bad
the fuck
idea.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, so Biddy cleans the blood and slop off of all you guys, and you begin heading back towards town. You will make it back to your inn in uneventful fashion. No one accosts you, no ninjas ambush you, nothing like that. So you arrive back at your tea house, and when you do, Bartatos is sitting on the step. And if Silk, are you still around?
Don't know if he's still here.
Hold on a second, I muted him.
He might still be here. I've seen him in chat in the Discord.
Silk, are you still around?
Oh, he was here 10 minutes ago.
He is not. And also, he is self-muted, so he must not. So anyway, Bartatos is sitting on the steps of the tea house like, guys, hi, good to see you all again. Did you have as much fun today as I did?
Marty's gonna fling himself into Bartathus's arm and give him a big hug.
I don't know how Bartatos would respond to such an ebullient greeting, but I'm guessing probably he will return your hug in a somewhat chaste and reserved fashion. I'm doing my best here.
Bartathus looks confused, according to Silk in Discord.
Bartatos looks confused. Okay. Silk, if you're at voice, just hop in, and if you're in a position, are you in a position where you can hop in and be you? If not, that's fine. Just well, he says 1 sec. Okay, we'll give Silk a sec. I don't know if you're home or still in a car or whatnot. I hope you're home. It's been like 4 hours, so it's a long car ride if not. Anyway, what do the rest of you guys want to do? Also, how long do you guys want to play? Because there's a holiday tomorrow, so I will go all night if you literally want to, but I don't know how.
Rocky and I
We can also do that.
We told Clocky's parents we'd be coming up for dinner, so
Can you give me another half an hour to finish out the tournament, or do you guys want to wrap it up here?
we can do
We can finish off the tournament.
Okay,
Blah, blah, blah.
we'll do that then. All right. So Bardatos will respond as Bardatos does when Silk is able, but I'm assuming you guys are eager to go to bed then.
Yeah, we'll head back. We'll just be. I'm just what the fuck.
All right, so you guys are confused and disoriented and somewhat distraught by the fact that hop into voice if you would. So Marty is giving you a hug. We need to know more about the interpersonal relationship between Martinique and Bardatos when Martinique very much romantically greets you upon your return. While you were gone, by the way, Silk, Yojiro's people had you technically held hostage, but it was the most polite hostage you've ever been a part of, and this isn't your first rodeo. You've been held hostage before, but mostly it just consisted of them politely asking you questions and bringing you, food and refreshment and genuinely conversing with polite and friendly people. You were basically wined and dined by a mob boss who asked you some questions and is like, you understand that we're holding you captive for your friend's good behavior, and we don't necessarily want to hurt you, but we will. But it was a polite kind of thing of, we're keeping you captive to ensure that your friends do what we want them to do. And you were like, oh no, I totally get it. So this isn't my first rodeo. Also, this sushi is really good. I'll just chill out here and you go do your thing while I enjoy the company of your mob boss. And you were well treated while gone. So Bardatos fills you guys in on what he did, which was basically, talk to some geisha, play some music, had a nice day, few drinks, a couple of really good meals. Met the Godfather's daughter. Everything was nice. He had a fun time.
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, cool.
So you had a wonderful day in captivity. Your friends had a less wonderful day.
Yeah. So I'm just going to look at Marty with a hug and with a confused look. I guess it's nice to see you too. I mean, I had a wonderful time. I learned a few new songs, for my flute and lute and such. And I'm really gonna bring the house down next time. But we have a little show to play for our food and lodging. But
you do also notice, Bardatos, that Dr. Galapagos is nowhere to be found, and there is a new Ryujanese man standing with your party who is holding has a big sword on his back. Actually, I don't know. Where do you keep your sword when you're not wielding it? Just out of curiosity.
Honestly, when I'm not wielding it, usually I just don't have it on me.
You just banish it to hammer space?
That would actually be weird.
It would be weird, yes.
It's a big-ass Nodashi. It's on my back.
Okay. So there's a man with a large greatsword strapped across, or a woman, rather, with a large greatsword strapped across her back. A small woman with a giant sword.
Yeah, so, did one of you, polymorph, our turtle friend into this nice-looking young woman here?
That's a very interesting instrument you're carrying there, Bard, and I'm very tired. I'm retiring for the night.
This is
strolling off.
This is not Galapagos, in case. Yeah. Galapagos actually got recalled, believe it or not. He's home.
The thing?
The Temple of Chandria, yeah. So you guys could just we don't have to do this on camera unless you guys want to. But you guys can fill Bardatos in on Tink has been recalled by the temple for greater and more noble services than executing some random guy who one person thinks is a god, and even though that person may be crazy, the temple had other stuff for him to do, so he went to go do it. Is there anything in particular you guys want to do? I know you guys got time crunches, so I'm trying to speed things along a bit because the tournament's going to.
I'm good.
I was just going to ask if there was anything else I learned that would be worth sharing with them, from my captivity. Because I'm assuming I would have asked questions too.
Yojiro came and got you. They kidnapped you in the night. They gave you the black bag treatment. They threw a bag over your head. But unlike the other times when you've been head bagged, this bag didn't smell like blood and vomit. It was nicely scented and clean. So the clean head bag was nice. You don't normally get that. But they kidnapped you, headbagged you, took you into a rather opulent holding area that was somewhere underground. You're still not entirely sure where you were being detained because they teleported you out. But yeah, you were like wine and dine. Yujiro asked you a bunch of questions, and then he was apologetic about the fact that he was going to hold you captive, but he was honest and forthright with you. He's like, "Hey, look, I'm going to hold you captive so that your friends help me solve this mystery because I thought you guys were doing it, but you said you weren't, and I believe you." So things have been explained, but honestly, I still need some help figuring out what's going on, and I'm going to use you as leverage against them. My apologies. So
he basically was like look, I'm sorry I had to kidnap you, but while you're kidnapped, we might as well make you comfortable, make it pleasant. Like,
correct.
There's no reason
yes.
There's no reason to be a dick about it.
Yes,
Just
he held
like,
you hostage, but he was very polite and apologetic about doing so.
Okay.
All right, so we'll skip ahead then if nobody else has anything they want to do before the tournament. So the crier comes around the next morning. You guys get up, go downstairs to breakfast, and the first thing the crier comes around and announces that the tournament is going to resume. And that Yakumo has withdrawn from the tournament, one, because of his injuries, and two, because of the circumstances of his participation are... I mean, there's no way there wouldn't be another riot if they let Yakumo participate again. So, like, the fact that there was a riot that he killed Toku, if he were to step back into the ring, and especially if he were to ultimately win, there would almost certainly be a more violent riot. And though Yakumo actually wanted, he was like, no, I can still do it. And the rumors are that he was desperate to continue fighting. Yasu was just like, no, this is over. You're missing a hand. This is not important enough. I don't give enough of a shit about your opinion of what's going on. All this ever was for you was glory. It's not like you were actually going to marry your sister. This is over. We're done. And he was like, okay, fine. Like, when his father tells him to do something, he is still a loyal son, so he did it.
Oh, this one's wrong. Rian Suki.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Suke won, not Amuro. So Amuro won. So the next duel for the first day is Sansei versus Suke. This is a scrub. So whoever wins this match is going to go to the finals. So they're going to finish this out. So the first match of the morning is Sansei and Suke. They come to the arena. There are no peasants. No peasants are watching. They have been banished. They are forbidden from viewing the remainder of the contest. It is only samurai who are going to be allowed to witness the remainder of the competition. So the stands are considerably less empty, but also, all the samurai that were there are, and some of them have sort of spread out. The clans have kind of self-segregated into groups where everybody's sort of hanging out with the people from their own clan. First match of the day is Ryosuke and Sansei. They both step into the arena with considerably less fanfare. After the events of yesterday, everyone seems kind of somber and reserved, like the festive air is somewhat come out of it. Like, people are a lot less enthusiastic and excited. That's mostly because the people who were super excited were all the peasants anyway. This is more of a formality thing for the samurai, but there's still a little bit of hype. Sansei and Suke square off in the arena. They stare at each other, and they drop into their stances and eyeball each other for a while. Couple minutes, actually. Neither one of them moves or twitches until ultimately Sansei draws his blade, and Suke's blade is about half out of its saya when Sansei scores her across the cheek and draws a drop of blood. The referees throw up the flags. They immediately declare Sansei the winner. Suke bows very deeply towards Sansei, who bows in return and says, well fought, and they sort of give each other a GG. Like, neither one of them is particularly ebullient. Suke looks she looks kind of miffed, but also realizes, well, he's just, he was the better duelist today than Sansei, and Sansei gives her the equivalent of, hey, GG, but you were always outclassed, kid, and then turns and walks out of the ring without any additional fanfare. Suke returns to the Lion, who congratulate her. They give a quick cheer for Suke, and then she and the rest of the Lion contingent actually retire because there are no more Lion in the tournament at all. They have a quick break for lunch after that, and in the afternoon, the two matches resume. When it comes time for, we're doing the first match of the day is Daria and Hirona Ran. Daria swaggers into the ring with his sword over his shoulder in that same weird stance he had in his first match. Hirona Ran steps in. They don't stare at each other very long. They very quickly come to blows. Hirona Ran does land a telling blow, but Daria lands one first. So they both cut each other, and pretty good, actually. Daria takes a pretty hefty stab on the left side of his torso, so like a pretty significant wound. Harona Rand gets opened up pretty good across his right shoulder. Gets open, or his right arm gets open from the shoulder to the elbow. So they both take pretty significant wounds, but Daria's strike lands first, so he is declared the winner. Both of them immediately retire to the medical tent to have their wounds tended to by the Wu-Jin who are waiting. So there's not a lot of like wrap up or fanfare of that. Both of them got hurt pretty badly and they're getting patched up. Daria is declared the winner, and then they call for the stands for the final one, and when they call Hitomi's name, she's not there. So Aramaro walks into the ring and stands there, and he looks sort of disappointed. They wait for a while. They're like, has anyone seen Doragon Hitomi? And it goes on.
She didn't even formally withdraw. She just no-showed.
Yep. So
Ume leans over and is like, sorry about your bet.
after about 10 minutes, everybody shrugs. They're like, well, okay. But she's not available, so Aramaro is the winner by default, I guess. And we'll be done for the day. People in the crowd seem kind of disappointed because it's sort of anticlimactic. They were actually hoping to see, a couple good duels, and instead they got one person who was clearly overmatched, two people who were evenly matched but didn't produce anything exciting because Daria was favored to win that one, and then a no-show without even an explanation or any idea what's going on. And that unless you guys want to do something in the post-tournament, everybody's geared up for the next day, where it is Daria versus Aramaro and Sansai, because he no longer has an opponent. So he has won the noon match. They're going to try and do... So, overnight... Well, do you guys have anything you want to do after the first round? Place any bets, anything like that?
I'll put 3 Koku on Sansai.
Okay, 3 Koku on Sansai. Sansai is the he's the underdog in his match, but they're not posting odds on that yet because they don't know who his opponent's going to be. They don't know whether it's Daria or Aramaro because they still have a duel. Today should be Yakumo dueling Sansai, but Sansai's getting a bye because Yakumo was told to withdraw and also is missing a hand. So if you want to put some money on the Amaro Daria fight, Aramaro is an overwhelming favorite. Daria is a 20-1 underdog.
I'll throw one at Daria.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do before we go handle that duel?
I think I'll throw 1 on that, and I'll wait on the Sansai one.
Gotcha. 1 on Daria. Okay. So we go to the next day then, and in the morning, before the tournament, the Yasu actually addresses the crowd. Just before Daria and Aramaro are about to step in the ring, Yasu says, "This tournament was scheduled to be a 3-day event, and in light of our compressed and somewhat disrupted timetable," and at this point he looks over to his left, and Yakumo is sitting next to him in the sort of what would be the Imperial box. It's like the family box booth. Yakumo is there, and his right hand is... everybody make a... Well, you'll notice. It's pretty obvious. He has a jade hand on.
Oh.
Where his right hand used to be, there is a hand made out of jade attached to his stump, but also it appears to be a functional hand.
What?
Yeah, it moves and whatnot. You see him scratch his face with it, so it appears to be some sort of magical item.
Jade hand.
Biddy, you can make an Arcana roll if you want to try and figure out what it is. Actually, anybody,
Sure.
Bardatos, I can roll for you if you want to roll. Bardatos has no idea. What'd you get, Biddy?
26.
Yeah, that appears to be some manner of magical prosthetic. So,
That's
Or people that don't have
prosthetic,
they don't have many magical items that aren't combat related.
they have very few. Yeah, this is a very unusual thing. So it is surprising, and you hear some murmurs and whatnot in the crowd about, a jade hand. What does that even mean? Is it magical? It's made of jade. And you guys know that jade is sort of considered special and somewhat holy. It's often used to fight the forces of Fu Lang, so it's considered... when they go to fight demons and Oni and other monsters and ghosts, they typically will try and wield things of jade at them because it holds them at bay. So it's an unusual and intriguing magic item. But Iyasu continues his speech after he somewhat slights his son. He says, "And we are curious if the winner of this duel, barring unwanted injury, would be willing to have 2 matches in the same day." Daria scoffs and says, I don't care about anything. Let's just get this over with. And Aramaro is like, of course, absolutely. Whatever my lord wishes. And Yasu's like, excellent, it is agreed then. Gentlemen, continue. And then he sits back down. Daria swaggers back into the ring with his, normal, casual attitude. Aramaro looks a little more serious and focused than he has in any of his previous duels. There's still no peasants being allowed, so it's still just samurai. There's a cordon around like a military cordon around the tournament grounds. They've got everything segregated. And Daria and Aramaro drop into their stances. Almost immediately, Aramaro just simply draws, strikes, and Daria is hit in the shoulder and wounded. Daria manages to get his sword out, but his swing is well wide and doesn't even come close to Aramaro. Referees throw the flags up. Aramaro's declared the winner, and Yasu stands up and says, outstanding then. The final match of the day and the final match of the tournament for the Hand of Kitsune shall be Aramaro versus Sensei, the Ronin. And then he turns and departs. So it's going to be a lunch break and then the final battle. Do you guys want to do anything before the lunch break?
I kind of want to follow because I don't know. I feel like there's something sketchy. But maybe
I mean, Sansai doesn't go anywhere. There's a tent with some like food and water over there. He just goes over. Think about like a boxer going to his corner, except he has his own little tent area. He goes over there and sits in it. He's not going anywhere that would require following necessary. There are 2 guards stationed outside the tent. 2 of the Connie house guards are stationed outside, but Aramaro also similarly retreats to his own little tent there. There's a lot more people over there because a bunch of Scorpion are sort of gathered around and they're giving him a little fanfare. They're like, "Oh, you're so gonna win, Lord Aramaro. You're so good. Sensei doesn't stand a chance." Like he's surrounded by a bunch of sycophants and yes men.
What about Sensei?
He's a Ronin. There's 2 guards outside his tent to keep the riffraff out. Nobody else is around or seems to care much about him winning. Aramaro's got his yes men and sycophant. Aramaro sort of looks annoyed by them though, because he waves them away and goes into his tent by himself.
I feel like we should give Sansei a pep talk. I don't know what that pep talk would look like.
I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate it.
You guys want to go talk to the tent? You can walk over there. If you want to go try and have a conversation with Sansei, you can absolutely do that.
Can I go put money on Sansei first?
Yeah, there's a ton of people taking action on the side. No more peasants though. This is not like bookies. These are samurai who are betting with other samurai. And if you want to go try and put action on a fight, yeah. Sansei is a considerable underdog. He is 7-1. So Aramaro is a 7-1 favorite, which honestly, some of the other people who are gambling seem surprised that they're even giving him that much a chance. Everybody's like, oh, he doesn't. Some jumped up Ronin who thinks he's gonna be the next heir to the Crab Clan honestly thinks he can beat Aramaro, the greatest duelist in all of Ryujin, now that Hotori's dead. Doesn't stand a chance. And then the bookies are still like, yo, 7-1. We watched the fights. You guys aren't 7-1. Those are the odds.
I think I'm going 6 on Sansei.
Okay. You lay a bet for some Koku on Sansei. You got it. Anybody else want to on that action?
2 down.
2 on Sansei?
Down.
I at the beginning of the tournament, I put 10 on Sansei to win the whole thing.
You did, and he was a big underdog, so you're looking to cash in for about $1,000, yeah.
Jesus.
$1 bill, y'all.
1,000 Koku, yep. So do you guys want to go try and, you said you want to give Sansei a pep talk?
Somebody should go talk to him.
Okay, who's going?
I mean,
it can be all of you if you want. I mean, you just tell
me. We can all go just wish him well. And be like, we put all our money on.
Well.
Okay, well, you guys head over to his tent, and the guards say, halt! And Sansei's like, it's fine, let him in. And then they snap a salute and step to the side, and you guys walk into Sansei's tent. He's just sitting on his tatami mat, cross-legged. He's sharpening his sword. You guys want something?
No.
Just came to wish you luck.
There's no luck involved in this. I will win handily. Aramaro is much better. Thinks he's a much better duelist than he actually is. It's fine.
All right, then.
We
just wanted to wish you well.
Yep.
I mean, I'm assuming you'll be here to talk to me afterward. This should be interesting. The duel itself, the aftermath, that could be intriguing. Anyway,
I look forward to the chaos.
I think the
had-
chaos is well behind us. Is stupid rabble getting out of their place, supporting some Ronin just because he's an underdog is ridiculous. Where's my fanfare? Sensei says. Why is no one roused around me? Why am I not the champion of the people? Pathetic.
He's
I mean,
incredible.
I could make him like I could make an illusion of like a cheering section for him, but like that would be
You get
you
the
know, off the ground.
impression
That
that he
would be
would
bad.
not appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that was one of those like
That would be
I mean,
very
I-
much
I
a
can-
Queen Victoria sort of "we are not amused" kind of thing.
Ume will offer to practice with Sansai if he so wishes.
He doesn't get up from his seat where he's sitting sharpening his sword. He looks up at it and he's like, "No offense, kid, but I could get better practice off of a training dummy."
No offense, let me terribly offend you.
Offense, but insult.
He did deeply insult you. Yeah, that's a pretty significant insult.
Let's note that in the book of offenses that I'm keeping.
Well,
I'll,
one thing
mark
it
that
is
down in the book of grudges.
so one thing that is honorable actually is when someone insults your honor and you simply don't acknowledge it. For you to bear an insult to your honor is itself an honorable act.
Well, I mean, that is what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not going to go duel me right now because that's just...
So-
Tiberius will also consider it an insult to his honor, so he can bear it silently as an honorable act.
Yeah, sorry, Tiberius, that doesn't really apply to you. You're just like, this guy's a dick.
But in Tiberius's own head, he's getting a lot of brownie points right now.
Absolutely. Extremely
Tiberius
honored.
gives himself 10,000 Tiberius points and is over in the side of the tent looking quite smug.
What's Tiberius points to pizza ratio?
I mean, they're both only available in prime numbers, so they actually can't be exchanged.
All
All right, well, I look forward to the rest of this day.
All right, so Sansai stops paying attention to you guys, and you get the hint that he kind of wants you guys to leave. So you do. Unless you have something else, we'll just jump ahead to the final match.
I don't have anything.
I don't think there's anything pressing.
All right, so let me pull my notes up here. Hold on a second. Okay, so final bit for the tournament. Everyone reconvenes in the afternoon, and everybody is here. Like the lion who left earlier come back. It looks like a lot of people are interested in the outcome of this match. Not because of the match itself, but because of the political implications that potentially happen with a Ronin becoming the heir to the Crab Clan. Or Aramaro perhaps winning the hand of Kitsumi and maybe forming an alliance between the Scorpion and the Crab, which would be which would be the most powerful military family with the most powerful political family. Those two allying could have significant repercussions for everybody in the Empire who isn't a Crab or a Scorpion.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, like, you guys get the sense that there's a lot of tension in the air around the combatants both seem confident and relaxed, but the crowd feels nervous. Like there's a sort of a nervous buzz over the crowd. The herald announces it, comes forth. He's like, the final match between the two finest duelists in all of the Empire. The winner goes the hand of Kitsune. And at that point, Kitsune steps up and she bows very deeply to the opponents. Both of the combatants step onto the field, turn and bow to Kitsune, and then they turn and bow to Ieyasu. And Ieyasu says, "If you are ready," and Sansai and Aramo both bow again. And he says, "Fantastic! Let this begin! Majordomo!" And he points to the referee. And Sansai and Aramaro bow to each other. Neither one of them bows very deeply. Sort of like a courtesy touching gloves kind of thing. Each of them turns their back on the other, steps apart an appropriate distance, turns back to face each other, and they drop into their stances. They stare at each other for probably 10 minutes. Neither one of them moves. Like, as far as you can tell, neither one of them even blinks. They just stare at each other. And after about 10 minutes of staring, Sansai turns and cocks his head to the side a little bit, as if to say, whenever you're ready. Aramaro, you can tell, sort of looks offended by that a little bit. He doesn't react, like, just very subtly. This is a very subtle sort of microaggression kind of, "Oh, you piece of shit, I'm gonna fucking ruin you now." Sansai seems bored by the entire... Like, Sansai genuinely looks bored. And ultimately, Aramaro pulls his weapon, and Sansai also pulls his weapon. So they both reach and draw at almost exactly the same time.
Evo restart.
Oh, okay. So they both draw. Sorry, Silk said something. I was curious if he was interjecting, but they both draw their weapons at the same time. Aramaru does a strange maneuver with his sword. So he pulls it and looks like he's going to take a strike at Sansai's head, but then at the last second, his blade, he arcs his blade in sort of a curve over where he expects Sansai's sword to, or rather where it looks like Sansai's strike is coming, so he sort of bends his around it. And Ume, you recognize this as something called the Scorpion's Feint. They call it pinchers and tail. It is sort of a kind of a classic combat maneuver that the Scorpion are known for. It's one of their most advanced and dangerous techniques. It's one of the reasons they're considered to be good duelists. Sansai appears to have anticipated it, however, and what he does is instead of continuing his strike, he bends backward very deeply and lets the slash just pass harmlessly over both his blade and himself. But as he does so, what he was going for a strike at what appeared to be Aramaru's midsection, like sort of along his belly line is where he was going for the strike. But when he bends backward, his strike goes high, and he winds. And as Aramaru comes forward, Sansai's strike goes high, and his blade comes up, and Aramaru impales himself on Sansai's sword, like right through the heart.
Oh
shit.
And so Sansai falls to the ground. Aramaru falls down on top of him with Sansai's sword through his chest. And Sansai immediately goes, come, and waves for people to come in and render medical attention. But by the time they come and get in, Aramaru is very clearly dead.
That tournament.
Holy shit.
The crowd doesn't know what to make of this or to think.
Like utter silence.
No, it's like, you like hear hushes and whispering and whispering. There's no cheering at all. Just like everyone's like, Aramaru, is he dead? Is he okay? Who does Sensei? What does this even mean? Like the crowd is all in a tizzy. So after the medical people come over and the Wu Gen come and examine it, and very clearly they see that Aramaru is dead. Some Edda are summoned and he is removed from the ring. The Sansai's sword is still in his chest. Sansai himself has just come over before Iyasu and just fallen to his knees and bowed. And he says, I am my life in recompense, my lord. This is my life in recompense, sir. I offer myself on your mercy. I have destroyed one of the Scorpion clan samurai, and my life is forfeit. My blade did not strike true today, and my life is forfeit in recompense to the Scorpion. And Iyasu...
He basically offers himself up.
Well, so he killed someone in a duel without permission from their daimyo. They had permission to duel, but it's not supposed to be a duel for the death. Technically, this is sort of his fault. And the honorable thing to do here is to say, I fucked up. I should kill myself. I offer myself to your mercy. Tell me what it is that you would like for me to do. Because ordinarily... when this happens, a samurai's daimyo would say what they're supposed to do, like how they were supposed to make amends, whether they're supposed to commit seppuku. But Sansai is a ronin; he doesn't have a daimyo, so he has appealed to the next highest authority, which, considering this is the Crablands, is very clearly Kani Iyasu. Kani Iyasu is also the shogun, so technically the second most powerful person in the realm. And Sansai says, "But my fate is in your hands, Lord Iyasu. Speak the word and I shall end my life." And he pulls his wakizashi out from his saya and is kneeling in the sand, prepared to commit seppuku. And Iyasu stands and he says, no. Clearly, this was an unintentional death. That is a simple waste for two warriors as fine as you to be sacrificed in the name of my daughter's hand. I declare you the winner and offer you a marriage to Kani Kitsune. So to give you guys a quick bit of background before we continue with this scene, there's a tradition in Ryujin with the giving of gifts. When someone offers you a gift, the polite thing considered to do is to refuse it, so that they can offer that gift again to show that they really intended for you to accept it, and then for you to refuse it a second time, and then for them to present it again so that it's very clear that they very much want you to have the gift There are no strings or compunctions, that sort of thing. It's highly ritualized. Whenever people giving each other anything, they always, this is the way giving gifts works.
So it might be riskier to say no for him. But
No, the polite thing to do is to refuse twice and then the third time to accept. That's just sort of the ritual of gift giving. Ume, you're intimately familiar with this. You've been doing this your entire life.
Mhm.
And so Sansai, when the Yasu offers me, says, "My lord, as my actions today have shown, I am in no way worthy of such a fine prize as your daughter. I, in good conscience, cannot accept." And Yasu says, "Nonsense. Again, you have proven yourself to be honorable, the most honorable man, willing to sacrifice your own life for even the smallest heir. Please, I insist that you accept my daughter's hand." And Sansai says, "Truly, I cannot, sir, for only the Emperor could be worthy of such a glorious gift." And then Iyasu says, "Well, that is likely true, and were my Emperor here, I'm certain he would be happy to accept on your behalf." And at that point, Sansai says, "Very well then, the Emperor accepts your offer," and reaches into his kimono and pulls out a small emerald, like a small green badge. Ume recognizes this immediately. It is the badge of an Emerald Magistrate. Everybody else in the crowd just goes and gasps. So Emerald Magistrates are sort of like FBI agents. They're like top cops. When they go forth to do the Emperor's bidding, their word is as the word of the Emperor. They are entitled to act on the Emperor's behalf with all the force and authority of the Emperor. There are only 7 Emerald Magistrates in the entire realm at any time. They have many sub-magistrates and servants, but Emerald Magistrate is a very important job. Not even everybody knows who they are. Toshimoko is one of the Emperor's Champion is always one of his 7 Emerald Magistrates, but who the other 6 are is not super widely known. And Sansai has produced an Emerald Magistrate's badge. And as soon as he says the Emperor accepts on your behalf, Kitsune stands up and she says, "I too accept." And then she comes down and Sansai lifts her hands and he says, "Very well then, we shall be on our way." And they turn and stride out of the arena. Yasu looks a little dumbfounded and also furious. Yakumo stands up and he's got clenched fists and looks as though he's about to charge the sand as Sansai and Kitsune walk away. But Yasu reaches out one hand and puts it on Yakumo's chest to sort of restrain him and hold him back. The crowd is in an absolute uproar. They're just, everyone, people have no idea what the hell's going on. What does this mean? What are the repercussions? Has the Shogun finally been thwarted by the Emperor? Has the plotter been outplotted? Oh, like it's all a big hullabaloo and whatnot. And you guys are sitting in the stands listening to all that.
sweet. Cool. This is exciting.
Marty's gonna look over.
I'm looking at the rest of the party and goes, this has been a very interesting 24 hours.
Ume, you're flummoxed. You don't know, like...
You didn't know about this part.
Yeah.
None of this makes sense to you that an Emerald Magistrate would, one, bind the Emperor to a marriage. That seems super fucking weird. But also, an Emerald Magistrate speaks with the word of the Emperor, and if an Emerald Magistrate says this is I mean, yeah, his word is law. Unless the Emperor says different, and if the Emperor says different, Sansai is almost certainly going to be dead. He'll have to kill himself, but yeah, and Sansai and Kitsune walk, just they depart out of the ring. So what do you guys want to do?
I guess we'll go to leave because we want to be back at roughly the same time.
Okay. So
we can cash in.
You should probably catch up with him. And
do you want to go catch in? So if you guys try to follow him, well, for a couple of you are going to go cash in. So whoever had bets, you guys are going over to the money changers table to collect. Who didn't have action on this besides Ume? Ume, did you have action? I don't think you did.
I did not have money starting this, so no.
So you
no
could
action.
follow if you want.
All right, I will do so.
When you try and follow him to Ronin that you have never seen before, intercept you, say, "Lord Sansai does not wish to be disturbed." They're very politely telling you to piss off.
Yeah, I will piss off.
And so in the distance, you see Sansai and Kitsune mounting horses. They appear to be leaving the city.
They're heading straight back.
Yep. It looks that way. Sansai walks over to one of... So you guys took the Pony Express thing on the way here. Sansai walks over to one of those stations, shows them his magistrate's badge, and gets 2 horses. If you're sort of following at a loose distance, Ume, you see them get on the ponies and immediately they ride out of town. So they're headed toward in the direction that you recognize as being where Garandu Parasu is. So they're headed towards the Emperor's Palace.
Okay, we will catch up after, I guess.
Yep. Meanwhile, you guys cash in, get whatever
Colonel.
winnings you're entitled. The Colonel gets 1,000 koku. Everybody else wins however much they win. Keep those written down separately, because while you're in Ryujin, you may need local money. Gold pieces aren't... I mean, gold is gold, but a koku is still the equivalent of 1 gold piece, but also, it's a formalized coin and difficult to forge, so...
You're wealthy as fuck, Marty.
Oh yeah, I'm made. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
we're not
1,000
gonna-
koku is an unimaginable fortune, so...
I could buy a piece of Ryujin. probably.
Well, no, you can't, because land is really the one thing that you can't buy. You could buy the services of 1,000 peasants for a year, though. So, you're
There's that.
So what was the final it was 7-1?
yeah, 7 to 1 since I was so if you bet 1 koku, you win 7. Yeah.
Marty's gonna look to his friends and say, "Did we actually have anything to do with this? Because it seems like people had a lot
Nope,
more
we just
better at their
arranged-
jobs were handling this shit a lot better than we were, and I don't really know what we contributed."
Do you guys
just
remember
look
what
over
was
the
written?
lost
Do you guys remember what was written on
the?
the?
Went exactly the same way.
Do you guys remember what was written on the note that you gave Sansai?
I don't remember the exact wording.
It was basically do something for the Emperor and it'll be
You will get land.
remembered or something.
Do you remember what the second part of it was, though?
No, not off the top of my head.
So the note was, champion the Emperor's cause and the future of your family will be ensured. Aramaro should not survive.
Fucking. I forgot about that detail.
Did he?
This is why we take better notes.
Aramaro didn't survive. He's very much dead, yeah.
And he managed to kill him in a way that made it look completely like an accident.
Did he?
Well-
Interesting. Sansai is perhaps craftier than you gave him credit for. He did seem to be somewhat dismissive of Aramaro's dueling skills, so one might make the assumption that he was like, yeah, Aramaro's going to faint, and then I'm going to stab him in the heart. But make it look...
Yeah, and
That's one outcome, or
Real
possibly Sansai didn't do anything of the sort. Maybe he simply reacted and is a better duelist. It's hard to say.
Hard to say, indeed.
Okay.
But you guys are back at your tea house, so let's make plans so that I have a rough idea of what we should be doing next time. Do you guys just want to head back to Garandu Parisu? Do you want to hang around the town for a couple days? You're not in any particular hurry, except for the fact that Sedgwick did seem interested in you guys hurrying.
Yeah. Cedric wants us to hurry, and the other guy wants
go
us to
back.
hurry. And
So
But maybe we don't have to Pony Express it. We can do like
you do
But
still
we
have
could-
travel papers signed by the Emperor. If you want to go to the way station and request
Pony
horses
it back,
tonight,
pony
you
it back.
can do that. You could leave immediately as well, or you can leave in the morning. Your call.
I
I
feel
would-
like long rest and then we take the
A
pony.
long
for
rest
now.
might be in order. Some of you guys are pretty banged up,
Didn't we
so it's not a
We
terrible
got a
idea.
long rest last
Yeah, I
night.
should have gotten it last night. But
You do,
yeah,
yeah.
hasn't it been a day?
It has, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, our fight with the monk was yesterday.
Oh, then we don't need another rest. Then yeah, we're good.
We could just
We're
head
good.
out.
Well, I mean, it's late in the day, so you would need to sleep tonight. Like, if you're going to be riding for 3 days straight, you're going to take possibly some levels of fatigue as you do so.
That's true.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like
You
do
could
the
be
pony
at a
express,
more
but,
reasonable
like, as fast
pace.
as we can, but without taking.
Okay, that's fine. You can travel at a more reasonable pace. That's cool. It's just you're going to arrive probably a day and a half. Well, depending on the speed with which Sansai and Kitsune ride, you're going to arrive somewhere between 1 or 2 days behind them, depending on the speed with which you travel.
I think Marty wants to stay on top of the gossip and doesn't want to spend too much time in town.
Okay.
Like, the action is heading back now to the Emperor, so that's where Marty wants to be.
All right, so you guys head back to your tea house, and unless you have something specific you'd like to do, you're going to take a long rest, and then you will depart in the first thing the next morning.
Sure.
All right, so you guys wake up the next morning after a long rest, and you're headed over to the, just as you're headed over to the station to request your thing, from an alley, again, same alley you guys were in before when you talked to Jonas, oddly enough. You hear, "Hi, guys, over here, hey, come on."
Is that Cedric?
Is that Sedgwick?
Yeah, Sedgwick is standing in the alley. He's not in disguise. He's just a gnome over there standing in the alley. He's like, "Hey, come here before somebody sees me."
Hey, what are you doing here?
I
Who is
need
this
I need you. And he points at Tiberius. I need your help.
I've known before. You've never seen anyone that's not
You
really.
need my help. My
Oh
goodness.
yeah, I'm sorry, Ume. You're freaked right the fuck out. What the hell is this? This is some kind of goblin or demon. There is a goblin or
how does she
demon
react?
speaking to you in common. Yeah.
He is a goblin demon. God damn it, Sedgwick. What the fuck do you need me for
Like,
this time?
put my hand on my sword and I'm like, what the hell is that?
I'll just put a hand to calm him. Just be like, it's okay.
Oh, hey, is this guy going to kidnap me?
No,
You big fella with the sword there. You lady. You gonna,
Don't say yes to that.
Are you going to kidnap me? Come on. I mean, I've never been kidnapped by a lady before. Well, no, it's not true. Moen kidnapped me like a billion times, and I've been kidnapped by like 75 to 80 women, so I say that, but I've never been kidnapped by a Ryujinese lady before, so that'll be new. You sure you want to kidnap me, maybe?
I'm looking at the rest of my party and it's like, y'all are really fucking weird, by the way.
Yeah, we promise we can explain everything later.
All right, well, let me know if I need to slay this small demon.
So that's an
No, no.
he's gonna. Oh, don't let him. He's gonna kill me or kidnap me.
Neither. Let's get somewhere out of
Are you
sight.
sure he's not gonna kill me? And you see Sedgwick is reaching under his cloak for what you can only assume is some manner of doomsday device.
No. You're perfectly safe.
You're
All right.
safe now, small demon.
I mean, I'm a gnome, not a demon. I mean, I know you don't know what that is, but hi, I'm a gnome. Nice to meet
Not
you.
a type of devil.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's lots of types of devils, but no, I'm native to the prime material plane rather than any of the planes where devils come from. I did just come back from Mechanicus. It's really nice there. Gonna go back, in fact, if Tiberius will come with me. We got some stuff to do.
Would you like to hop in the
most
small
certainly
snack
will.
I have?
Great, we got some magical research to do, so come over here and we'll get ready to go. But before we do, Mr. Body Toss Man, I need that thing you got. What is it you call them? A bag of pain, bag of pestilence.
Oh, you're talking about the bagpipes, yeah.
Yes, bag of pipes of doom. Yes, the horrible dissonant noise thing that you got. I need that.
Bartos sort of takes it from his bag and hands it over.
So
With a
you
confused
hand it
look.
over, and Sedgwick picks it up and looks at it and sort of turns it over a little bit. And then he blows into it and sort of inflates the bag a little bit, and then he squeezes it, and the bagpipes make a weird honk noise, like a discordant honk. He's like, "Oh, hey, yeah, this'll this'll do quite nicely." All right then. So Tiberius and I'll be gone, and we'll see y'all when you get back, I reckon. Good luck then. And he reaches over and touches Tiberius, and they both disappear. Poof.
Okay, there's been a lot of disappearing party members today.
And
I don't know what you're
that's
talking about. I had a lovely time.
that's where we'll wrap things up.
Sweet.
So Biddy, you are gone next session, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, that's all right. So you're going to be helping. You're going to be spending that time helping Sedgwick with a project in the plane of Mechanicus. You guys are going to be working on a thing.
That sounds delightful.
You should have asked him for some shoe shine before he left.
Oh,
yes.
That's fine.
Anyway, Ume, yeah, you met your first demon. Congratulations. Your friends did not seem to be in any way surprised or perplexed by his appearance. So I'm assuming as you walk over to the horse stall, they're going to explain what a gnome is and the fact that outside of Ryujin, not everyone is a human.
Yep.
All right, so you guys prepare Ume for some significant cultural shock when you reach the mainland, and then we will pick up there with you guys riding to the palace on our next adventure.
Sweet.
awesome.
The seagull is back as well.
They
Yeah,
live
I heard
here.
that.
He's like,
We
I
have-
want French fries.
I have nests on top of the building I'm in, and nests right across the way.
Nice. That's not at all obnoxious sound.
Nope. They start at like 4:30.
Fuck that. I'd have a gun outside and be shooting them as fast as I could. Shut the fuck up, birds.
Kind of feel like killing Nikori a few more times. I don't know about anybody else.
Oh,
Very
my
cathartic.
I like Corey. He's a nice guy. He's got oranges. Also, I hope that whoever it was that collected the extra orange gave it to Bardatos.
I collected the extra orange, and I will give it to Bardatos.
Alright, so Bardatos gets one last delicious mandarin orange.
Perfect. I'm going to start peeling it and eating it. I don't even care what time it is.
All right.
Alright, well that's where we'll pack it up, and we will pick up next time with you guys headed back to the palace at Garandu Paresu to speak with the Emperor and maybe his new bride, question mark?
Hopefully, maybe we'll see.
Alright. Thanks for playing. I had fun. Thanks, guys.
That was super
Cool.
fun.
And thanks for accommodating my weird state of being for this time. It was fun.
No problem.
Cool.
All right. Stream is wrapped.